Bhishma said, hearing these words of Nuasha, the ascetic born of the cow and endued with great energy, spoke in this strain, gladdening the monarch and all his councillors. Brahmanas, O king, belong to the foremost of the four orders. No value, however great, can be set upon them. Cows also are invaluable. Therefore, O chief of men, do thou regard a cow as the value of the rishi. Hearing these words of the great rishi, Nuasha became, O king, filled with joy along with all his councillors and priest. Proceeding then to the presence of Bhrigu's son, Kayavana, of rigid vows, he addressed him thus, O monarch, for gratifying him to the best of his ability. Nuasha said, Rise, rise, O regenerate rishi, thou hast been purchased, O son of Bhrigu, with a cow as thy price. O foremost of righteous persons, even this, I think, is thy price. Kayavana said, Yes, O king of kings, I do rise up. I have been properly purchased by thee, O sinless one. I do not, O thou of unfading glory, see any wealth that is equal to kine. To speak of kine, to hear others speak of them, to make gifts of kine, and to see kine, O king, are acts that are all applauded, O hero, and that are highly auspicious and cleansing. Kine are always the root of prosperity. There is no fault in kine. Kine always afford the best food, in the form of Havi, unto the deities. The sacred mantras, Swaha and Vashat, are always established upon kine. Kine are the chief conductresses of sacrifices. They constitute the mouth of sacrifice. They bear and yield excellent and strength-giving nectar. They receive the worship of all the worlds and are regarded as the source of nectar. On earth, kine resemble fire in energy and form. Verily, kine represent high energy, and are bestowers of great happiness upon all creatures. That country where kine, established by their owners, breathe fearlessly, shines in beauty. The sins also of that country are all washed off. Kine constitute the stairs that lead to heaven. Kine are adored in heaven itself. Kine are goddesses that are competent to give everything and grant every wish. There is nothing else in the world that is so high or so superior. 305. Bhishma continued, Even this is what I say unto thee on the subject of the glory and superiority of kine, O chief of Bharata's race. I am competent to proclaim a part only of the merits that attach to kine. I have not the ability to exhaust the subject. Then Nishadas said, O ascetic, thou hast seen us and hast also spoken with us. It has been said that friendship with those that are good depends upon only 7 words. 306. Do thou then, O Lord, show us thy grace. The blazing sacrificial fire eats all the oblations of clarified butter poured upon it. Of righteous soul, and possessed of great energy thou art among men, a blazing fire in energy. We propitiate thee, O thou of great learning. We surrender ourselves to thee. Do thou, for showing us favour, take back from us this cow. Kayavana said, The eye of a person that is poor or that has fallen into distress, the eye of an ascetic, or the eye of a snake of virulent poison, consumes a man with his very roots, even as a fire that, blazing up with the assistance of the wind, consumes a stack of dry grass or straw. I shall accept the cow that ye desire to present to me. Ye fishermen, freed from every sin, go ye to heaven without any delay, with these fishes also that ye have caught with your nets. Bhishma continued, After this, in consequence of the energy of the great rishi of cleansed soul, those fishermen along with all those fish through virtue of those words that he had uttered, proceeded to heaven. King Nuasha, beholding the fishermen ascending to heaven with those fishes in their company, became filled with wonder, O chief of Bharata's race. After this, the 2 rishis, viz., the one born of a cow and the other who was Kayavana of Bhrigu's race, gladdened King Nuasha by granting him many boons. Then King Nuashaw, of great energy, that lord of all the earth, filled with joy, O best of the Bharatas, said, "Sufficient." Like unto a second Indra, the chief of the celestials, he accepted the boon about his own steadiness in virtue. The rishis having granted him the boon, the delighted king worshipped them both with great reverence. As regards Kayavana, his vow having been completed, he returned to his own asylum. The rishi that had taken his birth from the cow, and who was endued with great energy, also proceeded to his own retreat. The Nishadas all ascended to heaven, as also the fishes they had caught, O monarch. King Nuashaw, too, having obtained those valuable boons, entered his own city. I have thus, O son, told thee everything respecting what thou hadst asked me. The affection that is generated by the sight alone of others, as also by the fact of living with them, O Yudhishthira, and the high blessedness of kind too, and the ascertainment of true righteousness, are the topics upon which I have discoursed. Tell me, O hero, what else is in thy breast? Section Yudhishthira said, O thou of great wisdom, a doubt I have that is very great, and that is as vast as the ocean itself. Listen to it, O mighty armed one, and having learnt what it is, it behoves thee to explain it unto me. I have a great curiosity with respect to Jamadani's son, O Lord, viz., Rama, that foremost of all righteous persons. It behoveth thee to gratify that curiosity. How was Rama born, who was endued with prowess incapable of being baffled? He belonged by birth to a race of regenerate rishis. How did he become a follower of Kshatriya practices? Do thou, then, O king, recite to me in detail the circumstances of Rama's birth. How also did a son of the race of Kusika, who was Kshatriya, become a Brahmana? Great, without doubt, was the puissance of the high Rama, O chief of men, as also of Viswamitara. Why did the grandson of Richake instead of his son become a Kshatriya in conduct? Why also did the grandson of Kusika and not his son become a Brahmana? Why did such untoward incidents overtake the grandsons of both, instead of their sons? It behoveth thee to explain the truth in respect of these circumstances. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited an old history of the discourse between Kayavana and Kusika, O Bharata. Endued with great intelligence, Kayavana of Bhrugu's race, that best of ascetics, beheld, with his spiritual eye, the stain that would affect his own race, in consequence of some descendant of his becoming wedded to Kshatriya practice. Reflecting upon the merits and faults of that incident, as also its strength and weakness, Kayavana, endued with wealth of asceticism, became desirous of consuming the race of the Kusikas, for it was from the trace that the stain of Kshatriya practices would, he knew, affect his own race. Repairing then to the presence of King Kusika, Kayavana said unto him, O sinless one, the desire has arisen in my heart of dwelling with thee for some time. Kusika said, O holy one, residence together is an act which the learned ordain for girls when these are given away. They that are endued with wisdom always speak of the practice in such connection only. O Rishi endued with wealth of asceticism, the residence which thou seekest with me is not sanctioned by the ordinance. Yet, however, opposed to the dictates of duty and righteousness, I shall do what thou mayst be pleased to command. Bhishma continued, ordering a seat to be placed for the great ascetic Kayavana. King Kusika, accompanied by his wife, stood in the presence of the ascetic. Bringing a little jar of water, the king offered him water for washing his feet. He then, through his servants, caused all the rites to be duly performed in honor of his high-souled guest. The high-souled Kusika, who was observant of restraints and vows, then cheerfully presented, according to due forms, the ingredients consisting of honey and the other things, to the great Rishi, and induced him to accept the same. Having welcomed and honored the learned Brahmana in this way, the king once more addressed him and said, We too await thy orders. Command us what we are to do for thee, O Holy One. If it is our kingdom or wealth or kine, O thou of rigid vows, or all articles that are given away in sacrifices, which thou wantest, tell us the word, and we shall bestow all upon thee. This palace, the kingdom, this seat of justice, await thy pleasure. Thou art the Lord of all these. Do thou rule the earth. As regards myself, I am completely dependent upon thee. Addressed in these words by the king, Caervanna of Brugge's race, filled with great delight, said unto Cusica these words in reply. Caervanna said, I do not, O king, covet thy kingdom, nor thy wealth, nor the damsels thou hast, and all thy kine, and all thy provinces, nor articles needed for sacrifice. Do thou listen to me. If it pleases thee and thy wife, I shall commence to observe a certain vow. I desire thee and thy wife to serve me during that period without any scruples. Thus addressed by the Rishi, the king and the queen became filled with joy, O Bharata, and answered him, saying, Be it so, O Rishi. Delighted with the Rishi's words, the king led him into the apartment of the palace. It was an excellent one, agreeable to see. The king showed him everything in that room. And the king said, This, O Holy One, is thy bed. Do thou live here as thou pleasest. O thou that art endued with wealth of asceticism, myself and my queen shall strive our best to give thee every comfort and every pleasure. While they were thus conversing with each other, the sun passed the meridian. The Rishi commanded the king to bring him food and drink. King Cusica, bowing unto the Rishi, asked him, saying, What kind of food is agreeable to thee? What food, indeed, shall be brought for thee? Filled with delight, the Rishi answered that ruler of men, O Bharata, saying, Let food that is proper be given to me. Receiving these words with respect, the king said, So be it, and then offered unto the Rishi food of the proper kind. Having finished his meals, the holy Caervanna, conversant with every duty, addressed the king and the queen, saying, I desire to slumber. O puissant one, sleep hinders me now. Proceeding thence to a chamber that had been prepared for him, that best of rishis then laid himself down upon a bed. The king and the queen sat themselves down. The rishi said to them, Do not, while I sleep, awake me. Ye keep yourselves awake and continually press my feet as long as I sleep. Without the least scruple, Cusica, conversant with every duty, said, So be it. Indeed, the king and the queen kept themselves awake all night, duly engaged in tending and serving the rishi in the manner directed. The royal couple, O monarch, accomplished the rishi's bidding with earnestness and attention. Meanwhile the holy Brahmana, having thus laid his commands upon the king, slept soundly, without changing his posture or turning even once, for a space of 21 days. The king, O delighter of the chorus, foregoing all food, along with his wife, sat joyfully the whole time engaged in tending and serving the rishi. On the expiration of 21 days, the son of Brugge rose of his own accord. The great ascetic then went out of the room, without accosting them at all. Famished and toil-worn, the king and the queen followed him, but that foremost of rishis did not deign to cast a single glance upon any of them. Proceeding a little way, the son of Brugge disappeared in the very sight of the royal couple, making himself invisible by his yoga power. At this, the king, struck with grief, fell down on the earth. Comforted, he rose up soon, and accompanied by his queen, the monarch, possessed of great splendor, began to search everywhere for the rishi. Section Li. Yudhishthira said, after the rishi had disappeared, What did the king do, and what also did highly blessed spouse do? Tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, having lost sight of the rishi, the king, overwhelmed with shame, toil-worn and losing his senses, returned to his palace, accompanied by his queen. Entering his mansion in a cheerless mood, he spoke not a word with anyone. He thought only of that conduct of Kayavana. With a despairing heart he then proceeded to his chamber. There he saw the son of Brug stretched as before on his bed. Beholding the Rishi there, they wondered much. Indeed, they began to reflect upon that very strange incident. The sight of the Rishi dispelled their fatigue. Taking their seats once more by his side, they again set themselves to gently press his feet as before. Meanwhile, the great ascetic continued to sleep soundly as before. Only, he now lay on another side. Endued with great energy, he thus passed another period measured by 21 days. Agitated by their fears, the royal couple showed no change in their attitude or sentiment towards the Rishi. Awaking then from his slumber, the ascetic addressed the king and the queen, saying, "Do ye rub my body with oil? I wish to have a bath." Famishing and toil-worn though they were, they readily assented, and soon approached the Rishi with a costly oil that had been prepared by boiling it 100 times. While the Rishi was seated at his ease, the king and the queen, restraining speech, continued to rub him. Endued with high ascetic merit, the son of Brug did not once utter the word sufficient. Brug's son, however, saw that the royal couple were totally unmoved. Raising up suddenly, he entered the bathing chamber. The diverse article necessary for a bath and such as were fit for a king's use were ready there. Without honouring, however, any of those articles by appropriating them to his use, the Rishi once more disappeared there and then by his yoga power, in the very sight of King Gusaka and his spouse. This, however, O chief of the Bharatas, failed to disturb the equanimity of the royal couple. The next time the puissant Rishi was seen seated, after a bath, on the throne. Indeed, it was from that place that he then showed himself to the king and the queen, O delighter of the chorus. With a cheerful face, King Gusaka, together with his wife, then offered the Rishi cooked food with great reverence. Endued with wisdom, and with heart totally unmoved, Gusaka made this offer. "Let the food be brought," were the words that were then uttered by the ascetic. Assisted by his spouse, the king soon brought thither the food. There were diverse kinds of meat and different preparations also thereof. There was a great variety of vegetables also and pot herbs. There were juicy cakes too among those viands, and several agreeable kinds of confectionery, and solid preparations of milk. Indeed, the viands offered presented different kinds of taste. Among them there was also some food, the produce of the wilderness, such as ascetics liked and took. Diverse agreeable kinds of fruit, fit to be eaten by kings, were also there. There were Vadaras and Ingadas and Kasmerias and Balatakas. Indeed, the food that was offered contained such things as are taken by persons leading a domestic mode of life, as also such things as are taken by denizens of the wilderness. Through fear of the Rishi's curse, the king had caused all kinds of food to be collected and dressed for his guest. All this food, brought from the kitchen, was placed before Kayavana. A seat was also placed for him, and a bed too was spread. The viands were then caused to be covered with white cloths. Soon, however, Kayavana of Brug's race set fire to all the things and reduced them to ashes. Possessed of great intelligence, the royal couple showed no wrath at this conduct of the Rishi, who once more, after this, made himself invisible before the very eyes of the king and the queen. The royal sage Gusaka thereupon stood there in the same posture for the whole night, with his spouse by his side, and without speaking a word. Endued with great prosperity, he did not give way to wrath. Every day, good and pure food of diverse kinds, excellent beds, abundant articles needed for bath, and cloths of various kinds, were collected and kept in readiness in the palace for the Rishi. Indeed, Kayavana failed to notice any fault in the conduct of the king. Then the regenerate Rishi, addressing King Gusaka, said unto him, Do thou with thy spouse yoke thyself unto a car and bear me on it to whichever place I shall direct. Without the least scruple, the king answered Kayavana, endued with wealth of asceticism, saying, So be it. And he further inquired of the Rishi, asking, Which car shall I bring? Shall it be my pleasure car for making progress of pleasure, or shall it be my battle car? Thus addressed by the delighted and contented monarch, the ascetic said unto him, Do thou promptly equip that car of thine with which thou penetratest into hostile cities. Indeed, that battle car of thine, with every weapon, with its standard and flags, its darts and javelins and golden columns and poles, should be made ready. Its rattle resembles the tinkling of bells. It is adorned with numerous arches made of pure gold. It is always furnished with high and excellent weapons numbering by hundreds. The king said, So be it, and soon caused his great battle car to be equipped. And he yoked his wife thereto on the left and his own self on the right. And the king placed on the car, among its other equipments, the goad which had 3 handles and which had a point at once hard as the thunderbolt and sharp as the needle. 307. Having placed every requisite upon the car, the king said unto the Rishi, O Holy One, whither shall the car proceed? O, let the son of Bhrigu issue his command. This thy car shall proceed to the place which thou mayst be pleased to indicate. Thus addressed the holy man replied unto the king, saying, Let the car go hence, dragged slowly, step by step. Obedient to my will, do ye too proceed in such a way that I may not feel any fatigue. I should be borne away pleasantly, and let all thy people see this progress that I make through their midst. Let no person that comes to me, as I proceed along the road, be driven away. I shall make gifts of wealth unto all. Unto them amongst the Brahmanas that may approach me on the way, I shall grant their wishes and bestow upon all of them gems and wealth without stint. Let all this be accomplished, O king, and do not entertain any scruples. Hearing these words of the Rishi, the king summoned his servants and said, Ye should, without any fear, give away whatever the ascetic will order. Then jewels and gems in abundance, and beautiful women, and pairs of sheep, and coined and uncoined gold, and huge elephants resembling hills or mountain summits, and all the ministers of the king, began to follow the Rishi as he was borne away on that car. Cries of "Oh" and "Alas" arose from every part of the city, which was plunged in grief at that extraordinary sight. And the king and the queen were suddenly struck by the Rishi with that goad equipped with sharp point. Through the struck on the back and the cheeks, the royal couple still showed no sign of agitation. On the other hand, they continued to bear the Rishi on as before, trembling from head to foot, for no food had passed their lips for 50 nights, and exceedingly weak, the heroic couple somehow succeeded in dragging that excellent car. Repeatedly and deeply cut by the goad, the royal couple became covered with blood. Indeed, O monarch, they then looked like a couple of kinsuka trees in the flowering season. The citizens, beholding the plight to which their king and queen had been reduced, became afflicted with great grief. Filled with fear at the prospect of the curse of the Rishi, they kept silent under their misery. Gathering in knots, they said unto each other, Behold the might of penances. Although all of us are angry, we are still unable to look at the Rishi. Great is the energy of the holy Rishi of clean soul. Behold also the endurance of the king and his royal spouse. Though worn out with toil and hunger, they are still bearing the car. The son of Bhrigu, notwithstanding the misery he caused to Kusaka and his queen, failed to mark any sign of dissatisfaction or agitation in them. Bhishma continued. The perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, beholding the king and the queen totally unmoved, began to give away very largely wealth obtained from the king's treasury, as if he were a second lord of treasures. At this act also, King Kusaka showed no mark of dissatisfaction. He did as the Rishi commanded, in the matter of those gifts. Seeing all this, that illustrious and best of ascetics became delighted. Coming down from that excellent car, he unharnessed the royal couple. Having freed them, he addressed them duly. Indeed, the son of Bhrigu, in a soft, deep, and delighted voice, said, I am ready to give an excellent boon unto you both. Delicate as they were, their bodies had been pierced with gold. That best of ascetics, moved by affection, softly touched them with his hands, whose healing virtues resembled those of nectar itself, O chief of the Bharatas. Then the king answered, My wife and I have felt no toil. Indeed, all their fatigue had been dispelled by the puissance of the Rishi, and hence it was that the king could say so unto the Rishi. Delighted with their conduct, the illustrious Kayavana said unto them, I have never before spoken an untruth. It must, therefore, be as I have said. This spot on the banks of the Ganga is very delightful and auspicious. I shall, observant of a vow, dwell for a little while here, O king. Do thou return to thy city. Thou Aphrodite. Thou shalt come again. Tomorrow, O king, thou shalt, returning with thy spouse, behold me even here. Thou shouldst not give way to wrath or grief. The time is come when thou shalt reap a great reward. That which is coveted by thee and which is in thy heart shall verily be accomplished. Apostrophe thus addressed by the Rishi, King Kusaka, with a delighted heart, replied unto the Rishi in these words of grave import, I have cherished no wrath or grief, O highly blessed one. We have been cleansed and sanctified by thee, O Holy One. We have once more become endued with youth. Behold, our bodies have become exceedingly beautiful and possessed of great strength. I do not any longer see those wounds and cicatrices that were caused by thee on our persons with thy goad. Verily, with my spouse, I am in good health. I see my goddess become as beautiful in body as an Apsara. Verily, she is endued with as much comeliness and splendor as she had ever been before. All this, O great ascetic, is due to thy grace. Verily, there is nothing astonishing in all this, O holy Rishi of puissance ever unbaffled. Thus addressed by the king, Kayavana said unto him, Thou shalt, with thy spouse, return hither tomorrow, O monarch. With these words, the royal sage Kusaka was dismissed. Saluting the Rishi, the monarch, endued with a handsome body, returned to his capital like unto a second chief of the celestials. The councillors then, with the priest, came out to receive him. His troops and the dancing women and all his subjects also did the same. Surrounded by them all, King Kusaka, blazing with beauty and splendor, entered his city with a delighted heart, and his praises were hymned by bards and encomiasts. Having entered his city and performed all his morning rites, he ate with his wife. Endued with great splendor, the monarch then passed the night happily. Each beheld the other to be possessed anew of youth. All their afflictions and pains having ceased, they beheld each other to resemble a celestial. Endued with the splendor they had obtained as a boon from that foremost of Brahmanas, and possessed as they were of forms that were exceedingly comely and beautiful, both of them passed a happy night in their bed. Meanwhile, the spreader of the feats of Bhrigu's race, viz., the Rishi possessed of the wealth of penances, converted, by his yoga power, that delightful wood on the bank of the Ganga into a retreat full of wealth of every kind and adorned with every variety of jewels and gems, in consequence of which it surpassed in beauty and splendor the very abode of the chief of the celestials. Section Lif. Bhishma said, when that night passed away, the high-souled King Kusaka awoke and went through his morning rites. Accompanied by his wife, he then proceeded towards that wood which the Rishi had selected for his residence. Arrived there, the monarch saw a palatial mansion made entirely of gold, possessed of 1,000 columns, each of which was made of gems and precious stones. It looked like an edifice belonging to the Gandavas. 308. Kusaka beheld in every part of that structure evidences of celestial design. And he beheld hills with delightful valleys, and lakes with lotuses on their bosom, and mansions full of costly and curious articles, and gateways and arches, O Bharata. And the king saw many open glades and open spots carpeted with grassy verdure, and resembling level fields of gold. And he saw many sahakaras adorned with blossoms, and katakas and utalakas, and davas and asikas, and blossoming kundas, and atamaktas. And he saw the many champakas and tilakas, and bhavyas and panasas, and vanjalas and kankaras adorned with flowers. And the king beheld many varanapushpas and the creepers called ashtopidika, all clipped properly and beautifully. 309. And the king beheld trees on which lotuses of all varieties bloomed in all their beauty, and some of which bore flowers of every season. And he noticed also many mansions that looked like celestial cars or like beautiful mountains. And at some places, O Bharata, there were tanks and lakes full of cool water, and at others were those that were full of warm or hot water. And there were divers kinds of excellent seats and costly beds, and bedsteads made of gold and gems and overlaid with cloths and carpets of great beauty and value. Of comestible there were enormous quantities, well dressed and ready for use. And there were talking parrots and she-parrots and bringarajas and kokalas and katapatras with koyashtikas and kakubas, and peacocks and cocks and datayukas and javajivakas and chakas and monkeys and swans and sarases and chakravakas. 310. Here and there he beheld bevies of rejoicing apsaras and conclaves of happy Gandavas, O monarch. And he beheld other Gandavas at other places rejoicing with their dear spouses. The king sometimes beheld these sights and sometimes could not see them, for they seemed to disappear from before his eyes. The monarch heard also melodious strains of vocal music and the agreeable voices of preceptors engaged in lecturing to their disciples on the Vedas and the scriptures. And the monarch also heard the harmonious cackle of the geese sporting in the lakes. Beholding such exceedingly wonderful sights, the king began to reflect inwardly, saying, "Is this a dream? Or is all this due to an aberration of my mind? Or is it all real? Oh, I have, without casting off my earthly tenement, attained to the beatitude of heaven. This land is either the sacred country of the Uttarakuras, or the abode, called Amaravati, of the chief of the celestials. Oh, what are these wonderful sights that I behold?" Reflecting in this strain, the monarch at last saw that foremost of rishis, in that palace of gold, endued with columns, made of jewels and gems, lay their son of Brug stretched on a costly and excellent bed. With his wife by his side, the king approached with a delighted heart the rishi as he lay on that bed. Kayavana, however, quickly disappeared at this, with the bed itself upon which he lay. The king then beheld the rishi at another part of those woods seated on a mat made of kusa grass, and engaged in mentally reciting some high mantras. By his yoga power, even thus did that Brahmana stupefy the king. In a moment that delightful wood, those bevies of apsaras, those bands of Gandavas, those beautiful trees, all disappeared. The bank of the Ganga became as silent as usual, and presented the old aspect of its being covered with kusa grass and ant hills. King Kusaka, with his wife, having beheld that highly wonderful sight and its quick disappearance also, became filled with amazement. With a delighted heart, the monarch addressed his wife and said unto her, "Behold, O amiable one, the various agreeable scenes and sights, occurring nowhere else, which we too have just witnessed. All this is due to the grace of Bhrigu's son and the puissance of his penances. By penances all that becomes attainable which one cherishes in one's imagination. penances are superior to even the sovereignty over the three worlds. By penances well performed, emancipation itself may be achieved. Behold, the puissance of the high suit and celestial Rishi Kayavana derived from his penances. He can, at his pleasure, create even other worlds than those which exist. Only Brahmanas are born in this world to attain to speech and understanding and acts that are sacred. Who else than Kayavana could do all this? Sovereignty may be acquired with these, but the status of a Brahmana is not so attainable. It was through the puissance of a Brahmana that we were harnessed to a car like well-broken animals. These reflections that passed through the king's brain became known to Kayavana. Ascertaining the king's thoughts, the Rishi addressed him and said, "Come hither quickly." Thus addressed, the king and the queen approached the great ascetic, and, bending their heads, they worshipped him who deserved worship. Uttering a benediction upon the monarch, the Rishi, possessed of great intelligence, O chief of men, comforted the king and said, "Sit down on that seat." After this, O monarch, the son of Bhrigu, without guile or insincerity of any kind, gratified the king with many soft words, and then said, "O king, thou hast completely subjugated the 5 organs of action and the 5 organs of knowledge with the mind as their 6th. Thou hast for this come out unscathed from the fiery ordeal I had prepared for thee. I have been properly honored and adored, O son, by thee, O foremost of all persons possessed of speech. Thou hast no sin, not even a minute one, in thee. Give me leave, O king, for I shall now proceed to the place I came from. I have been exceedingly pleased with thee, O monarch. Do thou accept the boon I am ready to give?" Kusaka said, "In thy presence, O Holy One, I have stayed like one staying in the midst of a fire. That I have not yet, O chief of Bhrigu's race been consumed, is sufficient. Even this is the highest boon that has been obtained, O delighter of Bhrigu, that thou hast been gratified by me, O Brahmana, and that I have succeeded in rescuing my race from destruction, O sinless one, constitute in my case the best boons. This I regard, O learned Brahmana, as a distinct evidence of thy grace. The end of my life has been accomplished. Even this is what I regard the very end of my sovereignty. Even this is the highest fruit of my penances. 311. If, O learned Brahmana, thou hast been pleased with me, O delighter of Bhrigu, then do thou expound some doubts which are in my mind. Section LV. Kayavana said, "Do thou accept a boon from me? Do thou also, O chief of men, tell me what the doubt is that is in thy mind. I shall certainly accomplish all thy purposes." Kusaka said, "If thou hast been gratified by me, O Holy One, do thou then, O son of Bhrigu, tell me thy object in residing in my palace for some time, for I desire to hear it. What was thy object in sleeping on the bed I assigned thee for 21 days continuously, without changing sides? O foremost of ascetics, what also was thy object, again, in going out of the room without speaking a single word? Why didst thou, again, without any ostensible reason, make thyself invisible, and once more become visible? Why, O learned Brahmana, didst thou again lay thyself down on the bed and sleep as before for 21 days? For what reason didst thou go out after thou wert rubbed by us with oil in a view of thy bath? Why also, after having caused diverse kinds of food in my palace to be collected, didst thou consume them with the aid of fire? What was the cause of thy sudden journey through my city on the car? What object hast thou in view in giving away so much wealth? What was thy motive in showing us the wonders of the forest created by the yoga puissance? What indeed was thy motive for showing, O great ascetic, so many palatial mansions made of gold and so many bedsteads supported on posts of jewels and gems? Why also did all these wonders vanish from our sight? I wish to hear the cause of all this. In thinking of all these acts of thine, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, I became stupefied repeatedly. I failed to find what the certain motive was which influenced thee. O thou, that art endued with wealth of penances, I wish to hear the truth about all those acts of thine in detail. Kayavana said, Listen to me as I tell thee in detail the reasons which had impelled me in all these acts of mine. Asked by thee, O monarch, I cannot refuse to enlighten thee. In days past, on one occasion, when the deities had assembled together, the Grand Sai Brahman said some words. I heard them, O king, and shall presently repeat them to thee. In consequence of a contention between Brahmana and Kshatriya energy, there will occur an intermixture in my race. 312. Thy grandson, O king, will become endued with great energy and puissance. Hearing this, I came hither, resolved to exterminate thy race. Indeed, I came, O Gusaka, seeking the utter extermination of thy race, in fact, for consuming into ashes all thy descendants. Impelled by this motive I came to thy palace, O monarch, and said unto thee, I shall observe some vow. Do thou attend upon me and serve me dutifully. While residing, however, in thy house I fail to find any lackeys in thee. It is for that reason, O royal sage, that thou art still alive, for otherwise thou wouldst have by this time been numbered with the dead. It was with this resolution that I slept the 21 days in the hope that somebody would awake me before I arose of my own accord. Thou, however, with thy wife, didst not awaken me. Even then, O best of kings, I became pleased with thee. Raising from my bed, I went out of the chamber without accosting any of you. I did this, O monarch, in the hope that thou wouldst task me, and thus I would have an opportunity of cursing thee. I then made myself invisible, and again showed myself in the room of thy palace, and, once more betaking myself to yoga, slept the 21 days. The motive that impelled me was this. Worn out with toil and hunger, you too would be angry with me and do what would be unpleasant to me. It was from this intention that I caused thyself and thy spouse to be afflicted with hunger. In thy heart, however, O king, the slightest feeling of wrath or vexation did not rise. For this, O monarch, I became highly delighted with thee. When I caused divers kinds of food to be brought, and then set fire to them, I hoped that thyself with thy wife wouldst give way to wrath at the sight. Even that act, however, of mine was tolerated by thee. I then ascended the car, O monarch, and addressed thee, saying, Do thou with thy wife bear me. Thou didst what I bade, without the least scruple, O king. I became filled with delight at this. The gifts of wealth I made could not provoke thy anger. Pleased with thee, O king, I created with the aid of my yoga puissance that forest which thyself with thy wife didst behold here. Listen, O monarch, to the object I had. For gratifying thee and thy queen I caused thee to have a glimpse of heaven. All those things which thou hast seen in these woods, O monarch, are a foretaste of heaven. O best of kings, for a little while I caused thee and thy spouse to behold, in even your earthly bodies, some sights of heaven. All this was done for showing the puissance of penances and the reward that is in store for righteousness. The desire that arose in thy heart, O monarch, at the sight of those delightful objects, is known to me. Thou becamest desirous of obtaining the status of a Brahmana and the merit of penances, O Lord of earth, disregarding the sovereignty of the earth, nay, the sovereignty of very heaven. That which thou thoughtest, O king, was even this. The status of a Brahmana is exceedingly difficult to obtain. After becoming a Brahmana, it is exceedingly difficult to obtain the status of a rishi. For even a rishi it is difficult to become an ascetic. I tell thee that thy desire will be gratified. From thee, O Gusaka, will spring a Brahmana, who shall be called after thy name. The person that will be the third in descent from thee shall attain to the status of a Brahmana. Through the energy of the Brigas, thy grandson, O monarch, will be an ascetic endued with the splendor of fire. He shall always strike all men, indeed, the inhabitants of the three worlds, with fear. I tell thee the truth. O royal sage, do thou accept the boon that is now in thy mind. I shall soon set out on a tour to all the sacred waters. Time is expiring. Kusaka said, even this, O great ascetic, is a high boon, in my case, for thou hast been gratified by me. Let that take place which thou hast said. Let my grandson become a Brahmana, O sinless one. Indeed, let the status of Brahmanahood attach to my race, O Holy One. This is the boon I ask for. I desire to once more ask thee in detail, O Holy One. In what way, O Delighter of Bhrigu, will the status of Brahmanahood attach to my race? Who will be my friend? Who will have my affection and respect? 313. Section LVI. Kayavana said, I should certainly, O chief of men, tell you everything about the circumstance for which, O monarch, I came hither for exterminating thy race. This is well known, O king, that the Kshatriyas should always have the assistance of the sons of Bhrigu in the matter of sacrifices. Through an irresistible decree of destiny, the Kshatriyas and the Bhargavas will fall out. The Kshatriyas, O king, will slay the descendants of Bhrigu. Afflicted by an ordinance of fate, they will exterminate the race of Bhrigu, not sparing even infants in their mothers' wombs. There will then spring in Bhrigu's race a rishi of the name of Urva. Endued with great energy, he will in splendor certainly resemble fire or the sun. He will cherish such wrath, upon hearing of the extermination of his race, as will be sufficient to consume the three worlds. He will be competent to reduce the whole earth with all her mountains and forests into ashes. For a little while he will quell the flames of that fiery rage, throwing it into the mare's mouth that wanders through the ocean. He will have a son of the name of Richika. The whole science of arms, O sinless one, in its embodied form will come to him, for the extermination of the entire Kshatriya race, through a decree of destiny. Receiving that science by inward light, he will, by yoga puissance, communicate it to his son, the highly blessed Jamadani of cleansed soul. That tiger of Bhrigu's race will bear that science in his mind. O thou of righteous soul, Jamadani will wed a girl, taking her from thy race, for spreading its glory, O chief of the Bharatas. Having obtained for wife the daughter of Badi and thy granddaughter, O king, that great ascetic will beget a regenerate son endued with Kshatriya accomplishments. In thy race will be born a son, a Kshatriya endued with the virtues of a Brahmana. Possessed of great righteousness, he will be the son of Gadi. Known by the name of Viswamitra, he will in energy come to be regarded as the equal of Brihaspati himself, the preceptor of the celestials. The illustrious Richika will grant this son to thy race, this Kshatriya that will be endued with high penances. In the matter of this exchange of sons, viz., a Kshatriya son in the race of Bhrigu and a Brahmana son in thy race, the cause will be two women. All this will happen at the command of the grandsire. It will never be otherwise. And to one that is third in descent from thee, the status of Brahmanahood will attach. Thou shalt become a relative, by marriage, of the Bhargavas. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of the high-souled ascetic Kayavana, King Kusaka became filled with joy, and made answer in the following words. Indeed, O best of the Bharatas, he said, so be it. Endued with high energy, Kayavana once more addressed the king, and urged him to accept a boon from himself. The king replied, very well. From thee, O great ascetic, I shall obtain the fruition of my wish. Let my race become invested with the status of Brahmanahood, and let it always set its heart upon righteousness. The ascetic Kayavana, thus solicited, granted the king's prayer, and bidding farewell to the monarch, set out on his intended tour to the sacred waters. I have now told thee everything, O Bharata, relating to thy questions, viz., how the Brigas and the Kusikas became connected with each other by marriage. Indeed, O king, everything fell out as the Rishi Kayavana had said. The birth of Rama, of Briga's race, and of Viswamitra, of Kusika's race, happened in the way that Kayavana had indicated. Section VI. Yudhishthira said, hearing thy words I become stupefied, O grandsire. Reflecting that the earth is now destitute of a very large number of kings, all of whom were possessed of great prosperity, my heart becomes filled with grief. Having conquered the earth and acquired kingdoms numbered by hundreds, O Bharata, I turn with grief, O grandsire, at the thought of the millions of men I have slaughtered. Alas, what will be the plight of those foremost ladies who have been deprived by us of husbands and sons and maternal uncles and brothers? Having slain those Kuras, our kinsmen, that is, our friends and well-wishers, we shall have to sink in hell, heads hanging downwards. There is no doubt of this. I desire, O Bharata, to address my body to severe penances. With that end in view, O king, I wish to receive instructions from thee. Vaisampayana continued. The high-souled Bhishma, hearing these words of Yudhishthira, reflected upon them acutely with the aid of his understanding, and addressed Yudhishthira in reply. Bhishma said, Hear what I say unto thee. It is exceedingly wonderful, and constitutes a great mystery. The topic is the object that creatures obtain after death as the rewards of particular acts or courses of conduct they follow. One attains to heaven by penances. By penances one attains to fame. By penances, O puissant king, one attains to length of life and all articles of enjoyment. By penances one attains to knowledge, to science, to health and freedom from disease, beauty of person, prosperity, and blessedness, O chief of Bharata's race. By penances one attains to wealth. By observing the vow of taciturnity one succeeds in bringing the whole world under one's sway. By making gifts one acquires all kinds of enjoyable articles. By observing the rite of diksha one acquires birth in a good and high family. Those that spend their lives subsisting only upon fruits and roots, and avoiding cooked food, succeed in obtaining kingdom and sovereignty. Those that live upon the leaves of plants and trees as their food succeed in attaining to heaven. One that subsists upon water only attains to heaven. By making gifts one simply increases one's wealth. By serving with reverence one's preceptor one acquires learning. By performing radhas every day in honor of one's Pitras, Manis, one acquires a large number of children. By observing diksha upon proverbs and vegetables, one acquires a large number of kine. Those that subsist upon grass and straw succeed in attaining to heaven. By bathing thrice every day with the necessary rites, one acquires a large number of spouses. By drinking water alone, one acquires residence in the regions of Prajapati. The Brahmana, who bathes every day and recites sacred mantras in the twilights, becomes possessed of the status of Daksha himself. By worshipping the deities in a wilderness or desert, one acquires a kingdom or sovereignty, and by observing the vow of casting off the body by a long fast, one ascends to heaven. One possessed of the wealth of penances and always passing his days in yoga obtains good beds and seats and vehicles. Casting off the body by entering a blazing fire, one becomes an object of reverence in the region of Brahman. Those that lie on the hard and bare ground acquire houses and beds. Those that clothe themselves in rags and barks obtain good robes and ornaments. By avoiding the several agreeable tastes, one succeeds in acquiring great prosperity. By abstaining from meat and fish, one gets long-lived children. One who passes some time in that mode of life which is called Judavasa, becomes the very Lord of heaven. The man who speaks the truth, O best of men, succeeds in sporting happily with the deities themselves. By making gifts one acquires great fame in consequence of one's high achievements. By abstention from cruelty one acquires health and freedom from disease. By serving Brahmanas with reverence one attains to kingdom and sovereignty, and the high status of a Brahmana. By making gifts of water and other drinks, one acquires eternal fame in consequence of high achievements. By making gifts of food one acquires diverse articles of enjoyment. One who gives peace unto all creatures, by refraining from doing them any injury, becomes freed from every region. By serving the deities one obtains a kingdom and celestial beauty. By presenting lights at places which are dark and frequented by men, one acquires a good vision. By giving away good and beautiful objects one acquires a good memory and understanding. By giving away scents and garlands, one acquires fame that spreads over a large area. Those who abstain from shaving off their hair and beard succeed in obtaining excellent children. By observing fasts and diksha and baths, O Bharata, for 12 years, according to the ordinance, one acquires a region that is superior to that attainable by unreturning heroes. By bestowing one's daughter on an eligible bridegroom according to the Brahma form, one obtains, O best of men, male and female slaves and ornaments and fields and houses. By performing sacrifices and observing fasts, one ascends to heaven, O Bharata. The man who gives away fruits and flowers succeeds in acquiring auspicious knowledge. The man who gives 1,000 kine with horns adorned with gold succeeds in acquiring heaven. Even this has been said by the very deities in a conclave in heaven. One who gives away a couple cow with her calf, with a brazen pot of milking with horns adorned with gold, and possessed of diverse other accomplishments, obtains the fruition of all his wishes from that cow. Such a person, in consequence of that act of gift, resides in heaven for as many years as there are hairs on the body of the cow, and rescues in the next world, from the misery of hell, his sons and grandsons and all his race to the 7th degree. 314. The regions of the Vasas become attainable to that man who gives away a cow with horns beautifully decorated with gold, accompanied with a brazen jar for milking, along with a piece of cloth embroidered with gold, a measure of sesame and a sum of money as dakshina. A gift of kind rescues the giver in the next world when he finds himself falling into the deep darkness of hell and restrained by his own acts in this world, like a boat with sails that have caught the air, rescuing a person from being drowned in the sea. He who bestows a daughter according to the Brahma form upon an eligible person, or who makes a gift of land unto a Brahmana, or who gives food to a Brahmana according to due rites, succeeds in attaining to the region of Purandara. That man who makes a gift of a house, equipped with every kind of furniture, unto a Brahmana given to Vedic studies and possessed of every accomplishment and good behavior, acquires residence in the country of the Uttara Kuras. By making gifts of draft bullocks, a person acquires the region of the Vasas. Gifts of gold lead to heaven. Gifts of pure gold lead to greater merit still. By making a gift of an umbrella, one acquires a palatial mansion. By making a gift of a pair of sandals or shoes, one acquires good vehicles. The reward attached to a gift of cloths is personal beauty, and by making gifts of scents, one becomes a fragrant person in one's next life. One who gives flowers and fruits and plants and trees unto a Brahmana acquires, without any labor, palatial mansion equipped with beautiful women and full of plenty of wealth. The giver of food and drink of different tastes and of other articles of enjoyment succeeds in acquiring a copious supply of such articles. The giver, again, of houses and cloths gets articles of a similar kind. There is no doubt about it. That person who makes gifts of garlands and incense and scents and unguents and the articles needed by men after a bath, and floral wreaths, unto brahmanas, becomes freed from every disease and possessed of personal beauty, sports enjoy in the region reserved for great kings. The man, O king, who makes unto a brahmana the gift of a house that is stored with grain, furnished with beds full of much wealth, auspicious and delightful, acquires a palatial residence. He who gives unto a brahmana a good bed perfumed with fragrant scents, overlaid with an excellent sheet, and equipped with pillows, wins without any effort on his part a beautiful wife, belonging to a high family and of agreeable manners. The man who takes to the hero's bed in the field of battle becomes the equal of the grandsire Brahman himself. There is no end higher than this. Even this is what the great rishis have declared. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of his grandfather, Yudhishthira, the delighter of the Kuras, became desirous of the end that is reserved for heroes and no longer expressed any disgust at leading a householder's mode of life. Then, O foremost of men, Yudhishthira, addressing all the other sons of Pandu, said unto them, let the words which our grandfather has said command your faith. At this, all the Pandavas, with the famous Draupadi amongst them, applauded the words of Yudhishthira and said, yes. Section VI. Yudhishthira said, I desire, O chief of the Bharatas, to hear from thee what the rewards are which are attached, O best of the Kuras, to the planting of trees and the digging of tanks. Bhishma said, a piece of land that is agreeable to the sight, fertile, situate in the midst of delightful scenes adorned with diverse kinds of metals, and inhabited by all sorts of creatures, is regarded as the foremost of sports. A particular portion of such land should be selected for digging a tank. I shall tell thee, in due order, about the different kinds of tanks. I shall also tell thee what the merits also are that attach to the digging of tanks, with the view of drawing water for the benefit of all creatures. The man who causes a tank to be dug becomes entitled to the respect and worship of the three worlds. A tank full of water is as agreeable and beneficial as the house of a friend. It is gratifying to Surya himself. It also contributes to growth to the deities. It is the foremost of all things that lead to fame, with respect to the person who causes it to be excavated. The wise have said that the excavation of a tank contributes to the aggregate of three, righteousness, wealth and pleasure. A tank is said to be properly excavated if it is made on a piece of land that is inhabited by respectable persons. A tank is said to be subservient to all the four purposes of living creatures. Tanks, again, are regarded as constituting the excellent beauty of a country. The deities and human beings and Gandharvas and Pitras and Uragas and Rakshasas and even immobile beings, all resort to a tank full of water as their refuge. I shall, therefore, tell thee what the merits are that have been said by great rishis to be attached to tanks, and what the rewards are that are attainable by persons that cause them to be excavated. The wise have said that that man reaps the merit of an Agnihotra sacrifice in whose tank water is held in the season of the rains. The higher reward in the world that is reaped by the person who makes a gift of 1,000 kine is won by that man in whose tank water is held in the season of autumn. The person in whose tank water occurs in the cold season acquires the merit of one who performs a sacrifice with plentiful gifts of gold. That person in whose tank's water occurs in the season of dew wins, the wise have said, the merits of an Agnishtoma sacrifice. That man in whose well-made tank water occurs in the season of spring acquires the merit of the Uttarattara sacrifice. That man in whose tank water occurs in the season of summer acquires, the rishis say, the merits that attach to a horse sacrifice. That man rescues all his race in whose tank kine are seen to allay their thirst and from which righteous men draw their water. that man in whose tank kind slake their thirst, as also other animals and birds, and human beings, acquires the merits of a horse sacrifice. Whatever measure of water is drunk from one's tank, and whatever measure is taken therefrom by others for purposes of bathing, all become stored for the benefit of the excavator of the tank, and he enjoys the same for unending days in the next world. Water, especially in the other world, is difficult to obtain, O son. A gift of drink produces eternal happiness. Make gifts of sesame here. Make gifts of water. Do thou also give lamps, for lighting dark places, while alive and awake, do thou sport in happiness with kinsmen. These are acts which thou shalt not be able to achieve in the other world. 315. The gift of drink, O chief of men, is superior to every other gift. In point of merit it is distinguished above all other gifts. Therefore, do thou make gifts of water. Even thus have the rishis declared what the high merits of the excavation of tanks are. I shall now discourse to thee on the planting of trees. Of immobile objects 6 classes have been spoken of. They are rikshas, gulmas, litters, vallis, twaxaras, and driners of diverse kinds. 316. These are the several kinds of vegetables. Listen now to the merit that attaches to their planting. By planting trees one acquires fame in the world of men and auspicious rewards in the world hereafter. Such a man is applauded and reverenced in the world of the Pitris. Such a man's name does not perish even when he becomes a citizen of the world of deities. The man who plants trees rescues the ancestors and descendants of both his paternal and maternal lines. Do thou, therefore, plant trees, O Yudhishthira. The trees that a man plants become the planter's children. There is no doubt about this. Departing from this world, such a man ascends to heaven. Verily many eternal regions of bliss become his. Trees gratify the deities by their flowers, the Pitris by their fruits, and all guests and strangers by the shadow they give. Kinnaras and Uragas and Rakshasas and deities and Gandharvas and human beings, as also rishis, all have recourse to trees as the refuge. Trees that bear flowers and fruits gratify all men. The planter of trees is rescued in the next world by the trees he plants, like children rescuing their own father. Therefore, the man that is desirous of achieving his own good should plant trees by the side of tanks and cherish them like his own children. The trees that a man plants are, according to both reason and the scriptures, the children of the planter. That Brahmana who excavates a tank, and he that plants trees, and he that performs sacrifices, are all worshipped in heaven even as men that are devoted to truthfulness of speech. Hence one should cause tanks to be excavated and trees to be planted, worship the deities in diverse sacrifices, and speak the truth. Section Licks. Yudhishthira said, amongst all those gifts that are mentioned in the treatises other than the Vedas, which gift, O chief of Kuru's race, is the most distinguished in thy opinion? O puissant one, great is the curiosity I feel with respect to this matter. Do thou discourse to me also of that gift which follows the giver into the next world. 317. Bhishma said, an assurance unto all creatures of love and affection and abstention from every kind of injury, acts of kindness and favour done to a person in distress, gifts of articles made unto one that solicits with thirst and agreeable to the solicitor's wishes, and whatever gifts are made without the giver's ever thinking of them as gifts made by him, constitute, O chief of Bharata's race, the highest and best of gifts. Gift of gold, gift of kine, and gift of earth, these are regarded as sin-cleansing. They rescue the giver from his evil acts. O chief of men, do thou always make such gifts unto those that are righteous. Without doubt, gifts rescue the giver from all his sins. That person who wishes to make his gifts eternal should always give unto persons possessed of the requisite qualifications whatever articles are desired by all and whatever things are the best in his house. The man who makes gifts of agreeable things and who does to others what is agreeable to others always succeeds in obtaining things that are agreeable to himself. Such a person certainly becomes agreeable unto all, both here and hereafter. That man, O Yudhishthira, is a cruel wretch, who, through vanity, does not, to the extent of his means, attend to the wishes of one who is poor and helpless, and who solicits assistance. 318. He is verily the foremost of men who shows favour unto even an helpless enemy fallen into distress when such enemy presents himself and prays for help. No man is equal to him, in merit, who satisfies the hunger of a person that is emaciated, possessed of learning, destitute of the means of support, and weakened by misery. One shall always, O son of Kunti, dispel by every means in one's power the distress of righteous persons observant of vows and acts, who, though destitute of sons and spouses and plunged into misery, do not yet solicit others for any kind of assistance. Those persons who do not utter blessings upon the deities and men, in expectation of gifts, who are deserving of reverence and always contented, and who subsist upon such alms as they get without solicitation of any kind, are regarded as veritable snakes of virulent poison. Do thou, O Bharata, always protect thyself from them by making gifts unto them. They are competent to make the foremost of Ritvikas. Thou art to find them out by means of thy spies and agents. 319. Thou shouldst honour those men by gifts of good houses equipped with every necessary article, with slaves and serving men, with good robes and vestments, O son of Kuru, and with all articles competent to contribute to one's pleasure and happiness. Righteous men of righteous deeds should make such gifts, impelled by the motive that it is their duty to act in that way and not from desire of reaping any rewards therefrom. Verily good men should act in this way so that the virtuous men described above might not, O Yudhishthira, feel any disinclination to accept those gifts sanctified by devotion and faith. There are persons bathed in learning and bathed in vows. Without depending upon anybody they obtain their means of subsistence. These Brahmanas of rigid vows are devoted to Vedic study and penances without proclaiming their practices to anyone. Whatever gifts thou mayst make unto those persons of pure behaviour, of thorough mastery over their senses, and always contented with their own wedded spouses in the matter of desire, are sure to win for thee a merit that will accompany thee into all the worlds into which thou mayst go. One reaps the same merit by making gifts unto regenerate persons of restrained souls which one wins by properly pouring libations unto the sacred fire morning and evening. Even this is the sacrifice spread out for thee, a sacrifice that is sanctified by devotion and faith, and that is endued with dakshina. It is distinguished above all other sacrifices. Let that sacrifice ceaselessly flow from thee as thou givest away. 320. Performed in a view of such men, O Yudhishthira, a sacrifice in which the water that is sprinkled for dedicating gifts constitutes the oblations in honour of the Pitris, and devotion and worship rendered unto such superior men, serves to free one of the debts one owes to the deities. 321. Those persons that do not yield to wrath and that never desire to take even a blade of grass belonging to others, as also they that are of agreeable speech, deserve to receive from us the most reverent worship. Such persons and others, because free from desire, never pay their regards to the giver, nor do they strive for obtaining gifts. They should, however, be cherished by givers as they cherish their own sons. I bend my head unto them. From them also both heaven and hell may become ones. 322. Ritwiks and Purohitas and preceptors, when conversant with the Vedas and when behaving mildly towards disciples, become such. Without doubt, Kshatriya energy loses its force upon the Brahmana when it encounters him. Thinking that thou art a king, that thou art possessed of great power, and that thou hast affluence, do not, O Yudhishthira, enjoy thy affluence without giving anything unto the Brahmanas. Observing the duties of thy own order, do thou worship the Brahmanas with whatever wealth thou hast, O sinless one, for purposes of adornment or sustaining thy power. Let the Brahmanas live in whatever way they like. Thou shouldst always bend thy head unto them with reverence. Let them always rejoice in thee as thy children, living happily and according to their wishes. Who else than thou, O best of the Kuras, is competent to provide the means of subsistence for such Brahmanas as are endued with eternal contentment as are thy well-wishers, and as are gratified by only a little. As women have one eternal duty in this world, viz., dependence upon and obedient service to their husbands, and as such duty constitutes their only end, even so is the service to Brahmanas our eternal duty and end. If, at sight of cruelties and other sinful acts in Kshatriyas, the Brahmanas, O son, unhonoured by us, forsake us all, I say, of what use would life be to us, in the absence of all contact with the Brahmanas, especially as we shall then have to drag on our existence without being able to study the Vedas, to perform sacrifices, to hope for worlds of bliss hereafter, and to achieve great feats? I shall, in this connection, tell thee what the eternal usage is. In days of yore, O king, the Kshatriyas used to serve the Brahmanas. The Vaisya in a similar manner used in those days to worship the royal order, and the Sudra to worship the Vaisya. Even this is what is heard. The Brahmana was like a blazing fire. Without being able to touch him or approach his presence, the Sudra used to serve the Brahmana from a distance. It was only the Kshatriya and the Vaisya who could serve the Brahmana by touching his person or approaching his presence. The Brahmanas are endued with a mild disposition. They are truthful in behavior. They are followers of the true religion. When angry, they are like snakes of virulent poison. Such being their nature, do thou, O Yudhishthira, serve and attend upon them with obedience and reverence. The Brahmanas are superior to even those that are higher than the higher below. The energy and penances of even those Kshatriyas who blaze forth with energy and might become powerless and neutralized when they come in contact with the Brahmanas. My sire himself is not dearer to me than the Brahmanas. My mother is not dearer to me than they. My grandsire, O king, is not dearer. My own self is not dearer. My life itself is not dearer, O king, to me than the Brahmanas. On earth there is nothing, O Yudhishthira, that is dearer to me than thou. But, O chief of Bharata's race, the Brahmanas are dearer to me than even thou. I tell thee truly, O son of Pandu. I swear by this truth, by which I hope to acquire all those regions of bliss that have been Santanu's. I behold those sacred regions with Brahma shining conspicuously before them. I shall repair thither, O son, and reside in them for unending days. Beholding these regions, O best of the Bharatas, with my spiritual eyes, I am filled with delight at the thought of all these acts which I have done in aid and honor of the Brahmanas, O monarch. Section LX. Yudhishthira said, unto which of two Brahmanas, when both happen to be equally pure in behavior, equally possessed of learning and purity, of birth and blood, but differing from each other in only this, viz., the one solicits and the other does not, I ask, O grandsire, unto which of these two would a gift be more meritorious? Bhishma said, it has been said, O son of Pritha, that a gift made unto an unsoliciting person is productive of greater merit than one made to a person who solicits. One possessed of contentment is certainly more deserving than that person who is destitute of that virtue and is, therefore, helpless amidst the storms and buffets of the world. The firmness of a kshatriya consists in the protection he gives to others. The firmness of a brahmana consists in his refusal to solicit. The brahmana possessed of steadiness and learning and contentment gladdens the deities. The wise have said that an act of solicitation on the part of the poor man is a great reproach. Those persons that solicit others are said to annoy the world like thieves and robbers. 323. The person who solicits is said to meet with death. The giver, however, is said not to meet with death. The giver is said to grant life unto him who solicits. By an act of gift, O Yudhishthira, the giver is said to rescue his own self also. Compassion is a very high virtue. Let people make gift from compassion unto those that solicit. Those, however, that do not beg, but are plunged into poverty and distress should be respectfully invited to receive assistance. If such brahmanas, who must be regarded as the foremost of their order, live in thy kingdom, thou shouldst regard them as fire covered with ashes. Blazing with penances, they are capable of consuming the whole earth. Such persons, O son of Kuru's race, though not generally worshipped, should still be regarded as deserving of worship in every way. Endued with knowledge and spiritual vision and penances and yoga, such persons always deserve our worship. O scorcher of foes, do thou always offer worship unto such brahmanas. One should repair of one's own accord unto those foremost of brahmanas that do not solicit anybody and make unto them gifts of diverse kinds of wealth in abundance. The merit that flows from properly pouring libations into the sacred fire every morning and evening is won by the person who makes gifts unto a brahmana endued with learning, with the Vedas and with high and excellent vows. Thou shouldst, O son of Kunti, invite those foremost of brahmanas who are cleansed by learning and the Vedas and vows, who live in independence, whose Vedic studies and penances are hidden without being proclaimed from the housetop, and who are observant of excellent vows, and honour them with gifts of well-constructed and delightful houses equipped with servitors and robes and furniture, and with all other articles of pleasure and enjoyment. Conversant with all duties and possessed of minute vision, those foremost of brahmanas, O Yudhishthira, may accept the gifts offered to them with devotion and respect, thinking that they should not refuse and disappoint the giver. Thou shouldst invite those brahmanas whose wives wait for their return like dillers in expectation of rain. Having fed them well, thou shouldst make gifts of additional food unto them so that upon their return home their expectant wives might be able to distribute that food among their children that had clamoured for food but that had been pacified with promises. Brahmakarins of restrained senses, O son, by eating at one's house in the forenoon, cause the 3 sacrificial fires to be gratified with the householder at whose house they eat. Let the sacrifice of gift proceed in thy house at midday, O son, and do thou also give away kine and gold and robes unto thy guests after feeding them well. By conducting thyself in this way, thou art sure to gratify the chief of the celestials himself. That would constitute thy 3rd sacrifice, O Yudhishthira, in which offerings are made unto the deities, the Pitras, and the Brahmanas. By such sacrifice thou art sure to gratify the Viswadevas. Let compassion unto all creatures, giving unto all creatures what is due unto them, restraining the senses, renunciation, steadiness, and truth, constitute the final bath of that sacrifice which is constituted by gift. Even this is the sacrifice that is spread out for thee, a sacrifice that is sanctified by devotion and faith, and that has a large dakshina attached to it. This sacrifice, which is constituted by gift, is distinguished above all other sacrifices. O son, let this sacrifice be always performed by thee. Section LXI. Yudhishthira said, I wish to know in detail, O Bharata, where one meets with the high rewards of gifts and sacrifices. Are those rewards earned here or are they to come hereafter? Which amongst these two, viz., gift and sacrifice, is said to be productive of superior merit? And to whom should gifts be made? In what manner are gifts and sacrifices to be made? When also are they to be made? I ask thee all these, O learned sire. Do thou discourse to me on the duty of gifts. Do tell me, O grandsire, what leads to the highest reward, viz., gifts made from the sacrificial platform or those made out of that place. 324. Bhishma said, O son, a kshatriya is generally employed in deeds of fierceness. In his case, sacrifices and gifts are regarded as cleansing or sanctifying him. They that are good and righteous do not accept the gifts of persons of the royal order who are given to sinful acts. For this reason, the king should perform sacrifices with abundant gifts in the form of dakshina. 325. If the good and righteous would accept the gifts made unto them, the kshatriya, O monarch, should incessantly make gifts with devotion and faith unto them. Gifts are productive of great merit, and are highly cleansing. Observant of vows, one should perform sacrifices and gratify with wealth such brahmanas as are friends of all creatures, possessed of righteousness, conversant with the Vedas, and pre-eminent for acts, conduct, and penances. If such brahmanas do not accept thy gifts, no merit becomes thine. Do thou perform sacrifices with copious dakshina, and make gifts of good and agreeable food unto those that are righteous. By making an act of gift thou shouldst regard thyself as performing a sacrifice. Thou shouldst with gifts adore those brahmanas who perform sacrifices. By doing this thou wilt acquire a share in the merits of those sacrifices of theirs. Thou shouldst support such brahmanas as are possessed of children and as are capable of sending people to heaven. By conducting thyself in this way thou art sure to get a large progeny, in fact as large a progeny as the Prajapati himself. They that are righteous support and advance the cause of all righteous acts. One should, by giving up one's all, support such men, as also those that do good unto all creatures. Thyself being in the enjoyment of affluence, do thou, O Yudhishthira, make unto brahmanas gifts of kine and bullocks and food and umbrellas, and robes and sandals or shoes. Do thou give unto sacrificing brahmanas clarified butter, as also food and cars and vehicles with horses harnessed thereto, and dwelling houses and mansions and beds. Such gifts are fraught with prosperity and affluence to the giver, and are regarded as pure, O Bharata. Those brahmanas that are not censurable for anything they do, and that have no means of support assigned to them, should be searched out. Covertly or publicly do thou cherish such brahmanas by assigning them the means of support. Such conduct always confers higher benefit upon kshatriyas than the rajasuya and the horse sacrifices. Cleansing thyself of sin, thou art sure of attaining to heaven. Filling thy treasury thou shouldst do good to thy kingdom. By such conduct thou art sure to win much wealth and become a brahmana in thy next life. Do thou, O Bharata, protect thy own means of support and of doing acts of righteousness, as also the means of other people's subsistence. Do thou support thy servants as thy own children. Do thou, O Bharata, protect the brahmanas in the enjoyment of what they have and make gifts unto them of such articles as they have not. Let thy life be devoted to the purpose of the brahmanas. Let it never be said that thou dost not grant protection to the brahmanas. Much wealth or affluence, when possessed by a brahmana, becomes a source of evil to him. Constant association with affluence and prosperity is certain to fill him with pride and cause him to be stupefied in respect of his true duties. If the brahmanas become stupefied and steeped in folly, righteousness and duties are sure to suffer destruction. Without doubt, if righteousness and duty come to an end, it will lead to the destruction of all creatures. That king who, having amassed wealth, makes it over, for safe keep, to his treasury officers and guards, and then commences again to plunder his kingdom, saying unto his officers, Do ye bring me as much wealth as you can extort from the kingdom, and who spends the wealth that is thus collected at his command under circumstances of fear and cruelty, in the performance of sacrifices, should know that those sacrifices of his are never applauded by the righteous. The king should perform sacrifices with such wealth as is willingly paid into his treasury by prosperous and unpersecuted subjects. Sacrifices should never be performed with wealth acquired by severity and extortion. The king should then perform great sacrifices with large presents in the shape of dakshina, when in consequence of his being devoted to the good of his subjects, the latter bathe him with copious showers of wealth brought willingly by them for the purpose. The king should protect the wealth of those that are old, of those that are minors, of those that are blind, and of those that are otherwise disqualified. The king should never take any wealth from his people, if they, in a season of drought, succeed in growing any corn with the aid of water obtained from wells. Nor should he take any wealth from weeping women. 326. The wealth taken from the poor and the helpless is sure to destroy the kingdom and the prosperity of the king. The king should always make unto the righteous gifts of all enjoyable articles in abundance. He should certainly dispel the fear of famishing which those men may have. 327. There are no men more sinful than those upon whose food children look with wistfulness without being able to eat them duly. If within thy kingdom any learned Brahmana languishes with hunger like any of those children, thou shalt then incur the sin of feticide for having allowed such an act. King Sivi himself had said this, viz., Fie on that king in whose kingdom a Brahmana or even any other man languishes from hunger. That kingdom in which a Brahmana of the Snataka class languishes with hunger becomes overwhelmed with adversity. Such a kingdom with its king also incurs reproach. That king is more dead than alive in whose kingdom women are easily abducted from the midst of husbands and sons. Uttering cries and groans of indignation and grief, the subjects should arm themselves to slay that king who does not protect them, who simply plunders their wealth, who confounds all distinctions, who is ever incapable of taking their lead, who is without compassion, and who is regarded as the most sinful of kings. That king who tells his people that he is their protector but who does not or is unable to protect them, should be slain by his combined subjects, like a dog that is affected with the rabies and has become mad. A fourth part of whatever sins are committed by the subjects clings to that king who does not protect, O Bharata. Some authorities say that the whole of those sins is taken by such a king. Others are of opinion that a half thereof becomes his. Bearing in mind, however, the declaration of Manu, it is our opinion that a fourth part of such sins becomes the unprotecting king's. That king, O Bharata, who grants protection to his subjects obtains a fourth part of whatever merits his subjects acquire living under his protection. Do thou, O Yudhishthira, act in such a way that all thy subjects may seek thee as their refuge as long as thou art alive, even as all creatures seek the refuge of the deity of rain, or even as the winged denizens of the air seek the refuge of a large tree. Let all thy kinsmen and all thy friends and well-wishers, O scorcher of foes, seek thee as their refuge, even as the Rakshasas seek Kuvera or the deities seek Indra as theirs. Section Ci. Yudhishthira said, People accept with affection the declarations of the Srutis which say, this is to be given, this other thing is to be given. As regards kings, again, they make gifts of various things unto various men. What, however, O grandsire, is the best or foremost of all gifts? Bhishma said, "Of all kinds of gifts, the gift of earth has been said to be the first, in point of merit. Earth is immovable and indestructible. It is capable of yielding unto him who owns it all the best things upon which his heart may be set. It yields robes and vestments, jewels and gems, animals, paddy and barley. Amongst all creatures, the giver of earth grows in prosperity forever and ever. As long as the earth lasts, so long does the giver thereof grow in prosperity. There is no gift that is higher, O Yudhishthira, than the gift of earth. It hath been heard by us that all men have given a little quantity of earth. All men have made gifts of earth, hence all men enjoy a little of earth. Whether in this or in the next world, all creatures live under conditions dependent upon their own acts. Earth is prosperity's self. She is a mighty goddess. She makes him her lord in next life, who makes gifts of her in this life to other people. That person, O best of kings, who gives away earth, which is indestructible, as Dakshina, becomes born in next life as a man and becomes also a lord of earth. The measure of one's enjoyment in this life is commensurate with the measure of one's gifts in a previous life. Even this is the conclusion to which the scriptures point. For a kshatriya should either give away the earth in gift or cast off his life in battle. Even this constitutes the highest source of prosperity with regard to kshatriyas. It has been heard by us that earth, when given away, cleanses and sanctifies the giver. The man that is of sinful behavior, that is guilty of even the slaughter of a brahmana and of falsehood, is cleansed by a gift of earth. Indeed, such a gift rescues even such a sinner from all his sins. The righteous accept gifts of earth only and no other thing from kings that are sinful. Like one's mother, earth, when given away, cleanses the giver and the taker. This is an eternal and secret name of earth, viz. Priyadatta. 328. Given away or accepted in gift, the name that is dear to her is Priyadatta. The gift of earth is desirable. That king who makes a gift of earth unto a learned brahmana, obtains from that gift a kingdom. Upon rebirth in this world, such a man without doubt attains to a position that is equal to that of a king. Hence a king, as soon as he gets earth, should make gifts of earth unto the brahmanas. None but a lord of earth is competent to make gifts of earth. Nor should one that is not a deserving person accept a gift of earth. They who desire earth should, without doubt, conduct themselves in this way, that is, make gifts of earth. That person who takes away earth belonging to a righteous person never gets any earth. By making gifts of earth unto the righteous, one gets good earth. Of virtuous soul, such a giver acquires great fame both here and hereafter. That righteous king respecting whom the brahmanas say, "We live on earth given to us by him," is such that his very enemies cannot utter the least reproach respecting his kingdom. 329. Whatever sins a man commits from want of the means of support, are all washed off by gift of only so much earth as is covered by a cowhide. Those kings that are mean in their acts or are of fierce deeds, should be taught that gift of earth is exceedingly cleansing and is at the same time the highest gift, in respect of merit. The ancients thought that there was always very little difference between a man who performs a horse sacrifice and him that makes a gift of earth unto one that is righteous. The learned doubt the acquisition of merit by doing all other acts of righteousness. The only act with respect to which they do not entertain doubt is the gift of earth, which, indeed, is the foremost of all gifts. The man of wisdom who makes gifts of earth gives away all these, viz., gold, silver, cloth, gems and pearls and precious stones. Penances, sacrifice, Vedic law, good behavior, absence of cupidity, firmness and truth, worship of seniors, preceptors, and the deities, all these dwell in him who makes a gift of earth. They who ascend to the region of Brahman by leaving off their lives in battle, after having fought without any regard for themselves to secure benefit to their masters, even they are unable to transcend the merit of those that make gifts of earth. As the mother always nourishes her own child with milk from her breast, even so doth the earth gratify with all the tastes the person that makes a gift of earth. Written, the king Gara, Danda, Yama, fire, who is possessed of great fierceness, and all heinous and terrible sins are incapable of touching the person that makes a gift of earth. That man of tranquil soul who makes a gift of earth gratifies, by that act, the Baitres dwelling in their own region and the deities also hailing from the region that is theirs. The man who makes a gift of earth unto one that is emaciated and cheerless and destitute of the means of life and languishing with weakness, and who thereby supplies one with the means of subsistence, becomes entitled to the honor and merit of performing a sacrifice. Even as an affectionate cow runs towards her calf, with full udders dropping milk, the highly blessed earth after the same manner runs towards the person who makes a gift of earth. That man who makes unto a Brahman a gift of earth which has been tilled, or sown with seeds, or which contains standing crops, or a mansion well equipped with every necessary, succeeds in becoming, in next life, the accomplisher of the wishes of everybody. The man who causes a Brahmana possessed of the means of life, owning a domestic fire and of pure vows and practices, to accept a gift of earth, never falls into any danger or distress. As the moon waxes day by day, even so the merit of a gift of earth becomes enhanced every time such earth produces crops. Those conversant with ancient history sing this verse in connection with a gift of earth. Hearing that verse, Jamadani's son, Rama, gave away the whole earth unto Kasyapa. The verse to which I refer is this: receive me in gift. Give me away. By giving me away, thou, O giver, shall obtain me again. That which is given away in this life is reacquired in the next. 330. That Brahmana who recites this high declaration of the Vedas at the time of a Sraddha attains to the highest reward. A gift of earth is a high expiation for the sin of those puissant men who betake themselves to atharvan rites for doing injuries to others. Indeed, by making a gift of earth one rescues 10 generations of one's paternal and maternal race. That person who is even conversant with this Vedic declaration respecting the merits of a gift of earth, succeeds in rescuing 10 generations of both his paternal and maternal families. The earth is the original source of all creatures, for it is from earth that all creatures derive their sustenance. It has been said that the deity of fire is the presiding genius of the earth. After the coronation ceremony has been performed of a king, this Vedic declaration should be recited to him, so that he may make gifts of earth and may never take away earth from a righteous person. Without doubt, the entire wealth owned by the king belongs to the Brahmanas. A king well conversant with the science of duty and morality is the first requisite of the kingdom's prosperity. Those people whose king is unrighteous and atheistic in conduct and belief can never be happy. Such people can never sleep or wake in peace. In consequence of his acts of wickedness, his subjects become always filled with anxiety. Protection of what the subjects already have and new acquisitions according to lawful means are incidents that are not noticeable in the kingdom of such a ruler. Those people, again, who have a wise and righteous king, sleep happily and wake up in happiness. Through the blessed and righteous acts of such a king, his subjects become freed from anxiety. The subjects, restrained from wicked acts, grow in prosperity through their own conduct. Capable of retaining what they have, they go on making new acquisitions. That king who makes gifts of earth is regarded as well-born. He is regarded as a man. He is a friend. He is righteous in his acts. He is a giver. He is regarded as possessing prowess. Those men who make gifts of ample and fertile earth unto Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas always shine in the world. in consequence of their energy, like so many suns. As seeds scattered on the soil grow and return a goodly crop, even so all one's wishes become crowned with fruition in consequence of one's making gifts of earth. Aditya and Varuna and Vishnu and Brahman and Soma and Hutasana, and the illustrious and trident-bearing Mahadeva, all applaud the man that makes a gift of earth. Living creatures spring into life from the earth, and it is into the earth that they become merged when they disappear. Living creatures which are distributed into 4 classes, that is, viviparous, oviparous, filth-born, and vegetables, have earth for their constituent essence. The earth is both the mother and father of the universe of creatures, O monarch. There is no element, O ruler of men, that can compare with earth. In this connection is cited the old narrative of a discourse between the celestial preceptive Brihaspati and Indra, the ruler of heaven, O Yudhishthira. Having adored Vishnu in 100 sacrifices, each of which was distinguished by plentiful gifts as dakshina, Bhagavat put this question to Brihaspati, that foremost of all eloquent persons. Bhagavat said, O illustrious one, by what gift does one succeed in coming to heaven and attaining to beatitude? O foremost of speakers, do thou tell me of that gift which is productive of high and inexhaustible merit. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by the chief of the celestials, the preceptor of the deities, viz., Brihaspati of great energy, said these words in reply unto him of 100 sacrifices. Endued as he is with the merits that attach to the gift of earth, the region of felicity reserved for the person who makes gift of such earth as is auspicious and rich with every taste, never become exhausted. 331. That king, O Sakra, who desires to have prosperity and who wishes to win happiness for himself, should always make gifts of earth, with due rites, and to deserving persons. If after committing numerous sins a person makes gifts of earth unto members of the regenerate class, he casts off all those sins like a snake casting off its slough. The person that makes a gift of earth is said to make gifts of everything, that is, of seas and rivers and mountains and forests. By making a gift of earth, the person is said to give away lakes and tanks and wells and streams. In consequence of the moisture of earth, one is said to give away articles of diverse tastes by making a gift of earth. The man who makes a gift of earth is regarded as giving away herbs and plants possessed of high and efficacious virtues, trees adorned with flowers and fruit, delightful woods, and hillocks. The merit that a person acquires by making a gift of earth is incapable of being acquired by the performance of even such great sacrifices as the Agnishtoma and others with plentiful gifts in the shape of dakshina. The giver of earth, it has been already said, rescues 10 generations of both his paternal and maternal races. Similarly, by taking away earth that was given away, one hurls oneself into hell and casts 10 generations of both one's paternal and maternal lines into the same place of misery. That man who having promised to make a gift of earth does not actually make it, or who having made a gift takes it back, has to pass a long time in great misery in consequence of being tied with the noose of Varuna at the command of death. Those men have never to go to Yama who honor and worship those foremost of Brahmanas that pour libations every day on the domestic fire, that are always engaged in the performance of sacrifices, that have scanty means of livelihood, and that receive with hospitality every guest seeking shelter in their abodes. The king, O Purandara, should free himself from the debt he owes to the Brahmanas and protect the helpless and the weak belonging to the other orders. The king should never resume, O chief of the deities, earth that has been given away by another unto a Brahmana, O ruler of the celestials, that is destitute of the means of life. 332. the tears that would fall from the eyes of such cheerless and destitute Brahmanas in consequence of their lands being taken back are capable of destroying the ancestors and descendants to the third generation of the resumer. That man who succeeds by his endeavors in re-establishing a king driven away from his kingdom, obtains residence in heaven and is much honored by the denizens thereof. That king who succeeds in making gifts of earth with such crops standing thereon as sugarcane or barley or wheat, or with kine and horses and other draught cattle, earth that has been won with the might of the giver's arms, that has mineral wealth in its bowels, and that is covered with every kind of wealth of the surface, wins inexhaustible regions of felicity in the next world, and such a king it is that is said to perform the earth sacrifice. That king who makes a gift of earth becomes washed of every sin and is, therefore, pure and approved of the righteous. In this world he is highly honored and applauded by all righteous men. The merit that attaches to a gift of earth increases every time the earth given away bears crops for the benefit of the owner, even as a drop of oil, falling upon water, is seen to extend on every side, and cover the watery surface. Those heroic kings and ornaments of assemblies who cast off their lives in battle with faces towards the foe, attain, O Sakra, to the region of Brahman. Beautiful damsels skilled in music and dancing and adorned with garlands of celestial flowers, approach, O chief of the deities, the giver of earth as he comes to heaven departing from the earth. That king who makes gifts of earth with due rights unto persons of the regenerate order, sports in bliss in the celestial regions, adorned all the while by the deities and Gandharvas. A century of Apsaras, adorned with celestial garlands, approach, O chief of the deities, the giver of earth as he ascends to the region of Brahman. Flowers of excellent perfumes, an excellent conch and excellent seat, an umbrella and excellent steeds with excellent vehicles, are always ready for the person who makes gifts of earth. By making gifts of earth the king can always command flowers of excellent perfumes and heaps of gold. Possessed of all kinds of wealth, the commands of such a king can never be disobeyed anywhere, and cries of victory hail him wheresoever he may approach. The rewards that attach to gifts of earth consist of residence in heaven, O Purandara, and gold, and flowers, and plants and herbs of medicinal virtue, and kusa and mineral wealth and verdant grass. A person by making a gift of earth acquires in his next life nectar-yielding earth. There is no gift that is equal to a gift of earth. There is no senior worthy of greater respect than the mother. There is no duty higher than truth. There is no wealth more precious than that which is given away. Bhishma continued, hearing these words from the son of Angiras, Vasava made a gift unto him of the whole earth with all her jewels and gems and all her wealth of diverse kinds. If these verses declaring the merit attaching to gifts of earth be recited on the occasion of a sarada, neither Rakshasas nor Asuras can succeed in appropriating any share of the offerings made in it. Without doubt, the offerings one makes unto the Baitrus at such a sarada become inexhaustible. Hence, on occasions of saradas, the man of learning should recite these verses on the subject of the merits that attach to gifts of earth, in the presence and hearing of the invited brahmanas when engaged in eating. I have thus, O chief of the Bharatas, discoursed unto thee of that gift which is the foremost of all gifts. What else dost thou wish to hear? Section XI. Yudhishthira said, when a king becomes desirous of making gifts in this world, what, indeed, are those gifts which he should make, O best of the Bharatas, unto such brahmanas as are possessed of superior accomplishments? What gift is that by which the brahmanas become immediately gratified? What fruits do they bestow in return? O thou of mighty arms, tell me what is the high reward attainable through the merit arising from gifts? What gifts, O king, are productive of rewards both here and hereafter? I desire to hear all this from thee. do thou discourse to me on all this in detail?" Bhishma said, "These very questions were on a former occasion put by me to Narada of celestial appearance. Hear me as I recite to thee what that celestial sage told me in reply." Narada said, "The deities and all the rishis applaud food. The course of the world and the intellectual faculties have all been established on food. There has never been, nor will be any gift that is equal to the gifts of food. Hence, men always desire particularly to make gifts of food. In this world, food is the cause of energy and strength. The life breaths are established on food. It is food that upholds the wide universe, O puissant one. All classes of men, householders and mendicants and ascetics, exist, depending upon food. The life breaths depend upon food. There is no doubt in this. Afflicting, if need be, one's relatives, one that is desirous of one's own prosperity, should make gifts of food unto a high-souled Brahmana or a person of the mendicant order. That man who makes a gift of food unto the accomplished Brahmana who solicits the same, secures for himself in the world to come wealth of great value. The householder who is desirous of his own prosperity should receive with reverence a deserving old man that is spent with toil while proceeding on his way far from home, when such a man honors the householder's abode with his presence. That man who, casting off wrath that overleaps every bound and becoming righteous in disposition and freed from malice, makes gifts of food, is sure to attain to happiness, O king, both here and hereafter. The householder should never disregard the man that comes to his abode, nor should he insult him by sending him away. A gift of food made unto even a chandler or a dog is never lost. That man who makes a gift of clean food unto a person on the way who is toil-worn and unknown to the giver, is sure to acquire great merit. The man who gratifies with gifts of food the Pitris, the deities, the rishis, the brahmanas, and guests arrived at his abode, acquires merit whose measure is very large. That person who, having committed even a heinous sin, makes a gift of food unto one that solicits, or unto a Brahmana, is never stupefied by that heinous sin. A gift of food made unto a Brahmana becomes inexhaustible. One made to a Sudra becomes productive of great merit. Even this is the difference between the merits that attach to gifts of food made unto Brahmanas and Sudras. Solicited by a Brahmana, one should not inquire about his race or conduct or Vedic law. Asked for food, one should give food to him that asks. There is no doubt in this, O king, that he who makes gifts of food obtains both here and hereafter many trees yielding food and every other object of desire. Like tillers expecting auspicious showers of rain, the Pitris always expect that their sons and grandsons would make offerings unto them of food, in Shraddhas. The Brahmana is a great being. When he comes into one's abode and solicits, saying, "Give me," the owner of the abode, whether influenced or not by the desire of acquiring merit, is sure to win great merit by listening to that solicitation. The Brahmana is the guest of all creatures in the universe. He is entitled to the first portion of every food. That house increases in prosperity to which the Brahmanas repair from desire of soliciting alms and from which they return honored in consequence of their desires being fulfilled. The owner of such a house takes birth in his next life in a family, O Bharata, that can command all the comforts and luxuries of life. A man, by making gifts of food in this world, is sure to attain to an excellent place hereafter. He who makes gifts of sweetmeat and all food that is sweet, attains to a residence in heaven where he is honored by all the deities and other denizens. Food constitutes the life breath of men. Everything is established upon food. He who makes gifts of food obtains many animals, as his wealth, many children, considerable wealth, in other shape, and a command in abundance of all articles of comfort and luxurious enjoyment. The giver of food is said to be the giver of life. Indeed, he is said to be the giver of everything. Hence, O king, such a man acquires both strength and beauty of form in this world. If food be given duly unto a Brahmana arrived at the giver's house as a guest, the giver attains to great happiness, and is adored by the very deities. The Brahmana, O Yudhishthira, is a great being. He is also a fertile field. Whatever seed is sown on that field produces an abundant crop of merit. A gift of food is visibly and immediately productive of the happiness of both the giver and the receiver. All other gifts produce fruits that are unseen. Food is the origin of all creatures. From food comes happiness and delight. O Bharata, know that religion and wealth both flow from food. The cure of disease or health also flows from food. In a former kalpa, the Lord of all creatures said that food is Amrita, or the source of immortality. Food is earth, food is heaven, food is the firmament. Everything is established on food. In the absence of food, the 5 elements that constitute the physical organism cease to exist in a state of union. From absence of food, the strength of even the strongest man is seen to fail. Invitations and marriages and sacrifices all cease in the absence of food. The very Vedas disappear when food there is none. Whatever mobile and immobile creatures exist in the universe are dependent on food. Religion and wealth, in the 3 worlds, are all dependent on food. Hence the wise should make gifts of food. The strength, energy, fame and achievements of the man who makes gifts of food constantly increase in the 3 worlds, O king. The Lord of the life breaths, viz., the deity of wind, places above the clouds the water sucked up by the sun. The water thus borne to the clouds is caused by Sakri to be poured upon the earth, O Bharata. The sun, by means of his rays, sucks up the moisture of the earth. The deity of wind causes the moisture to fall down from the sun. Day 333. When the water falls down from the clouds upon the earth, the goddess earth becomes moist, O Bharata. Then do people sow diverse kinds of crops upon whose outturn the universe of creatures depends. It is in the food thus produced that the flesh, fat, bones and vital seed of all beings have their origin. From the vital seed thus originated, O king, spring diverse kinds of living creatures. Agni and Soma, the 2 agents living within the body, create and maintain the vital seed. Thus from food, the sun and the deity of wind and the vital seed spring and act. All these are said to constitute one element or quantity, and it is from these that all creatures spring. That man who gives food unto one who comes into his house and solicits it, is said, O chief of the Bharatas, to contribute both life and energy unto living creatures. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by Narada, O king, I have always made gifts of food. Do thou also, therefore, freed from malice and with a cheerful heart, make gifts of food. By making gifts of food, O king, unto deserving Brahmanas with due rights, thou mayst be sure, O puissant one, of attaining to heaven. Hear me, O monarch, as I tell thee what the regions are that are reserved for those that make gifts of food. The mansions of those high-souled persons shine with resplendence in the regions of heaven, bright as the stars in the firmament, and supported upon many columns, white as the disk of the moon, and adorned with many tinkling bells, and rosy like the newly risen sun. Those palatial abodes are either fixed or movable. Those mansions are filled with hundreds upon hundreds of things and animals that live on land, and as many things and animals living in water. Some of them are endued with the effulgence of lapis lazuli, and some are possessed of the resplendence of the sun. Some of them are made of silver and some of gold. Within those mansions are many trees capable of crowning with fruition every desire of the inmates. Many tanks and roads and halls and wells and lakes occur all around. thousands of conveyances with horses and other animals harnessed thereto and with wheels whose clatter is always loud, may be seen there. Mountains of food and all enjoyable articles and heaps of cloths and ornaments are also to be seen there. Numerous rivers that run milk, and hills of rice and other edibles, may also be seen there. Indeed, many palatial residences looking like white clouds, with many beds of golden splendor, occur in those regions. All these are obtained by those men that make gifts of food in this world. Do thou, therefore, become a giver of food. Verily, these are the regions that are reserved for those high-souled and righteous persons that make gifts of food in this world. For these reasons, men should always make gifts of food in this world. Section Ksif. Yiddish theory said, I have heard the discourse regarding the ordinance about the gift of food. Do thou discourse to me now about the conjunction of the planets and the stars in relation to the subject of making gifts. 334. Bhishma said, in this connection is recited this ancient narrative of the discourse between Devaki and Narada, that foremost of rishis. Once on a time when Narada, of godlike feature and conversant with every duty, arrived at Dwaraka, Devaki asked him this question. And to her that had asked him, the celestial rishi Narada duly answered in the following words. Do thou hear as I recite them? Narada said, by gratifying, O blessed lady, deserving brahmanas with bisa mixed with ghee, under the constellation Kritika one attains to regions of great happiness. 335. Under the constellation Rohini, one should for freeing oneself from the debt one owes to the brahmanas make gift unto them of many handfuls of venison along with rice and ghee and milk, and other kinds of edibles and drinks. One giving away a cow with the calf under the constellation called Somadevata, or Mrigasiras, proceeds from this region of human beings to a region in heaven of great felicity. One undergoing a fast and giving away Krisara mixed with sesame, transcends all difficulties in the next world, including those mountains with rocks sharp as razors. By making gifts, O beautiful lady, of cakes and other food under the constellation Panavasu, one becomes possessed of personal beauty and great fame and takes birth in one's next life in a family in which there is abundance of food. Making a gift of wrought or unwrought gold, under the constellation Pushaya, one shines in effulgence like Soma himself in regions of surrounding gloom. He who makes a gift, under the constellation Azalshaw, of silver or a bull, becomes freed from every fear and attains to great affluence and prosperity. By making a gift, under the constellation Magga, of earthen dishes filled with sesame, one becomes possessed of children and animals in this world and attains to felicity in the next. 336. For making gifts unto brahmanas, under the constellation called Purvafalguni of food mixed with fanita, the giver observing a fast the while, reward is great prosperity both here and hereafter. 337. By making a gift, under the constellation called Uttara Falguni, of ghee and milk with rice called Shashvika, one attains to great honors in heaven. Whatever gifts are made by men under the constellation of Uttara Falguni produce great merit, which, again, becomes inexhaustible. This is very certain. Observing a fast the while, the person that makes, under the constellation Asta, a gift of a car with 4 elephants, attains to regions of great felicity that are capable of granting the fruition of every wish. By making a gift, under the constellation Chitra, of a bull and of the good perfumes, one sports in bliss in regions of Apsaras like the deities sporting in the woods of Nandana. By making gifts of wealth under the constellation Swati, one attains to such excellent regions as one desires and wins besides great fame. By making gifts, under constellation Visakha, of a bull, and a cow that yields a copious measure of milk, a cart full of paddy, with a prasanga for covering the same, and also cloths for wear. 338. a person never meets with any calamity and certainly reaches heaven. By making gifts unto the Brahmanas of whatever articles they solicit, one attains to such means of subsistence as one desires, and becomes rescued from hell and every calamity that visits a sinner after death. This is the certain conclusion of the scriptures. By making gifts, under the constellation Narada of embroidered cloth and other vestments and of food, observing a fast the while, one becomes honored in heaven for 100 yugas. By making a gift under the constellation Jyeshtha, of the pothard called Galasaka with the roots, one attains to great prosperity as also to such an end as is desirable. By making unto Brahmanas a gift under the constellation Mula, of fruits and roots, with a restrained soul, one gratifies the biteress and attains to a desirable end. By making under the constellation Purvashada a gift unto a Brahmana conversant with the Vedas and of the good family and conduct, of cups filled with curds, while one is in the observance of a fast, one takes birth in one's next life in a family possessed of abundant kine. One obtains the fruition of every wish by making gifts under the constellation Uttarashada, of jugs full of barley water, with ghee and inspissated juice of sugarcane in abundance. By making a gift under the conjunction called Abhijit, of milk with honey and ghee unto men of wisdom, a righteous person attains to heaven and becomes an object of attention and honor there. By making under the conjunction Sravana, a gift of blankets or other cloth of thick texture, one roves freely through every region of felicity, riding on a white car of pure resplendence. By making with a restrained soul, under the constellation Dhanishta, a gift of a vehicle with bulls yoked thereto, or heaps of cloths and wealth, one at once attains to heaven in one's next life. By making gifts under the constellation Satabisha, of perfumes with Aquilaria Gallica and sandalwood, one attains in the next world to the companionship of Apsaras as also eternal perfumes of diverse kinds. By making gifts under the constellation Purvabhadrapada, or Rajamshka, one attains to great happiness in the next life and becomes possessed of an abundant stock of every kind of edibles and fruits. 339. One who makes, under the constellation Uttara, a gift of mutton, gratifies the biteress by such an act attains to inexhaustible merit in the next world. And to one who makes a gift, under the constellation Revati, of a cow with a vessel of white copper for milking her, the cow so given away approaches in the next world, ready to grant the fruition of every wish. By making a gift, under the constellation Aswini, of a car with steeds yoked thereto, one is born in one's next life in a family possessed of numerous elephants and steeds and cars, and becomes endued with great energy. By making, under the constellation Bharani, a gift unto the Brahmanas of kine and sesame, one acquires in one's next life great fame and an abundance of kine. Bhishma continued, even thus did Narada discourse unto Devaki upon the subject of what gifts should be made under what constellations. Devaki herself, having listened to this discourse, recited it in her turn unto her daughters-in-law, viz., the spouses of Krishna. Section LXV. Bhishma said, the illustrious Atri, the son of the Granthai Brahman, said, they who make gifts of gold are said to make gifts of everything in the world. King Harishchandra said that the gift of gold is sin-cleansing, leads to long life, and becomes productive of inexhaustible merit unto the Pitras. Manu has said that a gift of drink is the best of all gifts, therefore should a man cause wells and tanks and lakes to be excavated. A well full of water and from which diverse creatures draw water, is said to take off half the sinful acts of the person who has excavated it. The whole race of a person is rescued from hell and sin in whose well or tank or lake kine and Brahmanas and righteous people constantly quench their thirst. That man transcends every kind of calamity from whose well or tank everyone draws water without restraint during the summer season. Ghee is said to gratify the illustrious Brihaspati, Pushan, Bhaga, the twin Aswins, and the deity of fire. Ghee is possessed of high medicinal virtues. It is a high requisite for sacrifice. It is the best of all liquids. The merit a gift of ghee produces is very superior. That man who is desirous of the reward of happiness in the next world, who wishes for fame and prosperity, should with a cleansed soul and having purified himself make gifts of ghee unto the Brahmanas. Upon that man who makes gifts of ghee unto the Brahmanas in the month of Aswin, the twin Aswins, gratified, confer personal beauty. Rakshasas never invade the abode of that man who makes gifts unto the Brahmanas of beer mixed with ghee. That man never dies of thirst who makes gifts unto the Brahmanas of jars filled with water. Such a person obtains every necessary of life in abundance, and has never to undergo any calamity or distress. That man, who with great devotion and restrained senses makes gifts unto the foremost of Brahmanas, is said to take a sixth part of the merits won by the Brahmanas by their penances. That man who makes presents unto Brahmanas having the means of life, of firewood for purposes of cooking as also of enabling them to drive away cold, finds all his purposes and all his acts crowned with success. Such a one is seen to shine with great splendor over all his enemies. The illustrious deity of fire becomes pleased with such a man. As another reward, he never becomes divested of cattle, and he is sure to achieve victory in battles. The man who makes a gift of an umbrella obtains children and great prosperity. Such a person is never affected by any eye disease. The merits also that spring from the performance of a sacrifice become his. That man who makes a gift of an umbrella in the season of summer or rains has never to meet with any heart burning on any account. Such a man quickly succeeds in freeing himself from every difficulty and impediment. The highly blessed and illustrious Rishi Sandilya has said that, of all gifts, the gift of a car, O king, is the best. Section LXVI. Yudhishthira said, I desire to hear, O grandsire, what the merits are of that person who makes the gift of a pair of sandals unto a Brahmana whose feet are burning or being scorched by hot sand, while he is walking. Bhishma said, the man that gives unto the Brahmanas sandals for the protection of their feet succeeds in crushing all thorns and gets over every kind of difficulty. Such a man, O Yudhishthira, stays over the heads of all his foes. Vehicles of pure splendor, with mules harnessed thereto, and made of gold and silver, O monarch, approach him. He who makes a gift of sandals is said to earn the merit of making the gift of a vehicle with well-broken steeds yoked thereto. Yudhishthira said, Do thou tell me in detail once more, O grandsire, of the merits that attach to gifts of sesame and land and kine and food. Bhishma said, Do thou hear, O son of Kunti, what the merits are that attach to the gift of sesame. Hearing me, do thou, then, O best of the Kuras, make gifts of sesame according to the ordinance. Sesame seeds were created by the self-born Brahman as the best food for the Pitras. Hence, gifts of sesame seeds always gladden the Pitras greatly. The man who makes gifts of sesame seeds in the month of Magha unto the Brahmanas has never to visit hell, which abounds with all frightful creatures. He who adores the Pitras with offerings of sesame seeds is regarded as worshipping the deities at all the sacrifices. One should never perform a sraddha with offerings of sesame seeds without cherishing some purpose. 340. Sesame seeds sprang from the limbs of the great Rishi Kasyapa. Hence, in the matter of gifts, they have come to be regarded as possessed of high efficacy. Sesame seeds bestow both prosperity and personal beauty and cleanse the giver of all his sins. It is for this reason that the gift of sesame seeds is distinguished above the gift of every other article. Apastimva of great intelligence, and Kanka and Lakita, and the great Rishi Gautama have all ascended to heaven by having made gifts of sesame seeds. Those Brahmanas that make homa with offerings of sesame abstain from sexual intercourse and are observant of the religion of pravriti or acts, are regarded as equal in purity and efficacy to bovine havi. The gift of sesame seeds is distinguished above all gifts. Amongst all gifts, the gifts of sesame is regarded as productive of inexhaustible merit. In ancient times, when havi, clarified butter, on one occasion had become unobtainable, the Rishi Gusaka, O scorcher of foes, made offerings of sesame seeds to his 3 sacrificial fires and succeeded in attaining to an excellent end. I have thus said unto thee, O chief of the Kuras, what the regulations are respecting the excellent gift of sesame seeds. It is in consequence of these regulations that the gift of sesame seeds has come to be regarded as endued with very superior merit. After this, listen to what I would say. Once on a time the deities, desirous of making a sacrifice, repaired, O monarch, to the presence of the self-born Brahman. Having met Brahman, being desirous of performing a sacrifice on earth, they begged him for a piece of auspicious earth, saying, We want it for our sacrifice. The deities said, O illustrious one, thou art the Lord of all the earth as also of all the deities. With thy permission, O highly blessed one, we desire to perform a sacrifice. The person who has not obtained by lawful means the earth whereon to make the sacrificial altar, earns not the merit of the sacrifice he performs. Thou art the Lord of all the universe consisting of its mobile and immobile objects. Hence, it behoveth thee to grant us a piece of earth for the sacrifice we wish to make. Brahman said, Ye foremost of deities, I shall give you a piece of earth whereon, ye sons of Kasyapa, you shall perform your intended sacrifice. The deities said, Our wishes, O Holy One, have been crowned with fruition. We shall perform our sacrifice even here with large dakshina. Let, however, the Munis always adore the piece of earth. Then there came to that place Agastya and Kanwa and Bhrigu and Attari and Vrishakapi and Asita and Devala. The high-soul deities then, O thou of unfading glory, performed their sacrifice. Those foremost of gods concluded it in due time. Having completed that sacrifice of theirs on the breast of that foremost of mountains, Himravat, the deities attached to the gift of earth a 6th part of the merit arising from their sacrifice. The man who makes a gift of even a span of earth unto a Brahmana, with reverence and faith, has never to languish under any difficulty and has never to meet with any calamity. By making a gift of a house that keeps out cold, wind, and sun, and that stand upon a piece of clean land, the giver attains to the region of the deities and does not fall down even when his merit becomes exhausted. By making a gift of a residential house, the giver, possessed of wisdom, lives, O king, in happiness in the company of Sakra. Such a person receives great honors in heaven. That person in whose house a Brahmana of restrained sense, well versed in the Vedas, and belonging by birth to a family of preceptors, resides in contentment, succeeds in attaining to and enjoying a region of high felicity. 341. After the same manner, O best of the Bharatas, by giving away a shed for the shelter of kind that can keep out cold and rain and that is substantial in structure, the giver rescues 7 generations of his race from hell. By giving away a piece of arable earth the giver attains to excellent prosperity. By giving a piece of earth containing mineral wealth, the giver aggrandizes his family and race. One should never give away any earth that is barren or that is burnt, arid, nor should one give away any earth that is in close vicinity to a crematorium, or that has been owned and enjoyed by a sinful person before such gift. When a man performs a sraddha in honor of the Baitrus on earth belonging to another person, the Baitrus render both the gift of that earth and the sraddha itself futile. 342. Hence, one possessed of wisdom should buy even a small piece of earth and make a gift of it. The pinder that is offered to one's ancestors on earth that has been duly purchased becomes inexhaustible. 343. Forests, and mountains, and rivers, and tethers are regarded as having no owners. No earth need be purchased here for performing sraddhas. Even this has been said, O king, on the subject of the merits of making gifts of earth. After this, O sinless one, I shall discourse to thee on the subject of the gift of kine. Kine are regarded as superior to all the ascetics. And since it is so, the divine Mahadeva for that reason performed penance in their company. Kine, O Bharata, dwell in the region of Brahman, in the company of Soma, constituting as it does the highest end. Regenerate Rishis ground with success strive to attain to that very region. Kine benefit human beings with milk, ghee, curds, dung, skin, bones, horns, and hair. O Bharata, kine do not feel cold or heat. They always work. The season of rains also cannot afflict them at all. And since kine attain to the highest end, viz., residence in the region of Brahman, in the company of Brahmanas, therefore do the wise say that king and Brahmanas are equal. In days of yore, King Rantideva performed a grand sacrifice in which an immense number of kine were offered up and slaughtered. From the juice that was secreted by the skins of the slaughtered animals, a river was formed that came to be called by the name of Chamanwati. Kine no longer form animals fit for sacrifice. They now constitute animals that are fit for gift. That king who makes gifts of kine unto the foremost of Brahmanas, O monarch, is sure to get over every calamity even if he falls into it. The man who makes a gift of 1,000 kine has not to go to hell. Such a person, O ruler of men, obtains victory everywhere. The very chief of the deities had said that the milk of kine is nectar. For this reason, one who makes a gift of a cow is regarded as making a gift of nectar. Persons conversant with the Vedas have declared that the ghee manufactured from cow's milk is the very best of all libations poured into the sacrificial fire. For this reason, the man who makes a gift of a cow is regarded as making a gift of a libation for sacrifice. A bovine bull is the embodiment of heaven. He who makes the gift of a bovine bull unto an accomplished Brahmana receives great honors in heaven. Kine, O chief of Bharata's race, are said to be the life breath of living creatures. Hence, the man who makes the gift of a cow is said to make the gift of life breath. Persons conversant with the Vedas have said that kine constitute the great refuge of living creatures. Hence, the man who makes the gift of a cow is regarded as making the gift of what is the high refuge for all creatures. The cow should never be given away for slaughter, that is, unto one who will kill her, nor should the cow be given unto a tiller of the soil, nor should the cow be given unto an atheist. The cow should not also, O chief of the Bharatas, be given unto one whose occupation is the keeping of kine. 344. The wise have said that a person who gives away the cow unto any of such sinful persons has to sink into everlasting hell. One should never give unto a Brahmana a cow that is lean, or that produces calves that do not live, or that is barren, or that is diseased, or that is defective of limb, or that is worn out with toil. The man that gives away 10,000 kine attains to heaven and sports in bliss in the companionship of Indra. The man who makes gifts of kine by 100,000 acquires many regions of inexhaustible felicity. Thus have I recited to thee the merits attaching to the gift of kine and of sesame, as also to the gift of earth. Listen now to me as I discourse to thee upon the gift of food, O Bharata. The gift of food, O son of Kunti, is regarded as a very superior gift. King Rantideva in days of yore ascended to heaven by having made gifts of food. That king, who make a gift of food unto one that is toil-born and hungry, attains to that region of supreme felicity which is the self-born zone. men fail to attain by gifts of gold and robes and of other thing, to that felicity to which givers of food succeed in attaining, O thou of great puissance. Food is, indeed, the first article. Food is regarded as the highest prosperity. It is from food that life springs, as also energy and prowess and strength. He who always makes gifts of food, with attention, unto the righteous, never falls into any distress. Even this has been said by Parasara. Having worshipped the deities duly, food should be first dedicated to them. It has been said, O king, that the kind of food that is taken by particular men is taken also by the deities those men worship. 345. That man who makes a gift of food in the bright fortnight of the month of Kartika succeeds in crossing every difficulty here and attains to inexhaustible felicity hereafter. That man who makes a gift of food unto a hungry guest arrived at his abode, attains to all those regions, O chief of Bharata's race, that are reserved for persons acquainted with Brahma. The man who makes gifts of food is sure to cross every difficulty and distress. Such a person comes over every sin and cleanses himself of every evil act. I have thus discoursed to thee upon the merits of making gifts of food, of sesame, of earth, and of kine. Section XVI. Yudhishthira said, I have heard, O sire, of the merits of the different kinds of gift upon which thou hast discoursed to me. I understand, O Bharata, that the gift of food is especially laudable and superior. What, however, are the great merits of making gifts of drink? I desire to hear of this in detail, O grandsire. Bhishma said, I shall, O chief of Bharata's race, discourse to thee upon this subject. Listen to me, O thou of unbaffled prowess, as I speak to thee. I shall, O sinless one, discourse unto thee of gifts beginning with that of drink. The merit that a man acquires by making gifts of food and drink is such that the like of it, I think, is incapable of being acquired through any other gift. There is no gift, therefore, that is superior to that of either food or drink. It is by food that all living creatures are able to exist. For this reason, food is regarded as a very superior object in all the worlds. From food the strength and energy of living creatures constantly increases. Hence, the Lord of all creatures has himself said that the gift of food is a very superior gift. Thou hast heard, O son of Kunti, what the auspicious words are of Savitri herself, on the subject of the gift of food. Thou knowest for what reason those words were said, what those words were, and how they were said in course of the sacred mantras, O thou of great intelligence. A man, by making a gift of food, really makes a gift of life itself. There is no gift in this world that is superior to the gift of life. Thou art not unacquainted with this saying of Lomaza, O thou of mighty arms. The end that was attained in former days by King Sivi in consequence of his having granted life to the pigeon is acquired by him, O monarch, who makes a gift of food unto a Brahmana. Hence, it has been heard by us that they that give life attain to very superior regions of felicity in afterlife. Food, O best of the Kuras, may or may not be superior to drink. Nothing can exist without the aid of what springs from water. The very Lord of all the planets, viz., the illustrious Soma, has sprung from water. Amrita and Sudha and Swada and milk, as also every kind of food, the deciduous herbs, O monarch, and creepers, medicinal and of other virtues, spring from water. From these, O king, the life breath of all living creatures flows. The deities have nectar for their food. The Nagas have Sudha. The Baitras have Swada for theirs. The animals have herbs and plants for their food. The wise have said that rice, etc., constitute the food of human beings. All these, O chief of men, spring from water. Hence, there is nothing superior to the gift of water or drink. If a person wishes to secure prosperity for himself, he should always make gifts of drink. The gift of water is regarded as very praiseworthy. It leads to great fame and bestows long life on the giver. The giver of water, O son of Kunti, always stays over the heads of his enemies. Such a person obtains the fruition of all his wishes and earns everlasting fame. The giver, O chief of men, becomes cleansed of every sin and obtains unending felicity hereafter as he proceeds to heaven, O thou of great splendor. Manu himself has said that such a person earns regions of inexhaustible bliss in the other world. Section XVI. Yudhishthira said, Do thou discourse to me once again, O grandsire, upon the merits attaching to gifts of sesame and of lamps for lighting darkness, as also of food and robes. Bhishma said, In this connection, O Yudhishthira, is recited the narrative of the discourse that took place in ancient times between a Brahmana and Yama. In the country lying between the rivers Ganga and Yamuna, at the foot of the hills called Yamuna, there was a large town inhabited by Brahmanas. The town was celebrated under the name of Panasala and was very delightful in appearance, O king. A large number of learned Brahmanas lived in it. One day, Yama, the ruler of the dead, commanded the messenger of his, who was clad in black, endued with blood-red eyes and hair standing erect, and possessed of feet, eyes, and nose, all of which resembled those of a crow, saying, Go thou to the town inhabited by Brahmanas and bring hither the person known by the name of Saman and belonging by birth to the race of Agastya. He is intent on mental tranquility and possessed of learning. He is a preceptor engaged in teaching the Vedas and his practices are well known. Do not bring me another person belonging to the same race and living in the same neighborhood. This other man is equal unto him I want, in virtues, study, and birth. With respect to children and conduct, this other resembles the intelligent Saman. Do thou bring the individual I have in view. He should be worshipped with respect, instead of being dragged hither with irreverence. The messenger having come to the place, did the very reverse of what he had been bidden to do. Attacking that person, he brought him who had been forbidden by Yama to be brought. Possessed of great energy, Yama rose up at the sight of the Brahmana and worshipped him duly. The king of the dead then commanded his messenger, saying, Let this one be taken back, and let the other one be brought to me. When the great judge of the dead said these words, that Brahmana addressed him and said, I have completed my study of the Vedas and am no longer attached to the world. Whatever period may yet remain of my mortal existence, I wish to pass, dwelling even here, O thou of unfading glory. 346. Yama said, I cannot ascertain the exact period, ordained by time, of one's life, and hence, unurged by time, I cannot allow one to take up one's residence here. I take note of the acts of righteousness, or otherwise, that one does in the world. Do thou, O learned Brahmana of great splendor, return immediately to thy abode. Tell me what also is in thy mind and what I can do for thee, O thou of unfading glory. The Brahmana said, Do thou tell me what those acts are by accomplishing which one may earn great merit. O best of all beings, thou art the foremost of authorities on the subject, even in the three worlds. Yama said, Do thou hear, O regenerate Rishi, the excellent ordinances regarding gifts. The gift of sesame seeds is a very superior one. It produces everlasting merit. O foremost of regenerate ones, one should make gifts of as much sesame as one can. By making gifts of sesame every day, one is sure to attain the fruition of one's every wish. The gift of sesame at Saradas has applauded. Verily, the gift of sesame is a very superior one. Do thou make gifts of sesame unto the Brahmanas according to the rites ordained in the scriptures. One should on the day of the full moon of the month of Vaisakha make gifts of sesame unto the Brahmanas. They should also be made to eat and to touch sesame on every occasion that one can afford. They that are desirous of achieving what is beneficial to them should, with their whole souls, do this in their houses. 347. Without doubt, men should similarly make gifts of water and establish resting places for the distribution of drinking water. 348. One should cause tanks and lakes and wells to be excavated. Such acts are rare in the world, O best of regenerate persons. Do thou always make gifts of water. This act is fraught with great merit. O best of regenerate persons, thou shouldst establish resting places along the roads for the distribution of water. After one has eaten, the gift unto one should especially be made of water for drink. Bhishma continued, after Yama had said these words unto him, the messenger who had borne him from his abode conveyed him back to it. The Brahmana, on his return, obeyed the instructions he had received. Having thus conveyed him back to his abode, the messenger of Yama fetched salmon who had really been sought by Yama. Taking salmon unto him, he informed his master. Possessed of great energy, the judge of the dead worshipped that righteous Brahmana, and having conversed with him a while dismissed him for being taken back to his abode. And to him also Yama gave the same instructions. Samine, too, coming back into the world of men, did all that Yama had said. Like the gift of water, Yama, from a desire of doing good to the Pitrus, applauds the gift of lamps to light dark places. Hence, the giver of a lamp for lighting a dark place is regarded as benefiting the Pitrus. Hence, O best of the Bharatas, one should always give lamps for lighting dark spots. The giving of lamps enhances the visual power of the deities, the Pitrus, and one's own self. 349. It has been said, O king, that the gift of gems is a very superior gift. The Brahmana, who, having accepted a gift of gems, sells the same for performing a sacrifice, incurs no fault. The Brahmana, who, having accepted a gift of gems, makes a gift of them unto Brahmanas, acquires inexhaustible merit himself and confers inexhaustible merit upon him from whom he had originally received them. Conversant with every duty, Manu himself has said that he, who, observant of proper restraints, makes a gift of gems unto a Brahmana observant of proper restraints, earns inexhaustible merit himself and confers inexhaustible merit upon the recipient. The man who is content with his own wedded wife and who makes a gift of robes, earns an excellent complexion and excellent vestments for himself. I have told thee, O foremost of men, what the merits are that attach to gifts of kine, of gold, and the sesame agreeably to deserve precepts of the Vedas and the scriptures. One should marry and raise offspring upon one's wedded wives. Of all acquisitions, O son of Kuru's race, that of male issue is regarded as the foremost. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, Do thou, O foremost one of Kuru's race, discourse unto me once again of the excellent ordinance regarding gifts, with a special reference, O thou with great wisdom, to the gift of earth. A Kshatriya should make gifts of earth unto a Brahmana of righteous deeds. Such a Brahmana should accept the gift with due rights. None else, however, than a Kshatriya is competent to make gifts of earth. It behoves thee now to tell me what these objects are that persons of all classes are free to bestow if moved by the desire of earning merit. Thou shouldst also tell me what has been said in the Vedas on this subject. Bhishma said, There are 3 gifts that go by the same name and that are productive of equal merits. Indeed, these 3 confer the fruition of every wish. The 3 objects whose gifts are of such a character are kine, earth, and knowledge. 350. That person who tells his disciple words of righteous import drawn from the Vedas acquires merit equal to that which is won by making gifts of earth and kine. Similarly are kine praised as objects of gifts. There is no object of gift higher than they. Kine are supposed to confer merit immediately. They are also, O Yiddish theory, such that a gift of them cannot but lead to great merit. Kine are the mothers of all creatures. They bestow every kind of happiness. The person that desires his own prosperity should always make gifts of kine. No one should kick at kine or proceed through the midst of kine. Kine are goddesses and homes of auspiciousness. For this reason, they always deserve worship. Formerly, the deities, while tilling the earth whereon they performed a sacrifice, used the goat for striking the bullocks yoked to the plough. Hence, in tilling earth for such a purpose, one may, without incurring censure or sin, apply the goad to bullocks. In other acts, however, bullocks should never be struck with the goad or the whip. When kine are grazing or lying down, no one should annoy them in any way. When the cows are thirsty and they do not get water, in consequence of anyone obstructing their access to the pool or tank or river, they, by merely looking at such a person, can destroy him with all his relatives and friends. What creatures can be more sacred than kine when with the very dung of kine altars whereon radhas are performed in honor of the Pythrus, or those whereon the deities are worshipped, were cleansed and sanctified? That man, who, before eating himself gives every day, for a year, only a handful of grass and to a cow belonging to another, is regarded as undergoing a vow or observance which bestows the fruition of every wish. Such a person acquires children and fame and wealth and prosperity, and dispels all evils and dreams. Yiddish theory said, what should be the indications of those kind that deserve to be given away? What are those kind that should be passed over in the matter of gifts? What should be the character of those persons unto whom kine should be given? Who, again, are those unto whom kine should not be given? Bhishma said, a cow should never be given unto one that is not righteous in behavior, or one that is sinful, or one that is covetous, or one that is untruthful in speech, or one that does not make offerings unto the Pythrus and deities. A person, by making a gift of 10 kine unto a Brahmin learned in the Vedas, poor in earthly wealth, possessed of many children, and owning a domestic fire, attains to numerous regions of great felicity. When a man performs any act that is fraught with merit assisted by what he has got in gift from another, a portion of the merit attaching to that act becomes always his with whose wealth the act has been accomplished. He that procreates a person, he that rescues a person, and he that assigns the means of sustenance to a person are regarded as the 3 sires. Services dutifully rendered to the preceptor destroys sin. Pride destroys even great fame. The possession of 3 children destroys the reproach of childlessness, and the possession of 10 kine dispels the reproach of poverty. And to one that is devoted to the Vedanta, that is endued with great learning, that has been filled with wisdom, that has a complete control over his senses, that is observant of the restraints laid down in the scriptures, that has withdrawn himself from all worldly attachments, and to him that says agreeable words unto all creatures, and to him that would never do an evil act even when impelled by hunger, and to one that is mild or possessed of a peaceful disposition, and to one that is hospitable to all guests. Verily unto such a Brahmana should a man, possessed of similar conduct and owning children and wives, assign the means of sustenance. The measure of merit that attaches to the gift of kine and to a deserving person is exactly the measure of the sin that attaches to the act of robbing a Brahmana of what belongs to him. Under all circumstances should the spoliation of what belongs to a Brahmana be avoided, and his spouses kept at a distance. Section LXX. Bhishma said, in this connection, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, is recited by the righteous the narrative of the great calamity that overtook King Nriga in consequence of his spoliation of what had belonged to a Brahmana. Some time before, certain young men of Yadu's race, while searching for water, had come upon a large well covered with grass and creepers, desirous of drawing water from it, they labored very much for removing the creepers that covered its mouth. After the mouth had been cleaned, they beheld within the well a very large lizard residing within it. The young men made strong and repeated efforts for rescuing the lizard from that situation. Resembling a very hill in size, the lizard was sought to be freed by means of cords and leathern tongs. Not succeeding in their intention, the young men then went to Janardana. Addressing him, they said, covering the entire space of the well, "There is a very large lizard to be seen. Notwithstanding our best efforts, we have not succeeded in rescuing it from that situation." Even this was what they represented unto Krishna. Vasudeva then proceeded to the spot and took out the lizard and questioned it as to who it was. The lizard said that it was identical with the soul of King Nriga, who had flourished in days of old and who had performed many sacrifices. And to the lizard that said those words, Madhava spoke, "Thou didst perform many righteous acts. No sin didst thou commit. Why, then, O king, hast thou come to such a distressful end? Do thou explain what this is and why it has been brought about. We have heard that thou didst repeatedly make gifts unto the Brahmanas of hundreds upon hundreds of thousands, and once again 8 times hundreds upon hundreds of 10,000s of kine. 351. Why, therefore, has this end overtaken thee? Nriga then replied unto Krishna, saying, On one occasion a cow belonging to a Brahmana who regularly worshipped his domestic fire, escaping from the owner's abode while he was absent from home, entered my flock. The keepers of my cattle included that cow in their tale of 1,000. In time that cow was given away by me unto a Brahmana, acting as I did from desire of happiness in heaven. The true owner, returning home, sought for his lost cow and at last saw it in the house of another. Finding her, the owner said, "This cow is mine." The other person contested his claim, till both, disputing and excited with wrath, came to me. Addressing me, one of them said, "Thou hast been the giver of this cow." The other one said, "Thou hast robbed me of this cow, she is mine." I then solicited the Brahman unto whom I had given that cow, to return the gift in exchange for hundreds upon hundreds of other kine. Without acceding to my earnest solicitations, he addressed me, saying, "The cow I have got is well suited to time and place. She yields a copious measure of milk, besides being very quiet and very fond of us. The milk she yields is very sweet. She is regarded as worthy of every praise in my house. She is nourishing, besides, a weak child of mine that has just been weaned. She is incapable of being given up by me." Having said these words, the Brahmana went away. I then solicited the other Brahmana, offering him an exchange, and saying, "Do thou take 100,000 kine for this one cow." The Brahmana, however, replied unto me, saying, "I do not accept gifts from persons of the kingly order. I am able to get on without help. Do thou then, without loss of time, give me that very cow which was mine." Even thus, O slayer of Madhu, did that Brahmana speak unto me. I offered to make gifts unto him of gold and silver and horses and cars. That foremost of Brahmanas refused to accept any of these as gift and went away. Meanwhile, urged by time's irresistible influence, I had to depart from this world. Wending to the region of the Baitrus, I was taken to the presence of the king of the dead. Worshipping me, Duryama addressed me, saying, "The end cannot be ascertained, O king, of thy deed. There is, however, a little sin which was unconsciously perpetrated by thee. Do thou suffer the punishment for that sin now or afterwards, as it pleases thee. Thou hadst, upon thy accession to the throne, sworn that thou wouldst protect all persons in the enjoyment of their own. That oath of thine was not rigidly kept by thee. Thou tookest also what belonged to a Brahmana. Even this has been the twofold sin thou hast committed." I answered, saying, I shall first undergo the distress of punishment, and when that is over, I shall enjoy the happiness that is in store for me, O Lord. After I had said those words unto the king of the dead, I fell down on the earth. Though fallen down, I still could hear the words that Yama said unto me very loudly. Those words were, Janardana, the son of Vasudeva, will rescue thee. Upon the completion of a full 1,000 years, when the demerit will be exhausted of thy sinful act, thou shalt then attain to many regions of inexhaustible felicity that have been acquired by thee through thy own acts of righteousness. Falling down, I found myself, with head downwards, within this well, transformed into a creature of the intermediate order. Memory, however, did not leave me. By thee I have been rescued today. What else can it testify to the puissance of thy penances? Let me have thy permission, O Krishna. I desire to ascend to heaven. Permitted then by Krishna, King Riga bowed his head unto him and then mounted a celestial car and proceeded to heaven. After Riga had thus proceeded to heaven, O best of the Bharatas, Vasudeva recited this verse, O delighter of the chorus. No one should consciously appropriate anything belonging to a Brahmana. The property of a Brahmana, if taken, destroys the taker even as the Brahmana's cow destroyed King Riga. I tell thee, again, O Partha, that a meeting with a good never proves fruitless. Behold, King Riga was rescued from hell through meeting with one that is good. As a gift is productive of merit, even so an act of spoliation leads to demerit. Hence also, O Yudhishthira, one should avoid doing any injury to kine. 352. Section LXXI. Yudhishthira said, O sinless one, do thou discourse to me more in detail upon the merits that are attainable by making gifts of kine. O thou of mighty arms, I am never satiated with thy words. Bhishma said, in this connection is recited the old history of the discourse between the Rishi Udalaki and his son called Nikakita. Once on a time the Rishi Udalaki, endued with great intelligence, approaching his son Nikakita, said unto him, do thou wait upon and serve me. Upon the completion of the vow he had observed, the great Rishi once more said unto his son, engaged in performing my ablutions and deeply taken up with my Vedic study, I have forgotten to bring with me the firewood, the kusa blades, the flowers, the water jar, and the proverbs I had gathered. Do thou bring me those things from the riverside. The son proceeded to the spot indicated, but saw that all the articles had been washed away by the current. Coming back to his father, he said, I do not see the things. Afflicted as he then was with hunger, thirst, and fatigue, the Rishi Udalaki of high ascetic merit, in a sudden wrath, cursed his son, saying, do thou meet with Yama today. Thus struck by his sire with the thunder of his speech, the son, with joined palms, said, be appeased with me. Soon, however, he fell down on the earth, deprived of life. Beholding Nikakita prostrated upon the earth, his sire became deprived of his senses through grief. He, too, exclaiming, alas, what have I done, fell down on the earth. Filled with grief, as he indulged in lamentations for his son, the rest of that day passed away and night came. Then Nikakita, O son of Kuru's race, drenched by the tears of his father, gave signs of returning life as he lay on the mat of kusa grass. His restoration to life under the tears of his sire resembled the sprouting forth of seeds when drenched with auspicious showers. The son just restored to consciousness was still weak. His body was smeared with fragrant unguents and he looked like one just awaking from a deep slumber. The Rishi asked him, saying, hast thou, O son, acquired auspicious regions by thy own acts? By good luck, thou hast been restored to me. Thy body does not seem to be human. Thus asked by Hysilt father, Nikakita, who had seen everything with his own eyes, made the following answer unto him in the midst of the rishis, in obedience to thy command I proceeded to the extensive region of Yama, which is possessed of a delightful effulgence. There I beheld a palatial mansion which extended for thousands of yojanas and emitted golden splendor from every part. As soon as Yama beheld me approaching with face towards him, he commanded his attendants, saying, "Give him a good seat. Verily, the king of the dead, for thy sake worshipped we with the argyle and the other ingredients." Thus worshipped by Yama and seated in the midst of his counselors, I then said mildly, "I have come to thy abode, O judge of the dead. Do thou assign me those regions which I deserve for my acts." Yama then answered me, saying, "Thou art not dead, O amiable one. Endued with penances, thy father said unto thee, Do thou meet with Yama. The energy of thy sire is like that of a blazing fire. I could not possibly falsify that speech of his. Thou hast seen me. Do thou go hence, O child. The author of thy body is indulging in lamentations for thee. Thou art my dear guest. What wish of thine cherished by thee in thy heart shall I grant thee? Solicit the fruition of whatever desire thou mayst cherish." Thus addressed by him, I replied unto the king of the dead, saying, "I have arrived within thy dominions from which no traveller ever returns. If I really be an object deserving of thy attentions, I desire, O king of the dead, to have a sight of those regions of high prosperity and happiness that have been reserved for doers of righteous deeds." Thus addressed by me, Yama caused me to be mounted upon a vehicle of splendor as effulgent as that of the sun, and unto which were harnessed many excellent steeds. Bearing me on that vehicle, he showed me, O foremost of regenerate persons, all those delightful regions that are reserved for the righteous. I beheld in those regions many mansions of great resplendence intended for high-souled persons. Those mansions are of diverse forms and are adorned with every kind of gem. Bright as the disk of the moon, they are ornamented with rows of tinkling bells. Hundreds among them are of many stories. Within them are pleasant groves and woods and transparent bodies of water, possessed of the effulgence of lapis lazuli in the sun, and made of silver and gold. Their complexion resembles the color of the morning sun. Some of them are immovable and some movable. Within them are many hills of viands and enjoyable articles and robes and beds in abundance. Within them are many trees capable of granting the fruition of every wish. There are also many rivers and roads and spacious halls and lakes and large tanks. Thousands of cars with rattled wheels may be seen there, having excellent steed harnessed unto them. Many rivers that run milk, many hills of ghee, and large bodies of transparent water occur there. Verily, I beheld many such regions, never seen by me before, of happiness and joy, approved by the king of the dead. Beholding all those objects, I addressed the ancient and puissant judge of the dead, saying, "For whose use and enjoyment have these rivers with eternal currents of milk and ghee been ordained?" Yama answered me, saying, "These streams of milk and ghee, know thou, are for the enjoyment of those righteous persons that make gifts in the world of men. Other eternal worlds there are which are filled with such mansions free from sorrow of every kind. These are reserved for those persons that are engaged in making gifts of kine." 353. The mere gift of kine is not worthy of praise. There are considerations of propriety or otherwise about the person unto whom kine should be given, the time for making those gifts, the kind of kine that should form the object of gifts, and the rites that should be observed in making the gifts. Gifts of kine should be made after ascertaining the distinctive qualifications of both brahmanas, who are to receive them, and the kine themselves, which are to be given away. Kine should not be given unto one in whose abode they are likely to suffer from fire or the sun. That brahmana who is possessed of Vedic law, who is of austere penances, and who performs sacrifices, is regarded as worthy of receiving kine in gift. those kind that have been rescued from distress situation, or that have been given by poor householders from want of sufficient means to feed and cherish them, are, for these reasons, reckoned as of high value. 354. Abstaining from all food and living upon water alone for 3 nights and sleeping the while on the bare earth, one should, having properly fed the kind one intends to give away, give them unto Brahmanas after having gratified them also with other gifts. The kind given away should be accompanied by their calves. They should, again, be such as to bring forth good calves at the proper seasons. They should be accompanied with other articles so given away. Having completed the gift, the giver should live for 3 days on only milk and forbearing from food of every other kind. He who gives a cow that is not vicious, that brings forth good calves at proper intervals, and that does not fly away from the owner's house, and accompanies such gift with a vessel of white brass for milking her, enjoys the felicity of heaven for as many years as are measured by the number of hairs on the animal's body. He who gives unto a Brahmana a bull well broken and capable of bearing burdens, possessed of strength and young in years, disinclined to do any mischief, large-sized and endued with energy, enjoys those regions that are reserved for givers of kine. He is regarded as a proper person for receiving a cow in gift who is known to be mild towards kine, who takes kine for his refuge, who is grateful, and who has no means of subsistence assigned unto him. When an old man becomes ill, or when a Brahmana intends to perform a sacrifice, or when one wishes to till for agriculture, or when one gets a son through the efficacy of a homa performed for the purpose, or for the use of one's preceptor, or for the sustenance of a child, born in the usual way, one should give away a beloved cow. Even these are the considerations that are applauded in the matter of making gifts of kine, in respect of place and time. The kind that deserve to be given away are those that yield copious measures of milk, or those that are well known for their docility and other virtues, or those that have been purchased for a price, or those that have been acquired as honoraria for learning, or those that have been obtained in exchange by offering other living creatures, such as sheep and goats, etc., or those that have been won by prowess of arms, or those that have been gained as marriage dower, from fathers-in-law and other relations of the wife. Nikakata continued, hearing these words of Vayavaswata, I once more addressed him, saying, what are those objects by giving which, when kine and not procurable, givers may yet go to regions reserved for men making gifts of kine? Questioned by me, the wise Yama answered, explaining further what the end is that is attainable by making gifts of kine. He said, in the absence of kine, a person by making gifts of what has been regarded as the substitute of kine, wins the merit of making gifts of kine. If, in the absence of kine, one makes a gift of a cow made of ghee, observant of a vow the while, one gets for one's use these rivers of ghee, all of which approach one like an affectionate mother approaching her beloved child. If, in the absence of even a cow made of ghee, one makes a gift of a cow made of sesame seeds, observing a cow the while, one succeeds with the assistance of that cow to get over all calamities in this world and to enjoy great happiness hereafter from these rivers of milk that thou beholdest. If in the absence of a cow made of sesame seeds, one makes a gift of a cow made of water, one succeeds in coming to these happy regions and enjoying this river of cool and transparent water, that is, besides capable of granting the fruition of every wish. The king of the dead explained to me all this while I was his guest, and, O thou of unfading glory, great was the joy that I felt at sight of all the wonders he showed me. I shall now tell thee what would certainly be agreeable to thee. I have now got a great sacrifice whose performance does not require much wealth. That sacrifice, constituted by gifts of kine, may be said to flow from me, O sire. Others will obtain it also. It is not inconsistent with the ordinances of the Vedas. The curse that thou hadst pronounced upon me was no curse but was in reality a blessing, since it enabled me to have a sight of the great King of the dead. There I have beheld what the rewards are that attach to gifts. I shall, henceforth, O thou of great soul, practice the duty of gift without any doubt lurking in my mind respecting its rewards. And, O great Rishi, the righteous Yama, filled with joy, repeatedly told me, one, who, by making frequent gifts, has succeeded in acquiring purity of mind should then make gifts of kind specially. This topic, about gifts, is fraught with sanctity. Do thou never disregard the duties in respect of gifts. Gifts, again, should be made unto deserving persons, when time and place are suitable. Do thou, therefore, always make gifts of kind. Never entertain any doubts in this respect. Devoted to the path of gifts, many high-souled persons in days of yore used to make gifts of kind. Fearing to practice austere penances, they made gifts according to the extent of their power. In time they cast off all sentiments of pride and vanity, and purified their souls. Engaged in performing saradas in honor of the Baitrus and in all acts of righteousness, they used to make, according to the extent of their power, gifts of kind, and as the reward of those acts they have attained to heaven and are shining in effulgence for such righteousness. One should, on the 8th day of the moon that is known by the name of Kamashtami, make gifts of kind, properly one, and to the Brahmanas after ascertaining the eligibility of the recipients, by the ordinances already laid down. After making the gift, one should then subsist for 10 days together upon only the milk of kine, their dung and their urine, abstaining from all other food the while. The merit that one acquires by making a gift of a bull is equal to that which attaches to the divine vow. By making a gift of a couple of kine one acquires, as the reward thereof, a mastery of the Vedas. By making a gift of cars and vehicles with kine yoked thereto, one acquires the merit of baths in sacred waters. By making a gift of a cow of the Kapila species, one becomes cleansed of all one's sins. Verily, by giving away even a single cow of the Kapila species that has been acquired by legitimate means, one becomes cleansed of all the sins one may have committed. There is nothing higher, in point of tastes, than the milk which is yielded by kine. The gift of a cow is truly regarded as a very superior gift. Kine, by yielding milk, rescue all the worlds from calamity. It is kine, again, that produce the food upon which creatures subsist. One, who, knowing the extent of the service that kine do, does not entertain in one's heart affection for kine, is a sinner that is certain to sink in hell. 355. If one gives 1,000 or 100 or 10 or 5 kine, verily, if one gives unto a righteous Brahmana even a single cow which brings forth good calves at proper intervals, one is sure to see that cow approach one in heaven in the form of a river of sacred water capable of granting the fruition of every wish. In respect of the prosperity and the growth that kine confer, in the matter also of the protection that kine grant unto all creatures of the earth, kine are equal to the very rays of the sun that fall on the earth. 356. The word that signifies the cow stands also for the rays of the sun. The giver of a cow becomes the progenitor of a very large race that extends over a large part of the earth. Hence, he that gives a cow shines like a second sun in resplendence. The disciple should, in the matter of making gifts of kine, select his preceptor. Such a disciple is sure to go to heaven. The selection of a preceptor, in the matter of the performance of pious deeds, is regarded as a high duty by persons conversant with the ordinances. This is, indeed, the initial ordinance. All other ordinances, respecting the gift of kine, depend upon it. 357. Selecting, after examination, an eligible person among the Brahmanas, one should make unto him the gift of a cow that has been acquired by legitimate means, and having made the gift cause him to accept it. The deities and men and ourselves also, in wishing good to other, say, let the merits attaching to gifts be thine in consequence of thy righteousness. Even thus did the judge of the dead speak unto me, O regenerate Rishi. I then bowed my head unto the righteous Yama. Obtaining his permission, I left his dominions and have now come to the sole of thy feet. Section XXI. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast, O grandsire, discoursed to me the topic of gifts of kine in speaking of the Rishi Nikakata. Thou hast also impliedly discoursed, O puissant one, on the efficacy and preeminence of that act. Thou hast also told me, O grandsire of great intelligence, of the exceedingly afflicting character of the calamity that overtook the high-souled King Nriga in consequence of a single fault of his. He had to dwell for a long time at Dwaravati, in the form of a mighty lizard, and how Krishna became the cause of his rescue from that miserable plight. I have, however, one doubt. It is on the subject of the regions of kine. I desire to hear, in detail, about those regions which are reserved for the residence of persons that make gifts of kine. Bhishma said, in this connection is recited the old narrative of the discourse between him who sprang from the primeval lotus and him who performed 100 sacrifices. Sakra said, I see, O grandsire, that those who are residents of the region of kine transcend by their resplendence the prosperity of the denizens of heaven and pass them by, as beings of an inferior station. This has raised a doubt in my mind. Of what kind, O Holy One, are the regions of kine? Tell me all about them, O Sinless One. Verily, what is the nature of those regions that are inhabited by givers of kine? I wish to know this. Of what kind are those regions? What fruits do they bring? What is the highest object there which the denizens thereof succeeds in winning? What are its virtues? How also do men, freed from every kind of anxiety, succeed in going to those regions? For what period does the giver of a cow enjoy the fruits that are borne by his gift? How may persons make gifts of many kine, and how may they make gifts of a few kine? What are the merits attaching to gifts of many kine, and what those that attach to gifts of a few only? How also do persons become givers of kine without giving any kine in reality? Do thou tell me all this. How does one making gifts of even many kine, O puissant Lord, become the equal of one that has made gift of only a few kine? How also does one who make gifts of only a few kine succeed in becoming the equal of one who has made gifts of many kine? What kind of dakshina is regarded as distinguished for preeminence in the matter of gifts of kine? It behoveth thee, O Holy One, to discourse unto me on all this agreeably to truth. Section XXI. The grandsire said, the questions thou hast asked me in respect of kine, beginning with their gift, are such that there is none else in the 3 worlds, O thou of 100 sacrifices, who could put them. There are many kinds of regions, O Sakra, which are invisible to even thee. Those regions are seen by me, O Indra, as also by those women that are chaste and that have been attached to only one husband. Rishis observant of excellent vows, by means of their deeds of righteousness and piety, and Brahmanas of righteous souls, succeed in repairing to them in even their fleshly forms. Men that are observant of excellent vows behold those regions which resemble the bright creations of dreams, aided by their cleansed minds and by that temporary emancipation which succeeds the loss of one's consciousness of body. 358. Listen, O thou of 1,000 eyes, to me as I tell thee what the attributes are with which those regions are endued. Though the very course of time is suspended, decrepitude is not there, nor fire which is omnipresent in the universe. Though the slightest evil does not occur, nor disease, nor weakness of any kind. The kind that live thee, O Vasava, obtain the fruition of every desire which they cherish in their hearts. I have direct experience of what I say unto thee. Capable of going everywhere at will and actually repairing from place to place with ease, they enjoy the fruition of wish after wish as it arises in their minds. Lakes and tanks and rivers and forests of diverse kinds, and mansions and hills and all kinds of delightful objects, delightful, that is, to all creatures, are to be seen there. There is no region of felicity that is superior to any of these of which I speak. All those foremost of men, O Sakura, who are forgiving unto all creatures, who endure everything, who are full of affection for all things, who render dutiful obedience unto their preceptors, and who are free from pride and vanity, repair to those regions of supreme felicity. He who abstains from every kind of flesh, who is possessed of a cleansed heart, who is endued with righteousness, who worships his parents with reverence, who is endued with truthfulness of speech and conduct, who attends with obedience upon the Brahmanas, who is faultless in conduct, who never behaves with anger towards kine and towards the Brahmanas, who is devoted to the accomplishment of every duty, who serves his preceptors with reverence, who is devoted for his whole life to truth and to gifts, and who is always forgiving towards all transgression against himself, who is mild and self-restrained, who is full of reverence for the deities, who is hospitable to all guests, who is endued with compassion, verily, he who is adorned with these attributes, succeeds in attaining to the eternal and immutable region of kine. He who is stained with adultery sees not such a region, nor he who is a slayer of his preceptor, nor he who speaks falsely or indulges in idle boasts, nor he who always disputes with others, nor he who behaves with hostility towards the Brahmanas. Indeed, that wicked wight, who is stained with such faults, fails to attain even a sight of these regions of felicity, also he that injures his friends, also he that is full of guile, also he that is ungrateful, also he that is a cheat, also he that is crooked in conduct, also he that is a disregarder of religion, also he that is a slayer of Brahmanas. Such men are incapable of beholding in even imagination the region of kine that is the abode of only those who are righteous of deeds. I have told thee everything about the region of kine in minute detail, O chief of the deities. Hear now, O thou of 100 sacrifices, the merit that is theirs who are engaged in making gifts of kine. He who make gifts of kine, after purchasing them with wealth obtained by inheritance or acquired lawfully by him, attains, as the fruit of such an act, to many regions of inexhaustible felicity. He who makes a gift of a cow, having acquired it with wealth won at dice, enjoys felicity, O Sakura, for 10,000 years of celestial measure. He who acquires a cow as his share of ancestral wealth is said to acquire her legitimately. Such a cow may be given away. They that make gifts of kind so acquired obtain many eternal regions of felicity that is inexhaustible. That person, who, having acquired a cow in gift, makes a gift of her with a pure heart, succeeds without doubt, O Lord of Sakhi, in obtaining eternal regions of beatitude. That person, who, with restrained senses, speaks the truth from his birth to the time of his death, and who endures everything at the hands of his preceptor and of the Brahmanas, and who practices forgiveness, succeeds in attaining to an end that is equal to that of kine. That speech which is improper, O Lord of Sakhi, should never be addressed to a Brahmana. One, again, should not, in even one's mind, do an injury to a cow. One should, in one's conduct, imitate the cow, and show compassion towards the cow. 359. Hear, O Sakura, what the fruits are that become his, who is devoted to the duty of truth. If such a person gives away a single cow, that one cow becomes equal to 1,000 kine. If a kshatriya, possessed of such qualifications, makes a gift of the single cow, his merit becomes equal to that of a brahmana's. That single cow, listen, O Sakra, which such a kshatriya gives away becomes the source of as much merit as the single cow that a brahmana gives away under similar circumstances. Even this is the certain conclusion of the scriptures. If a Vaisya, possessed of similar accomplishments, were to make a gift of a single cow, that cow would be equal to 500 kine, in respect of the merit she would produce. If a Sudra endued with humility were to make a gift of a cow, such a cow would be equal to 125 kine, in respect of the merit it would produce. Devoted to penances and truth, proficient in the scriptures and all acts, through dutiful services rendered to his preceptor, endued with forgiveness of disposition, engaged in the worship of the deities, possessed of a tranquil soul, pure in body and mind, enlightened, observant of all duties, and freed from every kind of egotism, that man who makes a gift of a cow unto a brahmana certainly attains to great merit through that act of his, viz., the gift, according to proper rites, of a cow yielding copious milk. Hence, one, with singleness of devotion, observant of truth and engaged in humbly serving one's preceptor, should always make gifts of kine. 360. Hear, O Sakra, what the merit is of that person, who, duly studying the Vedas, shows reverence for kine, who always becomes glad at sight of kine, and who, since his birth has always bowed his head unto kine. The merit that becomes one's by performing the Rajasuya sacrifice, the merit that becomes one's by making gifts of heaps of gold, that high merit is acquired by a person who shows such reverence for kine. Righteous rishis and high-souled persons crowned with success have said so. Devoted to truth, possessed of a tranquil soul, free from cupidity, always truthful in speech, and behaving with reverence towards kine with the steadiness of a vow, the man who, for a whole year before himself taking any food, regularly presents some food to kine, wins the merit, by such an act, of the gift of 1,000 kine. That man, who takes only one meal a day and who gives away the entire quantity of his other meal unto kine. Verily, that man, who thus reverences kine with the steadiness of a vow and shows such compassion towards them, enjoys for 10 years unlimited felicity. That man, who confines himself to only one meal a day and with the other meal saved for some time purchases a cow and makes a gift of it unto a brahmana, earns, through that gift, O thou of 100 sacrifices, the eternal merit that attaches to the gift of as many kine as there are hairs on the body of that single cow so given away. These are declarations in respect of the merit that brahmanas acquire by making gifts of kine. Listen now to the merits that kshatriyas may win. It has been said that a kshatriya, by purchasing a cow in this manner and making a gift of it unto a brahmana, acquires great felicity for 5 years. A Vaisya, by such conduct, acquires only half the merit of a kshatriya, and a Sudra, by such conduct, earns half the merit that a Vaisya does. That man, who sells himself and with the proceeds thereof purchases kine and gives them away unto brahmanas, enjoy felicity in heaven for as long a period as kine are seen on earth. It has been said, O highly blessed one, that in every hair of such kine as are purchased with the proceeds obtained by selling oneself, there is a region of inexhaustible felicity. That man, who having acquired kine by battle makes gifts of them unto brahmanas, acquires as much merit as he who makes gifts of kine after having purchased the same with the proceeds of selling oneself. That man, who, in the absence of kine, makes a gift of a cow made of sesame seeds, restraining his senses the while, is rescued by such a cow from every kind of calamity or distress. Such a man sports in great felicity. The mere gift of kine is not fraught with merit. The considerations of deserving recipients, of time, of the kind of kine, and of the ritual to be observed, should be attended to. One should ascertain the proper time for making a gift of kine. One should also ascertain the distinctive qualifications of both brahmanas, who are to receive them, and of kine themselves, which are to be given away. Kine should not be given unto one in whose abode they are likely to suffer from fire or the sun. One who is rich in Vedic law, who is of pure lineage, who is endued with a tranquil soul, who is devoted to the performance of sacrifices, who fears the commission of sin, who is possessed of varied knowledge, who is compassionate towards kine, who is mild in behavior, who accords protection unto all that seek it of him, and who has no means of sustenance assigned unto him, is regarded as a proper person for receiving a gift of kine. Unto a brahmana who has no means of sustenance unto him while he is exceedingly afflicted for want of food, in a time of famine, for example, for purposes of agriculture, for a child born in consequence of Homer, for the purposes of his preceptor, for the sustenance of a child born, in the ordinary course, should a cow be given. Verily, the gift should be made at a proper time and in a proper place. 361. Those kine, O Sakra, whose dispositions are well known, which have been acquired as honoraria for knowledge, or which have been purchased in exchange for other animals, such as goats, sheep, etc., or which have been won by prowess of arms, or obtained as marriage dower, or which have been acquired by being rescued from situations of danger, or which incapable of being maintained by their poor owner have been made over for careful keep to another's house, are, for such reasons, regarded as proper objects of gift. Those kine which are strong of body, which have good dispositions, and which emit an agreeable fragrance, are applauded in the matter of gifts. As Ganga is the foremost of all streams, even so is a Kapila cow the foremost of all animals of the bovine breed. Abstaining from all food and living only upon water for 3 nights, and sleeping for the same period upon the bare earth, one should make gifts of kine unto brahmanas after having gratified them with other presents. Such kine, freed from every vice, should, at the same time, be accompanied by healthy calves that have not been weaned. Having made the gift, the giver should live for the next 3 days in succession on food consisting only of the products of the cow. 362. By giving away a cow that is of good disposition, that quietly suffers herself to be milked, that always brings forth living and hale calves, and that does not fly away from the owner's abode, the giver enjoys felicity in the next world for as many years as there are hairs on her body. Similarly, by giving unto a brahmana a bull that is capable of bearing heavy burden, that is young and strong and docile, that quietly bears the yoke of the plough, and that is possessed of such energy as is sufficient to undergo even great labour, one attains to such regions as are his who gives away 10 kine. That person who rescues kine and brahmanas from danger in the wilderness, O Kausika, becomes himself rescued from every kind of calamity. Hear what his merit is. 363. The merit such a man acquires is equal to the eternal merit of a horse sacrifice. Such a person attains to whatever end he desires at the hour of death. Many a region of felicity, in fact, whatever happiness he covets in his heart, becomes attainable to him in consequence of such an act of his. Verily, such man, permitted by kine, lives honoured in every region of the felicity. That man, who follows kine every day in the woods, himself subsisting the while on grass and cow dung and leaves of trees, his heart freed from desire of fruit, his senses restrained from every improper object, and his mind purified of all dross, that man, O thou of 100 sacrifices, lives in joy and freed from the dominion of desire in my region or in any other region of happiness that he wishes, in the company of the deities. Section Xxif. Indra said, I wish to know, O grandsire, what the end is that is attained by him who consciously steals a cow or who sells one from motives of cupidity. The grandsire said, "Hear what the consequences are that overtake those persons that steal a cow for killing her for food or selling her for wealth, or making a gift of her unto a Brahmana. He who, without being checked by the restraints of the scriptures, sells a cow, or kills one, or eats the flesh of a cow, or they who, for the sake of wealth, suffer a person to kill kind common all these, viz., he that kills, he that eats, and he that permits the slaughter, rot in hell for as many years as there are hairs on the body of the cow so slain." 364. O thou of great puissance, those faults and those kinds of faults that have been said to attach to one that obstructs a Brahmana's sacrifice, are said to attach to the sale and the theft of kine. That man, who, having stolen a cow, makes a gift of her unto a Brahmana, enjoys felicity in heaven as the reward of the gift, but suffers misery in hell for the sin of theft for as long a period. Gold has been said to constitute the dakshina, O thou of great splendor, in gifts of kine. Indeed, gold has been said to be the best dakshina in all sacrifices. By making a gift of kine, one is said to rescue one's ancestors to the 7th degree, as also one's descendants to the 7th degree. By giving away kine with dakshina of gold, one rescues one's ancestors and descendants of double the number. The gift of gold is the best of gifts. Gold is, again, the best dakshina. Gold is a great cleanser, O Sakra, and is, indeed, the best of all cleansing objects. O thou of 100 sacrifices, gold has been said to be the sanctifier of the entire race of him who gives it away. I have thus, O thou of great splendor, told thee in brief of dakshina. Bhishma said, even this was said by the grandsire unto Indra, O chief of Bharata's race. Indra imparted it unto Dasaratha, and Dasaratha in his turn unto his son Rama. Rama of Raghu's race imparted it unto his dear brother Lakshmana of great fame. While dwelling in the woods, Lakshmana imparted it unto the rishis. It has then come down from generation to generation, for the rishis of rigid vows held it amongst themselves, as also the righteous kings of the earth. My preceptor, O Yudhishthira, communicated it to me. That Brahmana, who recites it every day in the assemblies of Brahmanas, in sacrifices or at gifts of kine, or when two persons meet together, obtains hereafter many regions of inexhaustible felicity, where he always resides with the deities as his companions. The holy Brahman, the Supreme Lord, had said so unto Indra on the subject of kine. Section LXXV. Yudhishthira said, I have been greatly assured, O thou of puissance, by thee thus discoursing unto me of duties. I shall, however, give expression to the doubts I have. Do thou explain them to me, O grandsire. What are the fruits, declared in the scriptures, of the vows that men observe? Of what nature are the fruits, O thou of great splendor, of observances of other kinds? What, again, are the fruits of one studying the Vedas properly? 365. What are the fruits of gifts, and what those of holding the Vedas in memory? What are the fruits that attach to the teaching of the Vedas? I desire to know all this. What, O grandsire, are the merits attaching to the non-acceptance of gifts in this world? What fruits are seen to attach to him who makes gifts of knowledge? What are the merits acquired by persons that are observant of the duties of their order, as also by heroes that do not flee from battle? What are the fruits that have been declared to attach to the observance of purity and to the practice of brahmacharya? What are the merits that attach to the service of the father and of the mother? What also are the merits of serving preceptors and teachers, and what are the merits of compassion and kindness? I desire to know all these, O grandsire, truly and in detail, O thou that art conversant with all the scriptures. Great is the curiosity I feel. Bhishma said, eternal regions of felicity become his, who, having properly commenced a vrata, vow, completes its observance according to the scriptures, without a break. The fruits of nimas, O king, are visible even in this world. These rewards that thou hast won are those of nimas and sacrifices. The fruits that attach to the study of the Vedas are seen both here and hereafter. The person who is devoted to the study of the Vedas is seen to sport in felicity both in this world and in the region of Brahma. Listen now to me, O king, as I tell thee in detail what the fruits are of self-restraint. They that are self-restrained are happy everywhere. They that are self-restrained are always in the enjoyment of that felicity which attaches to the absence or subjugation of desire. They that are self-restrained are competent to go everywhere at will. They that are self-restrained are capable of destroying every foe. Without doubt, they that are self-restrained succeed in obtaining everything they seek. They that are self-restrained, O son of Pandu, obtain the fruition of every wish. The happiness that men enjoy in heaven through penances and prowess, in arms, through gift, and through diverse sacrifices, becomes theirs that are self-restrained and forgiving. Self-restraint is more meritorious than gift. A giver, after making a gift unto the Brahmanas, may yield to the influence of wrath. A self-restrained man, however, never yields to wrath. Hence, self-restraint is superior, in point of merit, to gift. That man, who makes gifts without yielding to wrath, succeeds in attaining to eternal regions of felicity. Wrath destroys the merit of a gift. Hence, self-restraint is superior to gift. There are various invisible places, O monarch, numbering by 10,000s, in heaven. Existing in all the regions of heaven, these places belong to the rishis. Persons, leaving this world, attain to them and become transformed into deities. O king, the great rishis repair thither, aided only by their self-restraint, and as the end of their efforts to attain to a region of superior happiness. Hence, self-restraint is superior, in efficacy, to gift. The person who becomes a preceptor for teaching the Vedas, and who duly worships the fire, taking leave of all his afflictions in this world, enjoys inexhaustible felicity, O king, in the region of Brahma. That man, who, having himself studied the Vedas, imparts a knowledge thereof unto righteous disciples, and who praises the acts of his own preceptor, attains to great honours in heaven. That kshatriya, who takes to the study of the Vedas, to the performance of sacrifices, to the making of gifts, and who rescues the lives of others in battle, similarly attains to great honours in heaven. The Vaisya, who, observant of the duties of his order, makes gifts, reaps as the fruit of those gifts the crowning reward. The Sudra, who duly observes the duties of his order, which consist of services rendered to the 3 other orders, wins heaven as the reward of such services. Diverse kinds of heroes have been spoken of in the scriptures. Listen to me as I expound to thee what the rewards are that they attain to. The rewards are fixed of a hero belonging to a heroic race. There are heroes of sacrifice, heroes of self-restraint, heroes of truth, and others equally entitled to the name of hero. There are heroes of battle, and heroes of gift of liberality among men. There are many persons who may be called the heroes of the Sankhya faith as, indeed, there are many others that are called heroes of yoga. There are others that are regarded as heroes in the matter of the forest life, of householding or domesticity, and of renunciation, or sannyasa. Similarly, there are others that are called heroes of the intellect, and also heroes of forgiveness. There are other men who live in tranquility and who are regarded as heroes of righteousness. There are diverse other kinds of heroes that practice diverse other kinds of vows and observances. There are heroes devoted to the study of the Vedas and heroes devoted to the teaching of the same. There are, again, men that come to be regarded as heroes for the devotion with which they wait upon and serve their preceptors, as indeed heroes in respect of the reverence they show to their sires. There are heroes in respect of obedience to mothers, and heroes in the matter of the life of mendicancy they lead. There are heroes in the matter of hospitality to guests, whether living as householders. All these heroes attain to very superior regions of felicity which are, of course, acquired by them as the rewards of their own acts. Holding all the Vedas in memory, or ablutions performed in all the sacred waters, may or may not be equal to telling the truth every day in one's life. 1,000 horse sacrifices and truth were once weighed in the balance. It was seen that truth weighed heavier than 1,000 horse sacrifices. It is by truth that the sun is imparting heat. It is by truth that fire blazes up. It is by truth that the winds blow. Verily, everything rests upon truth. It is truth that gratifies the deities, the Pitras and the Brahmanas. Truth had been said to be the highest duty. Therefore, no one should ever transgress truth. The Munis are all devoted to truth. Their prowess depends upon truth. They also swear by truth. Hence, truth is preeminent. All truthful men, O chief of Bharata's race, succeed by their truthfulness in attaining to heaven and sporting therein felicity. Self-restraint is the attainment of the reward that attaches to truth. I have discoursed on it with my whole heart. The man of humble heart who is possessed of self-restraint, without doubt, attains to great honors in heaven. Listen now to me, O Lord of earth, as I expound to thee the merits of Brahmacharya. That man, who practices the vow of Brahmacharya from his birth to the time of his death, know, O king, has nothing unattainable. Many millions of rishis are residing in the region of Brahma. All of them, while here, were devoted to truth, and self-restrained and had their vital seed drawn up. The vow of Brahmacharya, O king, duly observed by a Brahmana, is sure to burn all his sins. The Brahmana is said to be a blazing fire. In those Brahmanas that are devoted to penances, the deity of fire becomes visible. If a Brahmachari yields to wrath in consequence of any slight, the chief of the deities himself trembles in fear. Even this is the visible fruit of the vow of Brahmacharya that is observed by the rishis. Listen to me, O Yudhishthira, what the merit is that attaches to the worship of the father and the mother. He who dutifully serves his father without ever crossing him in anything, or similarly serves his mother or elder brother or other senior or preceptor, it should be known, O king, earns a residence in heaven. The man of cleansed soul, in consequence of such service rendered to his seniors, has never even to behold hell. Section XV. Yudhishthira said, I desire, O king, to hear thee discourse in detail upon those high ordinances which regulate gifts of kine, for it is by making gifts of kine, according to those ordinances, that one attains to innumerable regions of eternal felicity. Bhishma said, There is no gift, O Lord of earth, that is higher in point of merit than the gift of kine. A cow, lawfully acquired, if given away, immediately rescues the whole race of the giver. That ritual which sprang for the benefit of the righteous was subsequently declared for the sake of all creatures. That ritual has come down from primeval time. It existed even before it was declared. Verily, O king, listen to me as I recite to thee that ritual which affects the gift of kine. 366, in days of your when a number of kine, intended to be given away, was brought before him, King Mandathri, filled with doubt in respect of the ritual he should observe, in actually giving them away. Properly questioned Brihaspati, the preceptor of the celestials, for an explanation of the doubt. Brihaspati said, duly observing restraints the while, the giver of kine should, on the previous day, properly honor the Brahmanas and appoint their actual time of gift. as regards the kind to be given away, they should be of the class called roini. The kine also should be addressed with the words, say mange and vowel, entering the fold where the kine are kept. The following srutis should be uttered, the cow is my mother. The bull is my sire. Give me heaven and earthly prosperity. The cow is my refuge! Entering the fold and acting in this way, the giver should pass the night there. He should again utter the formula when actually giving away the kine. 367. The giver, thus residing with the kine in the fold without doing anything to restrain their freedom, and lying down on the bare earth, without driving away the gnats and other insects that would annoy him as they annoy the kine, becomes immediately cleansed of all his sins in consequence of his reducing himself to a state of perfect similitude with the kine. When the sun rises in the morning, thou shouldst give away the cow, accompanied by her calf and a bull. As the reward of such an act, heaven will certainly become attainable to thee. The blessings also that are indicated by the mantras will also be thine. The mantras contain these references to kine. Kine are endued with the elements of strength and energetic exertion. Kine have in them the elements of wisdom. They are the source of that immortality which sacrifice achieves. They are the refuge of all energy. They are the steps by which earthly prosperity is won. They constitute the eternal course of the universe. They lead to the extension of one's race. Let the kine I give away destroy my sins. They have that in them which partakes in the nature of both Surya and Soma. Let them be aids to my attainment of heaven. Let them betake themselves to me as a mother takes to her offspring. Let all other blessings also be mine that have not been named in the mantras I have uttered. In the alleviation or cure of phthisis and other wasting diseases, and in the matter of achieving freedom from the body, if a person takes the help of the 5 products of the cow, kine become inclined to confer blessings upon the person like the river Saraswati. Ye kine, ye are always conveyors of all kinds of merit. Gratified with me, do ye appoint a desirable end for me. I have today become what ye are. By giving you away, I really give myself away. After these words have been uttered by giver, the receiver should say, ye are no longer owned by him who gives you away. Ye have now become mine. Possessed of the nature of both Satya and Soma, ye cause both the giver and the receiver to blaze forth with all kinds of prosperity! As already indicated, the giver should duly utter the words occurring in the first part of the above verse. The regenerate recipient, conversant with the ritual that regulates the gift of kine, should, when receiving the kine in gift, utter, as already said, the words occurring in the latter half of the above verse. The man who, instead of a cow, gives away the usual value thereof or cloths or gold, comes to be regarded as the giver of a cow. The giver, when giving away the usual value of a cow, as the substitute of a cow, should utter the words, this cow with face upturned is being given away. Do thou accept her! The man who gives away cloths, as the substitute of a cow, should utter the words, Bhavativya, meaning that the gift should be regarded as representing a cow. The man who gives away gold, as the substitute of a cow, should utter the word Vishnavi, meaning, this gold that I give away is of the form and nature of a cow. Even these are the words that should be uttered in the order of the kind of gift mentioned above. The reward that is reaped by making such vicarious gifts of kine is residence in heaven for 36,000 years, 8,000 years, and 20,000 years respectively. Even these are the merits, respectively, of gifts of things as substitute of kine. While as regards him who gives an actual cow, all the merits that attach to vicarious gifts of kine become his at only the 8th step, homewards, of the recipient. 368. He that gives an actual cow becomes endued with righteous behavior in this world. He that gives the value of a cow becomes freed from every kind of fear. He that gives a cow, as a substitute in way for a real cow, never meet with sorrow. All the three, as also they that regularly go through their ablutions and other acts at early dawn, and he that is well conversant with the Mahabharata, it is well known, attain to the regions of Vishnu and Soma. Having given away a cow, the giver should, for 3 nights, adopt the vaccine vow, and pass 1 night with kine. Commencing again from that lunation, numbering the 8, which is known by the name of Kamya, he should pass 3 nights, supporting himself entirely on milk and urine and dung of the cow. 369. By giving away a bull, one attains to the merit that attaches to the divine vow, Brahmacharya. By giving away a couple of kine, one acquires the mastery of the Vedas. That man who performs a sacrifice and makes gifts of kine agreeably to the ritual laid down, attains to many regions of a superior character. These, however, are not attainable by the person who is unacquainted with that ritual, and who, therefore, gives away kine without observing the scriptural declarations. That man who gives away even a single cow that yields a copious measure of milk, acquires the merit of giving away all desirable things on earth collected together. What need, therefore, be said of the gift of many such kine as yield Havya and Kavya in consequence of their full udders? The merit that attaches to the gift of superior oxen is greater than that which attaches to the gift of kine. One should not, by imparting a knowledge of this ritual, benefit a person that is not one's disciple, or that is not observant of vows, or that is bereft of faith, or that is possessed of a crooked understanding. Verily, this religion is a mystery, unknown to most people. One that knows it should not speak of it at every place. There are, in the world, many men that are bereft of faith. There are among men many persons that are mean and that resemble Rakshasas. This religion, if imparted unto them, would lead to evil. It would be productive of equal evil if imparted to such sinful men as have taken shelter in atheism. Listen to me, O king, as I recite to thee the names of those righteous monarchs that have attained to regions of great felicity as the reward of those gifts of kine which they made agreeable to the instructions of Brihaspati, Usnara, Viswagaswa, Nriga, Bhagrata, the celebrated Mandatory, the son of Uvan Aswa, King Muchakunda, Bhagrata, Nshada, Somaka, Pururavas, Bharatu of imperial sway, to whose race belongs all the Bharatas, the heroic Rama, the son of Dasaratha, and many other celebrated kings of great achievement, and also King Dilipa of widely known deeds, all, in consequence of their gifts of kine agreeable to the ritual, attained to heaven. King Mandatory was always observant of sacrifices, gifts, penances, kingly duties, and gifts of kine. Therefore, O son of Pritha, do thou also bear in mind those instructions of Brihaspati which I have recited unto thee, in respect of gifts of kine. Having obtained the kingdom of the Kurus, do thou, with a cheerful heart, make gifts of good kine unto foremost of Brahmanas. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Bhishma on the subject of properly making gifts of kine. King Yudhishthira did all that Bhishma wished. Verily, King Yudhishthira bore in mind the whole of that religion which the preceptor of the deities imparted unto the royal Mandatory. Yudhishthira from that time began to make always gifts of kine and to support himself on grains of barley and on cow dung as both his food and drink. The king also began to sleep from that day on the bare earth, and possessed of restrained soul and resembling a bull in conduct, he became the foremost of monarchs. 370. The Kuru king from that day became very attentive to kine and always worshipped them, hymning their praises. From that day, the king gave up the practice of yoking kine unto his vehicles. Wheresoever he had occasion to go, he proceeded on cars drawn by horses of good mettle. Section XXVI. Vaisampayana said, King Yudhishthira, endued with humility, once again questioned the royal son of Santanu on the subject of gifts of kine in detail. The king said, "Do thou, O Bharata, once more discourse to me in detail on the merits of giving away kine. Verily, O hero, I have not been satiated with hearing thy nectar-like words." Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by King Yudhishthira the Just. Santanu's son began to discourse to him once again, in detail on the merits attaching to the gift of kine. Bhishma said, "By giving unto a Brahmana a cow possessed of a calf, endued with docility and other virtues, young in years, and wrapped round with a piece of cloth, one becomes cleansed of all one's sins. There are many regions in hell which are sinless. One who makes the gift of a cow has not to go thither. That man, however, who gives unto a Brahmana a cow that is incapable of drinking or eating, that has her milk dried up, that is endued with senses all of which have been weakened, and that is diseased and overcome with a decrepitude, and that may, therefore, be likened to a tank whose water has been dried up, indeed, the man who gives such a cow unto a Brahmana and thereby inflicts only pain and disappointment upon him, has certainly to enter into dark hell. That cow which is wrathful and vicious, or diseased, or weak, or which has been purchased without the price agreed upon having been paid, or which would only afflict the regenerate recipient with distress and disappointment, should never be given. The regions such a man may acquire, as the rewards of other acts of righteousness performed by him, would fail to give him any happiness or impart to him any energy. Only such kine as are strong, endued with good behavior, young in years, and possessed of fragrance, are applauded by all, in the matter of gift. Verily, as Ganga is the foremost of all rivers, even so is a Kapila cow the foremost of all kine. Yudhishthira said, "Why, O grandsire, do the righteous applaud the gift of a Kapila cow as more meritorious, when all good kine that are given away should be regarded as equal? O thou of great puissance, I wish to hear what the distinction is that attaches to a Kapila cow. Thou art, verily, competent to discourse to me on this topic." 371. Bhishma said, "I have, O son, heard old men recite this history respecting the circumstances under which the Kapila cow was created. I shall recite that old history to thee. In days of yore, the self-born Brahman commanded the Rishi Daksha, saying, "Do thou create living creatures." From desire of doing good to creatures, Daksha, in the first instance, created food. Even as the deities exist, depending upon nectar, all living creatures, O puissant one, live depending upon the sustenance assigned by Daksha. Among all objects mobile and immobile, the mobile are superior. Among mobile creatures Brahmanas are superior. The sacrifices are all established upon them. It is by sacrifice that soma, nectar, is got. Sacrifice has been established upon kine. 372. The gods become gratified through sacrifices. As regards the creation then, the means of support came first, creatures came next. As soon as creatures were born, they began to cry aloud for food. All of them then approached their Creator, who was to give them food like children approaching their father or mother. Knowing the intention which moved all his creatures, the Holy Lord of all creatures, viz. Daksha, for the sake of the beings he had created, himself drank a quantity of nectar. He became gratified with the nectar he quaffed, and thereupon an eructation came out, diffusing an excellent perfume all around. As the result of that eructation, Daksha saw that it gave birth to a cow which he named Zorabi. This Zorabi was thus a daughter of his, that had sprung from his mouth. The cow called Zorabi brought forth a number of daughters who came to be regarded as the mothers of the world. Their complexion was like that of gold, and they were all Kapilas. They were the means of sustenance for all creatures. As those kine, whose complexion resembled that of Amrita, began to pour milk. The froth of that milk arose and began to spread on every side, even as when the waves of a running stream dashing against one another. Copious froth is produced that spreads on every side. Some of that froth fell from the mouths of the calves that were sucking upon the head of Mahadeva, who was then sitting on the earth. The puissant Mahadeva thereupon, filled with wrath, cast his eyes upon those kine. With that third eye of his which adorns his forehead, he seemed to burn those kine as he looked at them. Like the sun tinging masses of clouds with diverse colours, the energy that issued from the third eye of Mahadeva produced, O monarch, diverse complexion in those kine. Those amongst them, however, which succeeded in escaping from the glance of Mahadeva by entering the region of Soma, remained of the same colour with which they were born, for no change was produced in their complexion. Seeing that Mahadeva had become exceedingly angry, Daksha, the lord of all creatures, addressed him, saying, Thou hast, O great deity, been drenched with nectar. The milk or the froth that escapes from the mouths of calves sucking their dams has never regarded as impure remnant. 373. Chandramas, after drinking the nectar, pours it once more. It is not, however, on that account, looked upon as impure. After the same manner, the milk that these kine yield, being born of nectar, should not be regarded as impure, even though the udders have been touched by the calves with their mouths. The wind can never become impure. Fire can never become impure. Gold can never become impure. The ocean can never become impure. The nectar, even when drunk by the deities, can never become impure. Similarly, the milk of a cow, even when her udders are sucked by her calf, can never become impure. These kine will support all these worlds with the milk they will yield and the ghee that will be manufactured therefrom. All creatures wish to enjoy the auspicious wealth, identifiable with nectar, that kine possess! Having said these words, the Lord of creatures, Daksha, made a present unto Mahadeva of a bull with certain kine. Daksha gratified the heart of Rudra, O Bharata, with that present. Mahadeva, thus gratified, made that bull his vehicle. And it was after the form of that bull that Mahadeva adopted the device on the standard floating on his battle car. For this reason it is that Rudra came to be known as the bull-bannered deity. It was on that occasion also that the celestials, uniting together, made Mahadeva the lord of animals. Indeed, the great Rudra became the master of kine and is named as the bull-sign deity. Hence, O king, in the matter of giving away kine, the gift is regarded as primarily desirable of Kapla kine, which are endued with great energy and possessed of colour unchanged from white. Thus are kine, the foremost of all creatures in the world. It is from them that the means have flowed of the sustenance of all the worlds. They have Rudra for their master. They yield Soma, nectar, in the form of milk. They are auspicious and sacred, and grantors of every wish and givers of life. A person by making a gift of a cow come to be regarded as making a gift of every article that is desired to be enjoyed by men. That man who, desiring to attain to prosperity, reads with a pure heart and body these verses on the origin of kine, becomes cleansed of all his sins and attains to prosperity and children and wealth and animals. He who makes a gift of a cow, O king, always succeeds in acquiring the merits that attach to gifts of havia and kavya, to the offer of oblations of water and to the pitris, to other religious acts whose performance brings peace and happiness, to the gift of vehicles and cloths, and to the cherishing of children and the old. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of his grandsire, Pritha's son, viz., the royal Yudhishthira of Ajumida's race, uniting with his brothers, began to make gifts of both bulls and kine of different colours and to foremost of Brahmanas. Verily, for the purpose of subduing regions of felicity in the next, and winning great fame, King Yudhishthira performed many sacrifices and, as sacrificial presents, gave away hundreds of thousands of kine unto such brahmanas. Section XVI. Bhishma said, in days of yore, King Sordasa, born of Ikshvaku's race, that foremost of eloquent men, on one occasion approached his family priest, viz. Vasishtha, that foremost of rishis, crowned with ascetic success, capable of wandering through every region, the receptacle of Brahma, and endued with eternal life, and put him the following question. Sordasa said, O Holy One, O Sinless One, what is that in the three worlds which is sacred, and by reciting which at all times a man may acquire high merit? Bhishma said, unto King Sordasa, who stood before him with head bent in reverence, the learned Vasishtha, having first bowed unto kine and purified himself in body and mind, discoursed upon the mystery relating to kine, a topic that is fraught with result highly beneficial to all persons. Vasishtha said, kine are always fragrant. The perfume emanated by the exudation of the amity sagalisham issues out of the bodies. Kine are the great refuge of all creatures. Kine constitute the great source of blessing unto all. 374. Kine are the past and the future. Kine are the source of eternal growth. Kine are the root of prosperity. Anything given to kine is never lost. Kine constitute the highest food. They are the best harvey for the deities. The mantras called Swaha and Vashat are forever established in kine. Kine constitute the fruit of sacrifices. Sacrifices are established in kine. Kine are the future and the past, and sacrifice rest on them. Morning and evening kine yield unto the rishis, O foremost of men, harvey for use in Homer, O thou of great effulgence. They who make gift of kine succeed in transcending all sins which they may have committed, and all kinds of calamities into which they may fall, O thou of great puissance. The man possessing 10 kine and making a gift of 1 cow, he possessing 100 kine and making a gift of 10 kine, and he possessing 1,000 kine and making a gift of 100 kine, all earn the same measure of merit. The man who, though possessed of 100 kine, does not establish a domestic fire for daily worship, that man who, though possessed of 1,000 kine, does not perform sacrifices, and that man who, though possessed of wealth, acts as a miser, by not making gift and discharging the duties of hospitality, are all three regarded as not worthy of any respect. Those men who make gift of kapla kine with their calves and with vessel of white brass for milking them kine, that is, which are not vicious and which while given away, are wrapped round with cloths, succeed in conquering both this and the other world. Such persons as succeed in making gift of a bull that is still in the prime of youth, that has all its senses strong, and that may be regarded as the foremost one among hundreds of herds, that has large horns adorned with ornaments of gold or silver, and to a Brahmana possessed of Vedic learning, succeed, O scorcher of foes, in attaining to great prosperity and affluence each time they take birth in the world. One should never go to bed without reciting the names of kine, nor should one rise from bed in the morning without the similar recitation of the names of kine. Morning and evening one should bend one's head in reverence to kine. As the consequence of such acts, one is sure to attain to great prosperity. One should never feel any repugnance for the urine and the dung of the cow. One should never eat the flesh of kine. As the consequence of this, one is sure to attain to great prosperity. One should always take the names of kine. One should never show any disregard for kine in any way. If evil dreams are seen, men should take the names of kine. One should always bathe, using cow dung at the time. One should sit on dried cow dung. One should never cast one's urine and excreta and other secretions on cow dung. One should never obstruct kine in any way. One should eat, sitting on a cowhide purified by dipping it in water, and then cast one's eyes towards the west. Sitting with restrained speech, One should eat ghee, using the bare earth as one's dish. One reaps, in consequence of such acts, that prosperity of which kine are the source. 375. One should pour libations on the fire, using ghee for the purpose. One should cause brahmanas to utter blessings upon one, by presents of ghee. One should make gift of ghee. One should also eat ghee. As the reward of such acts one is sure to attain to that prosperity which kine confer. That man who inspires a vaccine form made of sesame seeds by uttering the Vedic mantras called by the name of Gumati, and then adorns that form with every kind of gems and makes a gift of it, has never to suffer any grief on account of all his acts of omission and commission. Let kine that yield copious measures of milk and that have horns adorned with gold, kine viz, that Azurabi or the daughters of Zurabi. Approach me even as rivers approach the ocean. I always look at kine. Let kine always look at me. Kine are ours. We are theirs. Ourselves are there where kine are. Even thus, at night or day, in happiness or woe, verily, at times of even great fear, should a man exclaim. By uttering such words he is certain to become freed from every fear. Section 6. Vasishta said, the kine that had been created in a former age practiced the austerest penances for 100,000 years with the desire of attaining to a position of great pre-eminence. Verily, O scorcher of foes, they said unto themselves, we shall, in this world, become the best of all kinds of dakshina in sacrifices, and we shall not be liable to be stained with any fault. By bathing in water mixed with our dung people shall become sanctified. The deities and men shall use our dung for the purpose of purifying all creatures mobile and immobile. They also that will give us away shall attain to those regions of happiness which will be ours. 376. The puissant Brahman, appearing unto them at the conclusion of their austerities, gave them the boons they sought, saying, it shall be as ye wish. Do ye, thus, rescue all the worlds. Crowned with fruition in respect of their wishes, they all rose up, those mothers of both the past and the future. Every morning, people should bow with reverence unto kine. As the consequence of this, they are certain to win prosperity. At the conclusion of their penances, O monarch, kine became the refuge of the world. It is for this that kine are said to be highly blessed, sacred, and the foremost of all things. It is for this that kine are said to stay at the very head of all creatures. By giving away a cow with a calf resembling herself, yielding a copious measure of milk, free from every vicious habit, and covered with a piece of cloth, the giver attains to great honors in the region of Brahma. By giving away a cow of red complexion, with a calf that resembles herself, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of Surya. By giving away a cow of variegated hue, with a calf similar to herself, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of Soma. By giving away a cow of white complexion, with a calf similar to herself, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of Indra. By giving away a cow of dark complexion, with a calf similar to herself, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of Agni. By giving away a cow of the complexion of smoke, with a calf similar to herself, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of Yama. By giving away a cow of the complexion of the foam of water, with a calf and a vessel of white brass for milking her, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to the region of Varuna. By giving away a cow whose complexion is like that of the dust blown by the wind, with a calf, and a vessel of white brass for milking her, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honors in the region of the wind god. by giving a cow of the complexion of gold, having eyes of a tawny hue, with a calf and a vessel of white brass for milking her, and covered with a piece of cloth, one enjoys the felicity of the region of Cuvera. By giving away a cow of the complexion of the smoke of straw, with a calf and a vessel of white brass for milking her, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to great honours in the region of the Pythrus. By giving away a fat cow with the flesh of its throat hanging down and accompanied by her calf, one attains with ease to the high region of the Visudevyas. By giving away a gory cow, with calf similar to her, yielding milk, free from every vice, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to the region of the Vasas. By giving away a cow of the complexion of a white blanket, with a calf and a vessel of white brass, and covered with a piece of cloth, one attains to the region of the Sadayas. By giving away a bull with a high hump and adorned with every jewel, the giver, O king, attains to the region of the Maruts. By giving away a bull of blue complexion, that is full grown in respect of years and adorned with every ornament, the giver attains to the regions of the Gandharvas and the Apsaras. By giving away a cow with the flesh of her throat hanging down, and adorned with every ornament, the giver, freed from every grief, attains to those regions that belong to Prajapati himself. That man, O king, who habitually makes gifts of kine, proceeds, piercing through the clouds, on the car of solar refulgence to heaven, and shines there in splendor. That man who habitually makes gifts of kine comes to be regarded as the foremost of his species. When thus proceeding to heaven, he is received by 1,000 celestial damsels of beautiful hips and adorned with handsome robes and ornaments. These girls wait upon him there and minister to his delight. He sleeps there in peace and is awakened by the musical laughter of those gazelle-eyed damsels, the sweet notes of their venas, the soft strains of their valakas, and the melodious tinkle of their nuparas. 377. The man who makes gifts of kine resides in heaven and is honoured there for as many years as there are hairs on the bodies of the kine he gives away. Falling off from heaven, upon the exhaustion of his merit, such a man takes birth in the order of humanity and, in fact, in a superior family among men. Section LXXX. Vasishta said, Kine are yielders of ghee and milk. They are the sources of ghee and they have sprung from ghee. They are rivers of ghee and eddies of ghee. Let kine never be in my house. Ghee is always my heart. Ghee is even established in my navel. Ghee is in every limb of mine. Ghee resides in my mind. Kine are always at my front. Kine are always at my rear. Kine are on every side of my person. I live in the midst of kine. Having purified oneself by touching water, one should, morning and evening, recite these mantras every day. By this, one is sure to be cleansed of all the sins one may commit in course of the day. They who make gifts of 1,000 kine, departing from this world, proceed to the regions of the Gandharvas and the Apsaras, where there are many palatial mansions made of gold and where the celestial Ganga, called the current of Vasu, runs. Givers of 1,000 kine repair thither, where run many rivers having milk for their water, cheese for their maya, and curds for their floating moss. That man who makes gifts of hundreds of thousands of kine agreeably to the ritual laid down in the scriptures, attains to high prosperity here, and great honours in heaven. Such a man causes both his paternal and maternal ancestors to the 10th degree to attain to regions of great felicity, and sanctifies his whole race. Kine are sacred. They are the foremost of all things in the world. They are verily the refuge of the universe. They are the mothers of the very deities. They are verily incomparable. They should be dedicated in sacrifices. When making journeys, one should proceed by their right, that is, keeping them to one's left. Ascertaining the proper time, they should be given away unto eligible persons. By giving away a Kapla cow having large horns, accompanied by a calf and a vessel of white brass for milking her, and covered with a piece of cloth, one succeeds in entering, freed from fear, the palace of Yama that is so difficult to enter. One should always recite this sacred mantra, viz. Kine are of beautiful form. Kine are of diverse forms. They are of universal form. They are the mothers of the universe. Oh, let Kine approach me. There is no gift more sacred than the gift of Kine. There is no gift that produces more blessed merit. There has been nothing equal to the cow, nor will there be anything that will equal her. With her skin, her hair, her horns, the hair of her tail, her milk, and her fat, with all these together, the cow upholds sacrifice. What thing is there that is more useful than the cow? Bending my head unto her with reverence, I adore the cow who is the mother of both the past and the future, and by whom the entire universe of mobile and immobile creatures is covered. O best of men, I have thus recited to thee only a portion of the high merits of Kine. There is no gift in this world that is superior to the gift of Kine. There is also no refuge in this world that is higher than Kine. Bhishma continued, that high-souled giver of land, viz. King Surdasa, thinking these words of the Rishi Vasishta to be foremost in point of importance, then made gifts of a very large number of kine unto the Brahmanas, restraining his senses the while, and as the consequence of those gifts, the monarch succeeded in attaining to many regions of felicity in the next world. 378. Section C. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, what is that which is the most sacred of all sacred things in the world, other than that which has been already mentioned, and which is the highest of all sanctifying objects? Bhishma said, Kine are the foremost of all objects. They are highly sacred and they rescue men from all kinds of sin and distress. With their milk and with the honey manufactured therefrom, kine uphold all creatures in the universe. O best of the Bharatas, there is nothing that is more sacred than kine. The foremost of all things in the three worlds, kine are themselves sacred and capable of cleansing others. Kine reside in a region that is even higher than the region of the deities. When given away, they rescue their givers. Men of wisdom succeed in attaining to heaven by making gifts of kine. Yavanas was son mandatory, Yayati, and his sire, Nuasha, used always to give away kine in thousands. As the reward of those gifts, they have attained to such regions as are unattainable by the very deities. There is, in this connection, O sinless one, a discourse delivered of old. I shall recite it to thee. Once on a time, the intelligent Sukha, having finished his morning rites, approached with a restrained mind his sire, that foremost of rishis, viz., the island-born Krishna, who is acquainted with the distinction between that which is superior and that which is inferior, and saluting him, said, What is that sacrifice which appears to thee as the foremost of all sacrifices? What is that act by doing which men of wisdom succeed in attaining to the highest region? What is that sacred act by which the deities enjoy the felicity of heaven? What constitutes the character of sacrifice as sacrifice? What is that upon which sacrifice rests? What is that which is regarded as the best by the deities? What is that sacrifice which transcends the sacrifices of this world? Do thou also tell me, O sire, what is that which is the most sacred of all things? Having heard these words of his son, O chief of Bharata's race, Vyasa, the foremost of all persons conversant with duties, discoursed as follows unto him. Vyasa said, Kine constitute the stay of all creatures. Kine are the refuge of all creatures. Kine are the embodiment of merit. Kine are sacred, and kine are sanctifiers of all. Formerly kine were hornless as it has been heard by us. For obtaining horns they adored the eternal and puissant Brahman. The puissant Brahman, seeing the kine paying their adorations to him and sitting in prayer, granted unto each of them what each desired. Thereafter their horns grew, and each got what each desired. Of diverse colours, and endued with horns, they began to shine in beauty, O sun. Favoured by Brahman himself with boons, kine are auspicious and yielders of haviour and caviar. They are the embodiments of merit. They are sacred and blessed. They are possessed of excellent form and attributes. Kine constitute high and highly excellent energy. The gift of kine is very much applauded. Those good men who, freed from pride, make gifts of kine, are regarded as doers of righteous deeds and as givers of all articles. Such men, O sinless one, attain to the highly sacred region of kine. The trees that produce sweet fruits. Indeed, those trees are always adorned with excellent flowers and fruits. Those flowers, O best of regenerate persons, are endued with celestial fragrance. The entire soil of that region is made of gems. The suns there are all gold. The climate there is such that the excellencies of every season are felt. There is no more mire, no dust. It is, indeed, highly auspicious. The streams that run there shine in resplendence for the red lotuses blooming upon their bosoms, and for the jewels and gems and gold that occur in their banks and that display the effulgence of the morning Sunday. There are many lakes also in that region on whose breasts are many lotuses, mixed here and there with Nymphea stellata, and having their petals made of costly gems, and their filaments adorned with a complexion like that of gold. They are also adorned with flowering forests of the Nerium odorum, with thousands of beautiful creepers twining round them, as also with forests of santonacas bearing their flowery burdens. There are rivers whose banks are variegated with many bright pearls and resplendent gems and shining gold. Portions of those regions are covered with excellent trees that are decked with jewels and gems of every kind. Some of them are made of gold and some display the splendor of fire. There stand many mountains made of gold, and many hills and eminences made of jewels and gems. These shine in beauty in consequence of their tall summits, which are composed of all kinds of gems. The trees that adorn those regions always put forth flowers and fruits, and are always covered with dense foliage. The flowers always emit a celestial fragrance, and the fruits are exceedingly sweet, O chief of Bharata's race. Those persons that are of righteous deeds, O Yudhishthira, always sport there in joy. Freed from grief and wrath, they pass their time there, crowned with the fruition of every wish. Persons of righteous deeds, possessed of fame, sport there in happiness, moving from place to place, O Bharata, on delightful vehicles of great beauty. Auspicious bands of apsaras always amuse them there, with music and dance. Indeed, O Yudhishthira, a person goes to such regions as the reward of his making gifts of kine. Those regions which have for their lords Pushan, and the Maruts of great puissance, are attained to by givers of kine. In affluence, the royal Varuna is regarded as pre-eminent. The giver of kine attains to affluence like that of Varuna himself. One should, with the steadiness of a vow, daily recite these mantras declared by Prajapati himself, in respect of kine. Viswarupa and Vis.Yugandhara, Sarupa, Vayarupa, and Madara. 379. He who serves kine with reverence and who follows them with humility, succeeds in obtaining many invaluable boons from kine who become gratified with him. One should never, in even one's heart, do an injury to kine. One should, indeed, always confer happiness on them. One should always reverence kine and worship them, with bends of one's head. He who does this, restraining his senses the while and filled with cheerfulness, succeeds in attaining to that felicity which is enjoyed by kine, and which kine alone can confer. One should for 3 days drink the hot urine of the cow. For the next 3 days one should drink the hot milk of the cow. Having thus drunk for 3 days hot milk, One should next drink hot ghee for 3 days. Having in this way drunk hot ghee for 3 days, one should subsist for the next 3 days on air only. That sacred thing by whose aid the deities enjoy regions of felicity, that which is the most sacred of all sacred things, viz., ghee should then be borne on the head. 380. With the aid of ghee one should pour libations on the sacred fire. By making gifts of ghee, one should cause the Brahmana to utter benedictions on oneself. One should eat ghee and make gifts of ghee. As the reward of this conduct, one may then attain to that prosperity which belongs to kine. That man who, for a month, subsists upon the gruel of barley picked up every day from cow dung becomes cleansed of sins and grave as the slaughter of a Brahmana. After their defeat at the hands of the deities practiced this expiation. It was in consequence of this expiation that they succeeded in regaining their position as deities. Verily, it was through this that they regained their strength and became crowned with success. Kine are sacred. They are embodiments of merit. They are high and most efficacious cleansers of all. By making gifts of kine unto the Brahmanas one attains to heaven. Living in a pure state, in the midst of kine, one should mentally recite those sacred mantras that are known by the name of Gimati, after touching pure water. By doing this, one becomes purified and cleansed of all sins. Brahmanas of righteous deeds, who have been cleansed by knowledge, study of the Vedas, and observance of vows, should, only in the midst of sacred fires or kine or assemblies of Brahmanas, impart unto their disciples a knowledge of the Gimati mantras which are every way like unto a sacrifice, for the merit they produce. One should observe a fast for 3 nights for receiving the boon constituted by a knowledge of the import of the Gimati mantras. The man who is desirous of obtaining a son may obtain one by adoring these mantras. He who desires the possession of wealth may have his desire gratified by adoring these mantras. The girl desirous of having a good husband may have her wish fulfilled by the same means. In fact, one may acquire the fruition of every wish one may cherish by adoring these sacred mantras. When kine are gratified with the service one renders them, they are, without doubt, capable of granting the fruition of every wish. Even so, kine are highly blessed. They are the essential requisites of sacrifices. They are grantors of every wish. Know that there is nothing superior to kine. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by his high sire, Sukha, endued with great energy, began from that time to worship kine every day. Do thou also, O son, conduct thyself in the same way. Section XXI. Yudhishthira said, I have heard that the dung of the cow is endued with 3. I desire to hear how this has been brought about. I have doubts, O grandsire, which thou shouldst dispel. 381. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old story, O monarch, of the conversation between Kine and Sri, O best of the Bharatas. Once on a time the goddess Sri, assuming a very beautiful form, entered a herd of kine. The kine, beholding her wealth of beauty, became filled with wonder. The kine said, Who art thou, O goddess? Whence hast thou become unrivalled on earth for beauty? O highly blessed goddess, we have been filled with wonder at thy wealth of beauty. We desire to know who thou art. Who, indeed, art thou? Whither wilt thou proceed? O thou of very superior splendor of complexion, do tell us in detail all we wish to know. Shri said, Blessed be ye, I am dear unto all creatures. Indeed, I am known by the name of Shri. Forsaken by me, the deities have been lost forever. The deities, viz., Indra, Vivaswat, Soma, Vishnu, Varuna, and Agni, having obtained me, are sporting in joy and will do so forever. Verily, the rishis and the deities, only when they are endued with me, have success. Ye kine, Those beings meet with destruction into whom I do not enter. Religion, wealth, and pleasure, only when endued with me, become sources of happiness. Ye kine who are givers of happiness, know that I am possessed of even such energy. I wish to always reside in every one of you. Repairing to your presence, I solicit you. Be all of you endued with Shri. The kine said, Thou art fickle and restless. Thou sufferest thyself to be enjoyed by many persons. We do not desire to have thee. Blessed be thou, go wheresoever thou pleasest. As regards ourselves, all of us are possessed of good forms. What need have we with thee? Go wheresoever thou likest. Thou hast already, by answering our questions, gratified us exceedingly. Shri said, Is it proper with you, ye kine, that you do not welcome me? I am difficult of being attained. Why then do you not accept me? It seems, ye creatures of excellent vows, that the popular proverb is true, viz., that it is certain that when one come to another of one's own accordant without being sought, one meets with disregard. The gods, the Danavas, the Gandhavas, the Pisachas, the Uragas, the Rakshasas and human beings succeed in obtaining me only after undergoing the severest austerities. You who have such energy, do ye take me? Ye amiable ones, I am never disregarded by anyone in the three worlds of mobile and immobile creatures. The kine said, We do not disregard thee, O goddess. We do not show thee a slight. Thou art fickle and of a very restless heart. It is for this only that we take leave of thee. What need of much talk? Do thou go wheresoever thou choosest. All of us are endued with excellent forms. What need have we with thee, O sinless one? Shri said, Ye givers of honours, cast off by you in this way, I shall certainly be an object of disregard with all the world. Do ye show me grace? Ye are all highly blessed. Ye are ever ready to grant protection unto those that seek your protection. I have come to you soliciting your protection. I have no fault. Do you rescue me from this situation? Know that I shall always be devoted to you. I am desirous of residing in any parts, however repulsive, of your bodies. Indeed, I wish to reside in even your rectum. Ye sinless ones, I do not see that ye have any part in your bodies that may be regarded as repulsive, for ye are sacred, and sanctifying, and highly blessed. Do ye, however, grant my prayer? Do ye tell me in which part of your bodies I shall take up my residence? Bhishma continued, thus addressed by Shri, the kine, always auspicious and inclined to kindness and to all who are devoted to them, shook counsel with one another, and then addressing Shri, and unto her, O king, these words. The kine said, O thou of great fame, it is certainly desirable that we should honour thee. Do thou live in Urin and Dung. Both these are sacred, O auspicious goddess. Shri said, By good luck, ye have shown me much grace, implying your desire to favour me. Let it be even as ye say. Blessed be ye all, I have really been honoured by you, ye givers of happiness. Bhishma continued, having, O Bharata, made this compact with the kine, Shri, there and then, in the very sight of those kine, rendered herself invisible. I have thus told thee, O son, the glory of the dung of kine. I shall once again discourse to thee on the glory of kine. Do thou listen to me. Section XXI. Bhishma said, They who make gifts of kine, and who subsist upon the remnants of things offered as libations on the sacred fire, are regarded, O Yudhishthira, as always performing sacrifices of every kind. No sacrifice can be performed without the aid of curds and ghee. The very character as sacrifice which sacrifices have, depends upon ghee. Hence ghee, or the cow from which it is produced, is regarded as the very root of sacrifice. Of all kinds of gifts, the gift of kine is applauded as the highest. Kine are the foremost of all things. themselves sacred, they are the best of cleansers and sanctifiers. People should cherish kine for obtaining prosperity and even peace. The milk, curds, and ghee that kine yield are capable of cleansing one from every kind of sin. Kine are said to represent the highest energy both in this world and the world that is above. There is nothing that is more sacred or sanctifying than kine, O chief of Bharata's race. In this connection is recited the ancient narrative, O Yudhishthira, of the discourse between the grandsire and the chief of celestials. After the deities had been defeated and Sakra had become the lord of the three worlds, all creatures grew in prosperity and became devoted to the true religion. Then, on one occasion, the Rishis, the Gandharvas, the Kinnaras, the Uragas, the Rakshasas, the deities, the Asuras, the winged creatures and the Prajapatis, O thou of Kuru's race, all assembled together and adored the grandsire. They were Narada and Parvata and Viswavasu and Hahahu, who sang in celestial strains for adoring that puissant Lord of all creatures. The deity of wind bore thither the fragrance of celestial flowers. The seasons also, in their embodied forms, bore the perfumes of flowers peculiar to each, and to that conclave of celestials, that gathering of all creatures of the universe, where celestial maidens danced and sang in accompaniment with celestial music. In the midst of that assembly, Indra, saluting the Lord of all the deities and bowing his head unto him with reverence, asked him, saying, I desire, O grandsire, to know why the region of kine is higher, O Holy One, than the region of the deities themselves who are the lords of all the worlds. What austerities, what brahmacharya, O Lord, did kine perform, in consequence of which they are able to reside happily in a region that is even above that of the deities? Thus addressed by Indra, Brahman said unto the slayer of valour, Thou hast always, O slayer of valour, disregarded kine. Hence, thou art not acquainted with the glorious preeminence of kine. Listen now to me, O puissant one, as I explain to thee the high energy and glorious preeminence of kine, O chief of the celestials. Kine have been said to be the limbs of sacrifice. They represent sacrifice itself, O Vasava. Without them, there can be no sacrifice. With their milk and the harvey produced therefrom, they uphold all creatures. Their male calves are engaged in assisting at tillage and thereby produce diverse kinds of paddy and other seeds. From them flow sacrifices and havia and kavia, and milk and curds and ghee. Hence, O chief of the deities, kine are sacred. Afflicted by hunger and thirst, they bear diverse burdens. Kine support the munis. They uphold all creatures by diverse acts. O Vasava, kine are guileless in their behavior. In consequence of such behavior and of many well-performed acts, they are enabled to live always in regions that are even above ours. I have thus explained to thee today, O thou of 100 sacrifices, the reason, O Sakra, of kine residing in a place that is high above that of the deities. Kine obtained many excellent forms, O Vasava, and are themselves givers of boons to others. They are called Zorabi, of sacred deeds and endued with many auspicious indications. They are highly sanctifying. Listen to me also, O slayer of valour, as I tell thee in detail the reason why kine, the offspring of Zorabi, have descended on the earth, O best of the deities. In day of yore, O son, when in the Devayuga the high Sultanavas became lords of the three worlds, Aditi underwent the severest austerities and got Vishnu within her womb, as the reward thereof. Verily, O chief of the celestials, she had stood upon one leg for many long years, desirous of having a son. 382. Beholding the great goddess, Aditi, thus undergoing the severest austerities, the daughter of Daksha, viz., the illustrious Zorabi, herself devoted to righteousness, similarly underwent very severe austerities upon the breast of the delightful mountains of Kailasa that are resorted to by both the deities and the Gandharvas. Established on the highest yoga, she also stood upon one leg for 11,000 years. The deities with the rishis and the great nagas all became scorched with the severity of her penances. Repairing thither with me, all of them began to adore that auspicious goddess. I then addressed that goddess endued with penances and said, O goddess, O thou of the faultless conduct, for what purpose dost thou undergo such severe austerities? O highly blessed one, I am gratified with thy penances, O beautiful one. Do thou, O goddess, solicit what boon thou desirest. I shall grant thee whatever thou mayst ask. Even these were my words unto her, O Purandara. Thus addressed by me, Zorabi answered me, saying, I have no need, O grandsire, of boons. Even this, O sinless one, is a great boon to me that thou hast been gratified with me. And to the illustrious Zorabi, O chief of the celestials, who said so unto me, O Lord of Sakhi, I answered even in these words, O foremost of the deities, viz., O goddess, at this exhibition of thy freedom from cupidity and desire, and at these penances of thine, O thou of beautiful face, I have been exceedingly gratified. I, therefore, grant thee the boon of immortality. Thou shalt dwell in a region that is higher than the 3 worlds, through my grace. That region shall be known to all by the name of Goloka. Thy offspring, ever engaged in doing good acts, will reside in the world of men. In fact, O highly blessed one, thy daughters will reside there. All kinds of enjoyment, celestial and human, that thou mayst think of, will immediately be thine. Whatever happiness exists in heaven, will also be thine, O blessed one. The regions, O thou of 100 eyes, that are Zorabis are endued with means for the gratification of every wish. Neither death, nor decrepitude, nor fire, can overcome its denizens. No ill luck, O Vasava, exists there. Many delightful woods, and delightful ornaments and objects of beauty may be seen there. The many beautiful cars, all excellently equipped, which move at the will of the rider, may be seen, O Vasava. O thou of eyes like lotus petals, it is only by Brahmacharya, by penances, by truth, by self-restraint, by gifts, by diverse kinds of righteous deeds, by sojourns to sacred waters, in fact, by severe austerities and righteous acts well performed, that one can attain to Goloka. Thou hast asked me, O Sakra, and I have answered thee in full. O slayer of Asuras, thou shouldst never disregard kine. Bhishma continued, having heard these words of the self-born Brahmin, O Yudhishthira, Sakra of 1,000 eyes began from that time to worship kine every day and to show them the greatest respect. I have thus told thee everything about the sanctifying character of kine, O thou with great splendor, the sacred and high preeminence and glory of kine, that is capable of cleansing one from every sin, has, O chief of men, been thus explained to thee. That man who with senses withdrawn from every other object will recite this account unto Brahmanas, on occasions when havya and kavya are offered, or at sacrifices, or on occasions of adoring the Pitris, succeeds in conferring upon his ancestors an inexhaustible felicity fraught with the fruition of every wish. That man who is devoted to kine succeeds in obtaining the fruition of every wish of his. Indeed, even those women that are devoted to kine succeed in obtaining the accomplishment of every wish of theirs. He that desireth sons obtaineth them. He that desireth daughters obtaineth them. He that desireth wealth succeedeth in acquiring it, and he that desireth religious merit succeedeth in winning it. He that desireth knowledge acquireth it, and he that desireth felicity succeedeth in acquiring it. Indeed, O Bharata, there is nothing that is unattainable to one that is devoted to kine. Section XXX. Yiddish theory said, Thou hast, O grandsire, discoursed to me on the gift of kind that is fraught with great merit. In the case of kings observant of their duties, that gift is most meritorious. Sovereignty is always painful. It is incapable of being borne by persons of uncleansed souls. In the generality of cases, kings fail to attain to auspicious ends. By always making, however, gifts of earth, they succeed in cleansing themselves of all their sins. Thou hast, O Prince of Kuru's race, discoursed to me on many duties. Thou hast discoursed to me on the gifts of kind made by King Raiga in days of old. The Rishi Nikayata, in ancient times, has discoursed on the merits of this act. The Vedas and the Upanishads also have laid down that in all sacrifices, in fact, in all kinds of religious acts, the dakshina should be earth or kine or gold. The Srutis, however, declare that in all dakshinas, gold is superior and is, indeed, the best. I desire, O grandsire, to hear thee discourse truly on this topic. What is gold? How did it spring up? When did it come into existence? What is its essence? Who is its presiding deity? What are its fruits? Why is it regarded as the foremost of all things? For what reason do men of wisdom applaud the gift of gold? For what reason is gold regarded as the best dakshinas in all sacrifices? Why also is gold regarded as a cleanser superior to earth itself and kine? Why, indeed, is it regarded so superior as a dakshina? Do thou, O grandsire, discourse to me on all this. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, with concentrated attention to me as I recite to thee in detail the circumstances connected with the origin of gold as understood by me. When my father Santanu of great energy departed from this world, I proceeded to Gangadwara for performing his Shraddha. Arrived there, I commenced the Shraddha of my father. My mother Jannavi, coming there, rendered me great help. Inviting many ascetics crowned with success and causing them to take their seats before me, I commenced the preliminary rites consisting of gifts of water and of other things. Having with a concentrated mind performed all preliminary rites as laid down in the scriptures, I set myself to duly offer the obsequial cake. I then saw, O king, that a handsome arm, adorned with angadas and other ornaments, rose up, piercing the ground, through the blades of kusa grass which I had spread. Beholding that arm rise from the ground, I became filled with wonder. Indeed, O chief of Bharata's race, I thought that my father had come himself for accepting the cake I was about to offer. Reflecting then, by the light of the scriptures, the conviction soon came upon me that the ordinance does occur in the Vedas that the cake should not be presented into the hand of him whose Shraddha is performed. Even this was the conviction that took possession of my mind, viz., that the obsequial cake should never be presented in this world by a man into the visible hand of the man whose obsequial rites are performed. The biters do not come in their visible forms for taking the cake. On the other hand, the ordinance provides that it should be presented on the blades of kusa grass spread on the earth for the purpose. I then, disregarding that hand which constituted an indication of my father's presence, and recollecting the true ordinance depending upon the authority of the scriptures respecting the mode of presenting the cake, offered the entire cake, O chief of the Bharatas, upon those blades of kusa grass that were spread before me. Know, O prince of men, that what I did was perfectly consistent with the scriptural ordinance. After this, the arm of my sire, O monarch, vanished in our very sight. On that night as I slept, the biters appeared to me in a dream. Gratified with me they said, O chief of Bharata's race, even these words, we have been pleased with thee, for the indication thou hast afforded today of thy adherence to the ordinance. It has pleased us to see that thou hast not swerved from the injunctions of the scriptures. The scriptural ordinance, having been followed by thee, has become more authoritative, O king. By such conduct thou hast honored and maintained the authority of thyself, the scriptures, the auditions of the Vedas, the Paitras and the Rishis, the Grand Sai Brahman himself, and those seniors, viz., the Prajapatis. Adherence to the scriptures has been maintained. Thou hast today, O chief of the Bharatas, acted very properly. Thou hast made gifts of earth and kine. Do thou make gifts of gold? The gifts of gold is very cleansing. O thou that art well conversant with duties, know that by such acts of thine, both ourselves and our forefathers will all be cleansed of all our sins. Such gifts rescue both ancestors and descendants to the 10th degree of the person who makes them. Even these were the words that my ancestors, appearing unto me in a dream, said unto me. I then awoke, O king, and became filled with wonder. Indeed, O chief of Bharata's race, I set my heart then upon making gifts of gold. Listen now, monarch, to this old history. It is highly praiseworthy and it extends the period of his life who listens to it. It was first recited to Rama, the son of Jamadani. In former days Jamadani's son Rama, filled with great wrath, exterminated the Kshatriyas from off the face of the earth for thrice 7 times. Having subjugated the entire earth, the heroic Rama, of eyes like lotus petals, began to make preparations for performing a horse sacrifice, O king, that is praised by all Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and that is capable of granting the fruition of every wish. That sacrifice cleanses all creatures and enhances the energy and splendor of those who succeed in performing it. Endued with great energy, Rama, by the performance of that sacrifice, became purified. Having, however, performed that foremost of sacrifices, the high Sudrama failed yet to attain to perfect lightness of heart. Repairing unto rishis conversant with every branch of learning, as also the deities, Rama of Bhrigu's race questioned them. Filled with repentance and compassion, he addressed them, saying, Ye highly blessed ones, do ye declare that which is more cleansing still for men engaged in fierce deeds? Thus addressed by him, those great rishis, fully acquainted with the Vedas and the scriptures, answered him, saying, O Rama, guided by the authority of the Vedas, do thou honor all learned Brahmanas. Following this conduct for some time, do thou once more ask the regenerate rishis as to what should be done by thee for cleansing thyself. Follow the advice which those persons of great wisdom give. Repairing then to Vasishta and Agastya and Kasyapa, that delighter of the Bhrigus, endued with great energy, asked them that question, Ye foremost of Brahmanas, even this is the wish that has arisen in my heart. How, indeed, may I succeed in cleansing myself? By what acts and rites may this be brought about? Or, if by gifts, what is that article by giving away which this wish of mine may be accomplished? Ye foremost of righteous persons, if your minds be inclined to do me a favour, then do tell me, ye that are endued with wealth of asceticism, what is that by which I may succeed in cleansing myself? The rishis said, O delighter of the Bhrigus, the mortal that has sinned becomes cleansed by making gifts of kine, of earth, and of wealth. Even this is what we have heard. There is another gift that is regarded as a great cleanser. Listen to us, O regenerate Rishi, as we discourse on it. That article is excellent and is endued with wonderful aspect and is, besides, the offspring of fire. In days of yore, the god Agni burnt all the world. It has been heard by us that from his seed sprung gold of bright complexion. It came to be celebrated under the name of good complexioned. By making gifts of gold thou art sure to have thy wish crowned with fruition. Then the illustrious Vasishta in especial, of rigid vows, addressing him, said, Hear, O Rama, how gold, which has the splendor of fire, sprang into existence. That gold will confer merit on thee. In matters of gifts, gold is highly applauded. I shall also tell thee what is gold, whence it is come, and how it has come to be invested with superior attributes. Listen to me, O thou of mighty arms, as I discourse upon these topics. Know this as certain that gold is of the essence of fire and soma. The goat is fire, for if given, it leads to the region of the deity of fire. The sheep is Varuna, for it leads to the region of Varuna, the lord of waters. The horse is Surya, for it leads to the region of Surya. Elephants are Nagas, for they lead to the world of Nagas. Buffaloes are Asuras, for they lead to the region of Asuras. Cocks and boars are Rakshasas, for they lead to the regions of the Rakshasas. O delighter of the Brigas, earth is sacrifice, kine, water, and soma, for it leads to the merits of sacrifice, and to the region of kine, of the Lord of waters and of soma. Even these are the declarations of the Smritis. Churning the entire universe, a mass of energy was found. That energy is gold. Hence, O regenerate Trishi, compared to all these objects, which I have named above, gold is certainly superior. It is a precious thing, high and excellent. 383. It is for this reason that the deities and Gandharvas and Duragas and Rakshasas and human beings and Pisachas hold it with care. All these beings, O son of Bhrigu's race, shine in splendor with the aid of gold, after converting it into crowns and armlets and diverse kinds of ornaments. It is also for this reason that gold is regarded as the most cleansing of all cleansing things, such as earth and kine and all other kinds of wealth, O Prince of Men. The gift of gold, O puissant King, is the highest gift. It is distinguished above the gifts of earth, of kine, and of all other things. O thou that art endued with the effulgence of an immortal, gold is an eternal cleanser. Do thou make gifts of it unto the foremost of Brahmanas, as it is the foremost of cleansing things. Of all kinds of dakshina, gold is the best. They who make gifts of gold are said to be givers of all things. Indeed, they who make gifts of gold come to be regarded as givers of deities. Agni is all the deities in one, and gold has Agni for its essence. Hence it is that the person who makes gifts of gold gives away all the deities. Hence, O chief of men, there is no gift higher than the gift of gold. Vasishta continued, Hear once more, O regenerate Trishi, as I discourse upon it, the preeminence of gold, O foremost of all wielders of weapons. I heard this formerly in the Purana, O son of Bhrigu's race. I represent the speech of Prajapati himself. After the wedding was over of the illustrious and high-souled Rudra armed with the trident, O son of Bhrigu's race, with the goddess who became his spouse, on the breast of that foremost of mountains, viz., Himravat, the illustrious and high-souled deity wished to unite himself with the goddess. Thereupon all the deities, penetrated with anxiety, approached Rudra, bending their heads with reverence and gratifying Mahadeva and his boon-giving spouse both of whom were seated together. They addressed Rudra, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, saying, This union, O illustrious and sinless one, of thine with the goddess, is a union of one endued with penances with another of penances as severe. Verily, it is the union, O Lord, of one possessed of very great energy with another whose energy is scarcely less. Thou, O illustrious one, art of energy that is irresistible. The goddess also is possessed of energy that is equally irresistible. The offspring that will result from a union like this will, without doubt, O illustrious deity, be endued with very great might. Verily, O puissant Lord, that offspring will consume all things in the three worlds without leaving a remnant. Do thou then, O Lord of all the universe, O thou of large eyes, grant unto these deities prostrated before thee, a boon from desire of benefiting the three worlds. Do thou, O puissant one, restrain this high energy of thine which may become the seed of offspring. Verily, that energy is the essence of all forces in the three worlds. Ye too, by an act of Congress, are sure to scorch the universe. The offspring that will be born of you two will certainly be able to afflict the deities. Neither the goddess earth, nor the firmament, nor heaven, O puissant one, nor all of them together, will be able to bear thy energy, we firmly believe. The entire universe is certain to be burnt through the force of thy energy. It behoveth thee, O puissant one, to show us favour, O illustrious deity. That favour consists in thy not begetting a son, O foremost of the deities, upon the goddess Ama. Do thou, with patience, restrain thy fiery and puissant energy. And to the deities that said so, the holy Mahadeva, having the bull for his sign, O regenerate Rishi, answered, saying, so be it. Having said so, the deity that has the bull for his vehicle drew up his vital seed. From that time he came to be called by the name of Udvartas, one that has drawn up the vital seed. The spouse of Rudra, however, at this endeavour of the deities to stop procreation, became highly incensed, in consequence of her being of the opposite sex, and, therefore, endued with little control upon her temper, she used harsh words, thus, since ye have opposed my lord in the matter of procreating a child when he was desirous of procreating one upon me, as the consequence of this act, ye deities, ye all shall become sonless. Verily, since ye have opposed the birth of issue from me, therefore, ye shall have no offspring of your own. At the time this curse was denounced, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, the deity of fire was not there. It is in consequence of this curse of the goddess that the deities have become childless. Rudra, solicited by them, held in himself his energy of incomparable puissance. A small quantity, however, that came out of his body fell down on the earth. That seed, falling on the earth, leapt into a blazing fire, and there began to grow, in size and power, most wonderfully. The energy of Rudra, coming in contact with another energy of great puissance, became identified with it in respect of essence. Meanwhile, all the deities, having Sakra at their head, were scorched a good deal by the Asura named Daraka. The Adityas, the Vasas, the Rudras, the Maruts, the Aswins, and the Satyas all became exceedingly afflicted in consequence of the prowess of that son of Diti. All the regions of the deities, their beautiful cars, and their palatial mansions, and the retreats of the rishis, were snatched away by the Asuras. Then the deities and the rishis, with cheerless hearts, sought the protection of the illustrious and puissant Brahman of unfading glory. Section LXXXV. The deities said, the Asura named Taraka, who has received boons from thee, O puissant one, is afflicting the deities and the rishis. Let his death be ordained by thee. O grandsire, great has been our fear from him. O illustrious one, do thou rescue us. We have no other refuge than thee. Brahman said, I am equal in my behaviour towards all creatures. I cannot, however, approve of unrighteousness. Let Taraka, that opponent of the deities and rishis, be quickly destroyed. The Vedas and the eternal duties shall not be exterminated, ye foremost of celestials. I have ordained what is proper in this matter. Let the fever of your hearts be dispelled. The deities said, in consequence of thy having granted him boons, that son of Diti has been proud of his might. He is incapable of being slain by the deities. How then will his death be brought about? The boon which, O grandsire, he has obtained from these that he should not be slain by deities or Asuras or Rakshasas. The deities have also been cursed by the spouse of Rudra in consequence of their endeavour in former days to stop propagation. The curse denounced by her has been, O Lord of the universe, even this, viz., that they are not to have any offspring. Brahman said, ye foremost of deities, Agni was not there at the time the curse was denounced by the goddess. Even he will beget a son for the destruction of the enemies of the gods. transcending all the deities and Danavas and Rakshasas and human beings and Gandharvas and Nagas and feathery creatures, the offspring of Agni with his dart, which in his hands will be a weapon incapable of being baffled if once hurled at the foe, will destroy Taraka from whom your fear hath arisen. Verily, all other enemies of yours will also be slain by him. Will is eternal. That will is known by the name of Karma and is identical with Rudra's seed, a portion of which fell into the blazing form of Agni. That energy, which is a mighty substance, and which resembles a second Agni, will be cast by Agni into Ganga for producing a child upon her in order to effect the destruction of the enemies of the gods. Agni did not come within the range of as curse. The eater of sacrificial libations was not present there when the curse was denounced. Let the deity of fire, therefore, be searched out. Let him now be set to this task. Ye sinless ones, I have told you what the means are for the destruction of Taraka. The curses of those that are endued with energy fail to produce any effect upon those that are endued with energy. Forces, when they come into contact with something that is endued with stronger force, become weakened. They that are endued with penances are competent to destroy even the boon-giving deities who are indestructible. Will, or like, or desire, which is identifiable with Agni, sprang in former times and is the most eternal of all creatures. Agni is the Lord of the universe. He is incapable of being apprehended or described. Capable of going everywhere and existing in all things, he is the creator of all beings. He lives in the hearts of all creatures. Endued with great puissance, he is older than Rudra himself. Let that eater of sacrificial libations, who is a mass of energy, be searched out. That illustrious deity will accomplish this desire of your hearts. Hearing these words of the grandsire, the high-souled gods then proceeded to search out the god of fire with hearts cheerful in consequence of their purpose having been achieved. The gods and the rishis then searched every part of the three worlds, their hearts filled with the thought of Agni and eagerly desiring to obtain a sight of him. Endued with penances, possessed of prosperity, celebrated over all the worlds, those high-souled ones, all crowned with ascetic success, sojourned over every part of the universe, O foremost one of Bhrigu's race. They failed, however, to find out the eater of sacrificial libations who had concealed himself by merging his self into self. 384. About this time, a frog, living in water, appeared on the surface thereof from the nethermost regions, with cheerless heart in consequence of having been scorched by the energy of Agni. The little creature addressed the deities who had become penetrated with fear and who were all very eager to obtain a sight of the deity of fire, saying, Ye gods, Agni is now residing in the nethermost regions. Scorched by the energy of the deity, and unable to bear it longer, I have come hither. The illustrious bearer of sacrificial libations, ye gods, is now under the waters. He has created a mass of waters within which he is staying. All of us have been scorched by his energy. If, ye gods, ye desire to obtain a sight of him, verily, if ye have any business with him, do ye go to him thither. Do, indeed, repair thither. As regards ourselves, we shall fly from this place, ye deities, from fear of Agni. Having said this much, the frog dived into the water. The eater of sacrificial libations learnt of the treachery of the frog. Coming to that animal, he cursed the whole Bhadrajan race, saying, Ye shall henceforth be deprived of the organ of taste. Having denounced this curse on the frog, he left the spot speedily for taking up his abode elsewhere. Verily, the puissant deity did not show himself. Seeing the plight to which the frogs were reduced for having done them a service, the deities, O best of the Bhrigus, showed favour unto those creatures. I shall tell thee everything regarding it. Do thou listen to me, O mighty armed hero. The deities said, though deprived of tongues through the curse of Agni and, therefore, reft of the sensation of taste, ye shall yet be able to utter diverse kinds of speech. Living within holes, deprived of food, reft of consciousness, wasted and dried up, and more dead than alive, all of you will be held by the earth nevertheless. Ye shall also be able to wander about at night time when everything is enveloped in thick darkness. Having said this unto the frogs, the deities once more went over every part of the earth for finding out the deity of blazing flames. In spite of all their efforts, however, they failed to get at him. Then, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, an elephant, as large and mighty as the elephant of Sakura, addressed the gods, saying, Agni is now residing within this as water tree. Incensed with wrath, Agni cursed all the elephants, O descendant of Bhrigu, saying, your tongues will be bent back. Having been pointed out by the elephants, the deity of fire cursed all elephants even thus, and then went away and entered the heart of the Sami tree from the desire of residing within it for some time. Listen now, O puissant hero, what favor was shown unto the elephants, O foremost one of Bhrigu's race, by the deities of unbaffled prowess, who were all gratified with the service a representative of their had done them. The deities said, with the aid of even your tongues bent inwards ye shall be able to eat all things, and with even those tongues ye shall be able to utter cries that will only be indistinct. Having blessed the elephants in this way, the denizens of heaven once more resumed their search after Agni. Indeed, having issued out of the Aswata tree, the deity of fire had entered the heart of Sami. This new abode of Agni was divulged by a parrot. The gods thereupon proceeded to the spot. Enraged with the conduct of the parrot, the deity of blazing flames cursed the whole parrot race, saying, ye shall from this day be deprived of the power of speech. Indeed, the eater of sacrificial libations turned up the tongues of all the parrots. Beholding Agni at the place pointed out by the parrot, and witnessing the curse denounced upon him, the gods, feeling a compassion for the poor creature, blessed him, saying, in consequence of thy being a parrot, thou shalt not be wholly deprived of the power of speech. Though thy tongue has been turned backwards, yet speech thou shalt have, confined to the letter K. Like that of a child or an old man, thy speech shall be sweet and indistinct and wonderful. Having said these words unto the parrot, and beholding the deity of fire within the heart of this army, the gods made Sami wood a sacred fuel fit for producing fire in all religious rites. It was from that time that fire is seen to reside in the heart of the Sami. Men came to regard the Sami as proper means for producing fire, in sacrifice. 385. The waters that occur in the nethermost regions had come into contact with the deity of blazing flames. Those heated waters, O thou of Bhrigu's race, are vomited forth by the mountain springs. In consequence, indeed, of Agni having resided in them for some time, they became hot through his energy. Meanwhile, Agni, beholding the gods, became grieved. Addressing the deities, he asked them, what is the reason of your presence here? And to him the deities and the great Rishi said, we wish to set thee to a particular task. It behoveth thee to accomplish it. When accomplished, it will redound greatly to thy credit. Agni said, tell me what your business is. I shall, ye gods, accomplish it. I am always willing to be set by you to any task you wish. Do not scruple, therefore, to command me. The deities said, there is an Asura of the name of Taraka who has been filled with pride in consequence of the boon he has obtained from Brahman. Through his energy he is able to oppose and discomfit us. Do thou ordain his destruction. O sire, do thou rescue these deities, these Prajapatis, and these Rishis, O highly blessed Pavaka. O puissant one, do thou beget to heroic son possessed of thy energy, who will dispel, O bearer of sacrificial libations, our fears from that Asura. We have been cursed by the great goddess Sama. There is nothing else than thy energy which can be a refuge now. Do thou, therefore, O puissant deity, rescue us all. Thus addressed, the illustrious and irresistible bearer of sacrificial libations answered, saying, Be it so, and he then proceeded towards Ganga, otherwise called Bhagrati. He united himself in spiritual congress with her and caused her to conceive. Verily, in the womb of Ganga the seed of Agni began to grow even as Agni himself grows, when supplied with fuel and aided by the wind. With the energy of that god, Ganga became exceedingly agitated at heart. Indeed, she suffered great distress and became unable to bear it. When the deity of blazing flames cast his heating dews with great energy into the womb of Ganga, a certain Asura, bent on purposes of his own, uttered a frightful roar. In consequence of that frightful roar uttered by the Asura for purposes of his own, and not for terrifying her, Ganga became very much terrified and her eyes rolled in fear and betrayed her agitation. Deprived of consciousness, she became unable to bear her body and the seed within her womb. The daughter of Janu, inseminated with the energy of the illustrious deity, began to tremble. Overwhelmed with the energy of the seed she held in her womb, O learned Brahmana, she then addressed the deity of blazing fire, saying, I am no longer capable, O illustrious one, of bearing thy seed in my womb. Verily, I am overcome with weakness by this seed of thine. The health I had in days before is no longer mine. I have been exceedingly agitated, O illustrious one, and my heart is dead within me, O sinless one. O foremost of all persons endued with penances, I am incapable of bearing thy seed any longer. I shall cast it off, compelled by the distress that has overtaken me, and not by caprice. There has been no actual contact of my person with thy seed, O illustrious deity of blazing flames. Our union, having for its cause the distress that has overtaken the deities, has been suitable and not of the flesh, O thou of great splendor. Whatever merit or otherwise there may be in this act, intended to be done by me, O eater of sacrificial libations, must belong to thee. Verily, I think, the righteousness or unrighteousness of this deed must be thine. And to her the deity of fire said, Do thou bear the seed. Do, indeed, bear the fetus endued with my energy. It will lead to great results. Thou art, verily, capable of bearing the entire earth. Thou wilt gain nothing by not holding this energy. That foremost of streams, through this passed by the deity of fire as also by all the other deities, cast off the seed on the breast of Meru, that foremost of all mountains. Capable, somehow, of bearing that seed, yet oppressed by the energy of Rudra, for Agni is identical with Rudra, she failed to hold that seed longer in consequence of its burning energy. After she had cast it off, through sheer distress, that blazing seed having the splendor of fire, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, Agni saw her, and asked that foremost of streams, Is it all right with the fetus thou hast cast off? Of what complexion has it been, O goddess? Of what form does it look? With what energy does it seem to be endued? Do thou tell me all about it. Ganga said, The fetus is endued with a complexion of gold. In energy it is even like thee, O sinless one. Of an excellent complexion, perfectly stainless, and blazing with splendor, it has illuminated the entire mountain. O foremost of all persons endued with penances, the fragrance emitted by it resembles the cool perfume that is scattered by lakes adorned with lotuses and Nymphaea stellata, mixed with that of the Norclea Kadamba. With the splendor of that fetus everything around it seemed to be transformed into gold, even as all things on mountain and lowlands seem to be transformed into gold by the rays of the sun. Indeed, the splendor of that fetus, spreading far, falls upon mountains and rivers and springs. Indeed, It seems that the three worlds, with all their mobile and immobile creatures, are being illuminated by it. Even of this kind is thy child, O illustrious bearer of sacrificial libations. Like unto Surya or thy blazing self, in beauty it is even like a second Soma. Having said these words, the goddess disappeared therein then. Pavaka also, of great energy, having accomplished the business of the deities, proceeded to the place he liked, O delighter of the Brigas. It was in consequence of the result of this act that the rishis and the deities bestowed the name of Hiranyaksha upon the deity of fire. 386. And because the earth held that seed, after the goddess Ganga had cast it upon her, she also came to be called by the name of Vasumati. Meanwhile, that fetus, which had sprung from Pavaka and been held for a time by Ganga, 387, having fallen on a forest of reeds, began to grow and at last assumed a wonderful form. The presiding goddess of the constellation Kritika beheld that form resembling the rising sun. She thenceforth began to rear that child as her son with the sustenance of her breast. For this reason, that child of pre-eminent splendor came to be called Kartikeya after her name. And because he grew from seed that fell out of Rudra's body, he came to be called Skanda. The incident also of his birth having taken place in the solitude of a forest of reeds, concealed from everybody's view, led to his being called by the name of Gaga. It was in this way that gold came into existence as the offspring of the deity of blazing flames. 388. Hence it is that gold came to be looked upon as the foremost of all things and the ornament of the very gods. It was from this circumstance that gold came to be called by the name of Jatarupam. 389. It is the foremost of all costly things, and among ornaments also it is the foremost. The cleanser among all cleansing things, it is the most auspicious of all auspicious objects. Gold is truly the illustrious Agni, the lord of all things, and the foremost of all Prajapatis. The most sacred of all sacred things is gold, O foremost of regenerate ones. Verily, gold is said to have for its essence Agni and Soma. Vasishta continued, this history also, O Rama, called Brahmadasana, was heard by me in days of yore, respecting the achievement of the grandsire Brahman who is identifiable with the Supreme Soul, to a sacrifice performed in days of yore by that foremost of gods, viz., Lord Rudra, O thou of great might, who on that occasion had assumed the form of Varuna. There came the Munis and all the deities with Agni at their head. To that sacrifice also came all the sacrificial limbs, in their embodied forms, and the mantra called Vashat in his embodied form. All the Samans also and all the Ajushas, numbering by thousands and in their embodied forms, came there. The Rigveda also came there, adorned with the rules of Orthopi. The Lakshanas, the Suras, the Nairaktas, the notes arranged in rows, and the syllable Om, as also Nigraha and Pragraha, all came there and took their residence in the eye of Mahadeva. The Vedas with the Upanishads, Vidya and Savitri, as also the past, the present, and the future, all came there and were held by the illustrious Shiva. The puissant Lord of all then poured libations himself into his own self. Indeed, the wielder of Pinaka caused that sacrifice of multifarious form to look exceedingly beautiful. He is heaven, firmament, earth, and the welkin. He is called the Lord of the earth. He is the Lord whose sway is owned by all obstacles. He is endued with Shri and he is identical with the deity of blazing flames. That illustrious deity is called by various names. Even he is Brahman and Shiva and Rudra and Varuna and Agni and Prajapati. He is the auspicious Lord of all creatures. Sacrifice, in his embodied form, and penance, and all the union rites, and the goddess stick show blazing with rigid observances, the several points of the compass with the deities that respectively preside over them, the spouses of all the deities, their daughters, and the celestial mothers, all came together in a body to Pasupati, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race. Verily, beholding that sacrifice of the high souled Mahadeva who had assumed the form of Varuna, all of them became highly pleased. Seeing the celestial damsels of great beauty, the seed of Brahman came out and fell upon the earth. In consequence of the seed having fallen on the dust, Pushan, Surya, shook up that dust mixed with the particles of seed from the earth with his hands and cast it into the sacrificial fire. Meanwhile, the sacrifice with the sacred fire of blazing flames was commenced, and it went on. Brahman, as the Hotri, was pouring libations on the fire. While thus employed, the grandsire became excited with desire, and his seed came out. As soon as that seed came out, he took it up with a sacrificial ladle and poured it as a libation of ghee, O delighter of the Bhrigus, with the necessary mantras, on the blazing fire. From that seed, Brahman of great energy caused the 4 orders of creatures to spring into existence. That seed of the grandsire was endued with the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. From that element in it which represented the principle of rajas, sprang all mobile creatures endued with the principle of pravriti or action. 390. From the element of tamas in it, sprang all immobile creatures. The principle of sattva, however, which dwelt in that seed, entered both kinds of existences. That attribute of sattva is of the nature of tejas or light, being identical with buddhi or the understanding. It is eternal, and of it is unending space. 391. In all creatures the attribute of sattva is present and is identical with that light which shows what is right and what is wrong. When the seed of Brahman was thus poured as a libation on that sacrificial fire, there sprang from it, O Mighty One, 3 beings into existence. They were 3 male persons, endued with bodies that partook of the characters of the circumstances from which they respectively sprang. One arose first from the flames of the fire, called Brig, and hence he came to be called by the name of Bhrigu. A second came from the burning charcoals, called Angara, and hence he came to be called by the name of Angiras. The third sprang from a heap of extinguished charcoals, and he came to be called by the name of Kavi. It has been already said that the first came out with flames emanating from his body, and hence he was called Bhrigu. From the rays of the sacrificial fire sprang another called Marichi. From Marichi, afterwards, sprang Kasyapa. It has been already said that from their burning charcoals sprang Angiras. The diminutive rishis called Valakilyas sprang from the blades of the kusa grass spread out in that sacrifice. From the same blades of kula grass, O thou with great puissance, sprang a tree. From the ashes of the fire sprang all those that are numbered among the regenerate rishis, viz., the Vakanasas, endued with penances and devoted to Vedic law and all excellent accomplishments. From the eyes of Agni sprang the twin Aswins endued with great beauty of person. At last, from his ears, sprang all the Brajapatis. The Rishi sprang from the pores of Agni's body. From his sweat sprang Khandas, and from his strength sprang mind. For this reason, Agni has been said to be all the deities in his individual self, by Rishis endued with Vedic law, guided by the authority of the Vedas. The pieces of wood that keep alive the flames of Agni are regarded as the months. The juices that the fuel yields constitute the fortnights. The liver of Agni is called the day and night, and his fierce light is called the Muhurtas. The blood of Agni is regarded as the source of the Rudras. From his blood sprang also the gold-complexioned deities called the Maitredevatas. From his smoke sprang the Vasas. From his flames sprang the Rudras, as also their 12 Adityas of great effulgence. The planets and constellations and other stars that have been set in their respective orbits in the firmament are regarded as the burning charcoals of Agni. The first creator of the universe declared Agni to be supreme Brahma and eternal, and the giver of all wishes. This is verily a mystery. After all these births had taken place, Mahadeva, who had assumed the form of Varuna for his sacrifice, and who had Pavana for his soul, said, "This excellent sacrifice is mine. I am the Grahapati in it. The very beings that first sprang from the sacrificial fire are mine. Without doubt, they should be regarded as my offspring. Know this, ye gods who range through the skies. They are the fruits of this sacrifice." Agni said, "These offspring have sprung from my limbs. They have all depended upon me as the cause of their starting into life. They should, therefore, be regarded as my children. Mahadeva in the form of Varuna is in error in respect of this matter." 392. After this, the master of all the worlds, the grandsire of all creatures, viz. Brahman, then said, "These children are mine. The seed was mine which I poured upon the sacrificial fire. I am the accomplisher of this sacrifice. It was I who poured on the sacrificial fire the seed that came out of myself. The fruit is always his who has planted the seed. The principal cause of these births is the seed owned by me." The deities then repaired to the presence of the grandsire, and having bowed their heads unto him, joined their hands in reverence, and they said unto him, "All of us, O illustrious one, and the entire universe of mobile and immobile creatures, are thy offspring. O sire, let Agni of blazing flames, and the illustrious and puissant Mahadeva, who has, for this sacrifice, assumed the form of Varuna, have their wish in the matter of the offspring." At these words, although born of Brahman, the puissant Mahadeva in the form of Varuna, the ruler of all aquatic creatures, received the firstborn one, viz. Bhrigu, endued with the effulgence of the sun as his own child. The grandsire then intended that Angiras should become the son of Agni. Conversant with the truth in respect of everything, the grandsire then took Kavi as his own son. Engaged in procreating creatures for peopling the earth, Bhrigu, who is regarded as a Prajapati, thence came to be called as Varuna's offspring. Endued with every prosperity, Angiras came to be called the offspring of Agni, and the celebrated Kavi came to be known as the child of Brahman himself. Bhrigu and Angiras, who had sprung from the flame and the charcoals of Agni respectively, became the procreators of extensive races and tribes in the world. Verily, these three, viz. Bhrigu and Angiras and Kavi, regarded as Prajapati, are the progenitors of many races and tribes. All are the children of these three. Know this, O puissant hero. Bhrigu begot 7 sons, all of whom became equal to him in merits and accomplishments. Their names are Kai of Anna, Vajrasesha, Sachi, Urva, Sukra, that giver of boons, Vibhu, and Savana. These are the 7. They are children of Bhrigu and are hence Bhargavas. They are also called Varunas in consequence of their ancestor Bhrigu having been adopted by Mahadeva in the form of Varuna. Thou belongest to the race of Bhrigu. Angiras begot 8 sons. They also are known as Varunas. Their names are Vrihaspati, Utathaya, Payasya, Santi, Dhira, Virupa, Samvata, and Saturn was the 8th. These 8 are regarded also as the offspring of Agni. Freed from every evil, they are devoted to knowledge only. The sons of Kavi, who was appropriated by Brahman himself, are also known as Varunas. Numbering 8, all of them became progenitors of races and tribes. Auspicious by nature, they are all conversant with Brahma. The names of the 8 sons of Kavi are Kavi, Kavya, Drishanu, Usanas endued with great intelligence, Bhrigu, Vira, Kazi, and Jugra conversant with every duty. These are the 8 sons of Kavi. By them the whole world has been peopled. They are all Prajapatis, and by them have been procreated many offspring. Thus, O chief of Bhrigu's race, hath the whole world been peopled with the progeny of Angiras, and Kavi and Bhrigu, the puissant and supreme Lord Mahadeva in the form of Varuna which he had assumed for his sacrifice had first, O learned Brahmana, adopted both Kavi and Angiras. Hence, these two are regarded as of Varuna. After the eater of sacrificial libations, viz., the deity of blazing flames, adopted Angiras. Hence, all the progeny of Angiras are known as belonging to the race of Agni. The grandsire Brahman was, in olden days, gratified by all the deities who said unto him, Let these lords of the universe, referring to Bhrigu and Angiras and Kavi and their descendants, rescue us all. Let all of them become progenitors of offspring, for peopling the earth. Let all of them become endued with penances. Through thy grace, let all these rescue the world from becoming an uninhabited wilderness. Let them become procreators and extenders of races and tribes, and let them increase thy energy. Let all of them become thorough masters of the Vedas, and let them be achievers of great deeds. Let all of them be friends to the cause of the deities. Indeed, let all of them become endued with auspiciousness. Let them become founders of extensive races and tribes, and let them be great rishis. Let all of them be endued with high penances, and let all of them be devoted to high brahmacharya, all of us, as also all these are thy progeny, O thou of great puissance. Thou, O grandsire, art the creator of both deities and the Brahmanas. Marichi is thy first son. All these also that are called Bhargavas are thy progeny. Ourselves also are so. Looking at this fact, O grandsire, we shall all aid and support one another. All these shall, in this way, multiply their progeny and establish thyself at the commencement of each creation after the universal destruction. Thus addressed by them, Brahman, the grandsire of all the worlds, said unto them, So be it. I am gratified with you all. Having said so unto the deities, he proceeded to the place he had come from. Even this is what happened in days of old in that sacrifice of the high-souled Mahadeva, that foremost one of all the deities, in the beginning of creation, when he for the purposes of his sacrifice had assumed the form of Varuna. Agni is Brahman. He is Pasupati. He is Salva. He is Rudra. He is Prajapati. 393. It is well known that gold is the offspring of Agni. When fire is not obtainable, for the purposes of a sacrifice, gold is used as substitute. Guided by the indications afforded by the auditions of the Veda, one that is conversant with authorities and that knows the identity of gold with fire, acts in this way. Placing a piece of gold on some blades of kusa grass spread out on the ground, the sacrificer pours libations upon it. Upon also the paws of an ant hill, upon the right ear of a goat, upon the piece of level earth, upon the waters of a tirtha, or on the hand of a brahmana, if libations are poured, the illustrious deity of fire becomes gratified and regards it as a source of his own aggrandizement as also that of the deities through his. Hence, it is that we have heard that all the deities regard Agni as their refuge and are devoted to him. Agni sprang from Brahman, and from Agni sprang gold. 394. Hence, it has been heard by us, that those persons observant of righteousness that make gifts of gold are regarded as giving away all the deities. The man who makes gifts of gold attains to a very high end. Regions of blazing effulgence are his. Verily, O Bhargava, he becomes installed as the King of Kings in heaven. That person who, at sunrise, makes a gift of gold according to the ordinance and with proper mantras, succeeds in warding off the evil consequences foreshadowed by ominous dreams. The man who, as soon as the sun has risen, makes a gift of gold becomes cleansed of all his sins. He who makes a gift of gold at midday destroys all his future sins. He who with restrained soul makes a gift of gold at the second twilight succeeds in attaining to a residence with Brahman and the deity of wind and Agni and Soma in their respective regions. Such a man attains to a spacious frame in regions of great felicity that belong to Indra himself. Attaining to great fame in this world also, and cleansed of all his sins, he sports in joy and happiness. Verily, such a man attains to many other regions of happiness and becomes unequaled for glory and fame. His course perfectly unobstructed, he succeeds in going everywhere at will. He has never to fall down from the regions to which he attains, and the glory he acquires becomes great. Indeed, by making gifts of gold one attains to innumerable regions of felicity, all of which he enjoys for eternity. That man who, having ignited a fire at sunrise, makes gifts of gold in a view of the observance of a particular vow, succeeds in attaining to the fruition of all his wishes. It has been said that gold is identical with Agni. The gift of gold, therefore, is productive of great felicity. The gift of gold leads to the possession of those merits and accomplishments that are desired, and cleanses the heart. 395. I have thus told thee, O sinless one, the origin of gold. O thou of puissance, hear how Kartikeya grew up, O delighter of Bhrigu's race. After a long time Kartikeya grew up. He was then, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, chosen by all the deities with Indra at their head, as the generalissimo of the celestial forces. He slew the deity Taraka as also many other Asuras, at the command of the chief of the celestials, O Brahmana, and actuated also by the desire of benefiting all the worlds. I have also, O thou of great might, discoursed to thee on the merits of making gifts of gold. Do thou, therefore, O foremost of all speakers, make gifts of gold. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by Vasishtha, Jamadani's son of great prowess, then made gifts of gold unto the Brahmanas and became cleansed of his sins. I have thus told thee, O king, everything about the merits of the gifts of gold and about its origin also, O Yudhishthira. Do thou also, therefore, make abundant gifts of gold unto the Brahmanas. Verily, O king, by making such gifts of gold, thou wilt surely be cleansed of all thy sins. Section V. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast, O grandsire, discoursed to me in detail on the merits that attach to the gift of gold agreeably with the ordinances laid down in the scriptures as indicated in the auditions of the Veda. Thou hast also narrated what the origin is of gold. Do thou tell me now how Taraka met with destruction. Thou hast said, O king, that Asura had become unslayable by the gods. Do thou tell me in detail how his destruction was brought about. O perpetuator of Kuru's race, I desire to hear this from thee. I mean the details of Taraka's slaughter. Great is my curiosity to hear the narrative. Bhishma said, The gods and the rishis, O monarch, reduced to great distress by Taraka's prowess and the conduct of Ganga in casting off Agni's seed, urged the 6 Kritikas to rear their child. Amongst the celestial ladis there were none, save these, that could, by their energy, bear the seed of Agni in their wombs. The god of fire became exceedingly gratified with those goddesses for their readiness to sustain the conception caused by the cast-off seed of Agni, which was endued with his own high energy. When the energy of Agni, O king, was divided into 6 portions and placed within the channels leading to the womb, the 6 Kritikas began to nourish the portion that each held in her womb. As the high-souled Kumara, however, began to grow within their wombs, their bodies being afflicted by his energy, they failed to obtain peace anywhere, in heaven or on earth. Filled with energy as their bodies were, the time at last came for delivery. All of them, it so happened, O Prince of Men, delivered at the same time. Though held in 6 different wombs, yet all the portions, as they came out, united into one. the goddess Surth held the child, taking it up from a heap of gold. Verily, the child, endued with excellent form, blazed with splendor even like the god of fire. Of beautiful features, he began to grow in a delightful forest of reeds. The 6 criticers beheld that child of theirs looking like the morning sun in splendor. Filled with affection for him, indeed, loving him very much, they began to rear him with the sustenance of their breasts. In consequence of his having been born of the criticers and reared by them, he came to be known throughout the 3 worlds as Kartikya. Having sprung from the seed which had fallen off from Rudra, he was named Skanda, and because of his birth in the solitude of a forest of reeds, he came to be called by the name of Gaga, the secret-born. The gods numbering 33, the points of the compass, in their embodied forms, together with the deities presiding over them, and Rudra and Datri and Vishnu and Yama and Pushan and Aryaman and Bhaga, and Angas and Mitra and Sadayas and Vasava and the Vasas and the Aswins and the waters and the wind and the firmament and Chandramas and all the constellations and the planets and Surya and all the Riks and Samans and Yajasas in their embodied forms, came to behold that wonderful child who was the son of the deity of blazing flames. The rishis uttered hymns of praise and the Gandharvas sang in honor of that child called Kumara of 6 heads, twice 6 eyes, and exceedingly devoted to the Brahmanas. His shoulders were broad, and he had a dozen arms, and the splendor of his person resembled that of fire and Aditya. As he lay stretched on a clump of heath, the gods with the rishis, beholding him, became filled with great delight and regarded the great Asura as already slain. The deities then began to bring him diverse kinds of toys and articles that could amuse him. As he played like a child, diverse kinds of toys and birds were given unto him. Garuda of excellent feathers gave unto him a child of his, viz., a peacock endued with plumes of variegated hue. The Rakshasas gave unto him a boar and a buffalo. Aranya himself gave him a cock of fiery splendor. Chandramas gave him a sheep, and Aditya gave him some dazzling rays of his. The mother of all kine, viz., Zorabi, gave him kine by hundreds and thousands. Agni gave him a goat possessed of many good qualities. Ila gave him an abundant quantity of flowers and fruit. Sudanwan gave him a riding chariot and a car of Kavara. Varuna gave him many auspicious and excellent products of the ocean, with some elephants. The chief of the celestials gave him lions and tigers and pards and diverse kinds of feathery denizens of the air, and many terrible beasts of prey and many umbrellas also of diverse kinds. Rakshasas and Asuras, in large bands, began to walk in the train of that puissant child. Beholding the son of Agni grow up, Taraka sought, by various means, to effect his destruction, but he failed to do anything unto that puissant deity. The god in time invested Agni's son born in the solitude of a forest of reeds, with the command of their forces. And they also informed him of the oppressions committed upon them by the Asura Taraka. The generalissimo of the celestial forces grew up and became possessed of great energy and puissance. In time Gaha slew Taraka, with his irresistible dart. Verily, Kumara slew the Asura as easily as if in sport. Having accomplished the destruction of Taraka, he re-established the chief of the deities in his sovereignty of the 3 worlds. Endued with mighty prowess, the celestial generalissimo blazed with beauty and splendor. The puissant Skanda became the protector of the deities and did what was agreeable to Sankara. The illustrious son of Pavaka was endued with a golden form. Verily, Kumara is always the leader of the celestial forces. Gold is the puissant energy of the god of fire and was born with Kartikya from the same seed. Hence is gold highly auspicious and, as valuable, is excellent and endued with inexhaustible merit. Even thus, O son of Kuru's race, did Vasishta recite this discourse unto Rama of Bhrigu's race in days of old. Do thou, therefore, O king of men, try to make gifts of gold. By making gifts of gold, Rama became cleansed of all his sins, and finally attained it to a high place in heaven that is unattainable by other men. Section VI. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast discoursed to me, O thou of righteous soul, on the duties of the four orders. Do thou, after the same manner, O king, discourse to me now on all the ordinances respecting the Sraddha of deceased ancestors. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Yudhishthira, the son of Santanu set himself to declare unto him the following ritual, consistent with the ordinance of the Sraddha. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, with close attention, to me as I discourse to you on the ritual of the Sraddha. That ritual is auspicious, worthy of praise, productive of fame and progeny, and is regarded as a sacrifice, O scorcher of foes, in honor of the Pitris. Gods or Asuras or human beings, Gandharvas or Uragas or Rakshasas, Pisachas or Kinnaras, everyone should always worship the Pitris. It is seen that people worship the Pitris first, and gratify the deities next by offering them their adorations. Hence, one should always worship the Pitris with every care. 396. It is said, O king, that the Sraddha performed in honor of the Pitris is performable afterwards. But this general rule is restrained by a special one, which directs that the Sraddha in honor of the Pitris should be performed on the afternoon of the day of the new moon. 397. The deceased grandsires become gratified with the Sraddha that may be performed on any day. I shall, however, tell thee now what the merits and demerits are of the respective lunar days, in a view of their adaptability to performance of the Sraddha. I shall discourse to thee, O sinless one, what fruits are attained on what days by performing the Sraddha. Do thou listen to me with close attention. By adoring the Pitris on the first day of the lighted fortnight, one obtains in one's abode beautiful spouses capable of producing many children, all possessed of desirable accomplishments. By performing the Sraddha on the second day of the lighted fortnight, one gets many daughters. By performing it on the third day, one acquires many steeds. By performing it on the fourth day, one gets a large herd of smaller animals, such as goats and sheep, in one's house. They, O king, who perform the Sraddha on the fifth day, get many sons. Those men who perform the Sraddha on the sixth day acquire great splendor. By performing it on the seventh day, O monarch, one acquires great fame. By performing it on the eighth day, one makes great profits in trade. By performing it on the ninth day, one acquires many animals of uncloven hoofs. By performing it on the 10th day, one acquires much wealth in kine. By performing it on the 11th day, one becomes the possessor of much wealth in clothes and utensils, of brass and other metals. Such a man also obtains many sons, all of whom become endued with Brahma splendor. By performing the Sraddha on the 12th day, one always beholds, if one desires, diverse kinds of beautiful articles made of silver and gold. By performing the Sraddha on the 13th day, one attains to eminence over one's kinsman. Without doubt, all the young men in the family of him who performs the Sraddha on the 14th day meet with death. Such a man becomes entangled in war. By performing the Sraddha on the day of the new moon, one obtains the fruition of every wish. In the dark fortnight, all the days commencing with the 10th, and ending with that of the new moon, leaving only the 14th day out, are laudable days for the performance of the Sraddha. Other days of that fortnight are not so. Then, again, as the dark fortnight is better than the lighted one, so the afternoon of the day is better than the forenoon in the matter of the Sraddha. Section VI. Yudhishthira said, O thou of great puissance, tell me what that object is which, if dedicated to the Pythrus, becomes inexhaustible. What Harvey, again, if offered, lasts for all time. What, indeed, is that which, if presented, becomes eternal? Bhishma said, "Listen to me, O Yudhishthira, what those haves are which persons conversant with the ritual of the Sarada regard as suitable in view of the Sarada, and what the fruits are that attach to each. With sesame seeds and rice and barley and masher and water and roots and fruits, if given at Saradas, the Pythrus, O king, remain gratified for the period of a month." 398. Manu has said that if a sarada is performed with a copious measure of sesame, such sarada becomes inexhaustible. Of all kinds of food, sesame seeds are regarded as the best. With fishes offered at saradas, the Pythrus remain gratified for a period of 2 months. With mutton they remain gratified for 3 months, and with the flesh of the hare for 4. With the flesh of the goat, O king, they remain gratified for 5 months, with bacon for 6 months, and with the flesh of birds for 7. With venison obtained from those deer that are called brishata, they remain gratified for 8 months, and with that obtained from the eru for 9 months, and with the meat of the gavaya for 10 months. With the meat of the buffalo their gratification lasts for 11 months. With beef presented at the sarada, their gratification, it is said, lasts for a full year. Pizza mixed with ghee is as much acceptable to the Pythrus as beef. With the meat of the Vatrinasa the gratification of the Pythrus lasts for 12 years. 399. The flesh of the rhinoceros, offered to the Pythrus on the anniversaries of the lunar days on which they died, becomes inexhaustible. The pother called glasaka, the petals of the kanchana flower, and meat of the goat also, thus offered, prove inexhaustible. 400. In this connection, O Yudhishthira, there are some verses, originally sung by the Pythrus, that are sung in the world. They were communicated to me in former days by Sanatkumara. He that has taken birth in a race should give us pizza mixed with ghee on the 13th day of the dark fortnight, under the constellation Magga, during the sun's southward course. One born in a race should, under the constellation Magga, as if in the observance of a vow, offer the meat of goat or the petals of the kanchana flower. One should also offer us, with due rites, pizza mixed with ghee, dedicating it on a spot covered by the shadow of an elephant. Many suns should be coveted so that even one may go to Gaya, for performing the sarada of his ancestors, where stands the banyan that is celebrated over all the worlds and that makes all offerings made under its branches inexhaustible. 401. Even a little of water, roots, fruits, meat, and rice, mixed with honey, if offered on the anniversary of the day of death, becomes inexhaustible. Section 6. Bhishma continued, "Listen to me, O Yudhishthira, as I tell thee what those optional saradas are that should be performed under the different constellations and that were first spoken of by Yama unto King Sasavindu. 402. That man who always performs the sarada under the constellation Kritika is regarded as performing a sacrifice after establishing the sacred fire. Such a person, freed from fear, ascends to heaven with his children. He that is desirous of children should perform the sarada under the constellation Rohini, while he that is desirous of energy should do it under the constellation Mrigashiras. By performing the sarada under the constellation Ardra, a man becomes the doer of fierce deeds. A mortal, by performing the sarada under Panavasu, makes such again by agriculture. The man that is desirous of growth and advancement should perform the sarada under Pushaya. By doing it under the constellation Azalsha, one begets heroic children. By doing it under the Maggas, one attains to preeminence among kinsmen. By doing it under the prior Fulganis, the doer of it becomes endued with good fortune. By doing the sarada under the later Fulganis, one attains to many children. while by performing it under Asta, one attains to the fruition of one's wishes. By performing it under the constellation Chitra, one obtains children endued with great beauty. By doing it under the constellation Swati, one makes much profit by trade. The man that desires children acquires the fruition of his wish by performing the Sradi under the constellation Visakha. By doing it under Anuradha, one becomes a king of kings. 403. By making offerings in honor of the Baitrus under the constellation Jyeshvatha with devotion and humility, one attains to sovereignty, O foremost one of Kuru's race. By doing the Sarad under Mila, one attains to health, and by doing it under the Prayarashada, one acquires excellent fame. By performing it under the later Ashada, one succeeds in roving over the whole world, freed from every sorrow. By doing it under the constellation Abhijit, one attains to high knowledge. By doing it under Saravana, one, departing from this world, attains to a very high end. The man that performs the Saradi under the constellation Dhanishta becomes the ruler of a kingdom. By doing it under the constellation presided over by Varuna, viz. Satabhisha, one attains to success as a physician. By performing the Sradi under the constellation of the prior Bhadrapada, one acquires large property in goats and sheep, while by doing it under the later Bhadrapada, one acquires thousands of kine. By performing the Sradi under the constellation Revati, one acquires much wealth in utensils of white brass and copper. By doing it under Aswini, one acquires many steeds, while under Bharani one attains to longevity. Listening to these ordinances about the Sarada, King Sasavindu acted accordingly, and succeeded in easily subjugating and ruling the whole earth. Section XC. Yudhishthira said, "It behoves thee, O foremost one of Kuru's race, to tell me unto what kind of Brahmanas, O grandsire, should the offers made at Saradas be given away." Bhishma said, "The Kshatriya who is conversant with the ordinances about gifts should never examine Brahmanas when making gifts unto them. In all acts, however, that relate to the worship of the deities and the Pitras, an examination has been said to be proper. The deities are worshipped on earth by men only when they are filled with a devotion that comes from the deities themselves. Hence, one should, approaching them, make gifts unto all Brahmanas, without any examination of their merits, regarding such gifts as are made to the deities themselves. In Sradas, however, O monarch, the man of intelligence should examine the Brahmanas, to be employed for assisting the doers of the Srada in getting through the ritual and making gifts unto them of the offerings made to the Pitras. Such examination should concern itself with their birth and conduct and age and appearance and learning and nobility, or otherwise, of parentage. Amongst the Brahmanas there are some that pollute the line and some that sanctify it. Listen to me, O king, as I tell thee who those Brahmanas are that should be excluded from the line. 404. He that is full of guile, or he that is guilty of feticide, or he that is ill of consumption, or he that keeps animals, or is destitute of Vedic study, or is a common servant of a village, or lives upon the interest of loans, or he that is a singer, or he that sells all articles, or he that is guilty of arson, or he that is a poisoner, or he that is a pimp by profession, or he that sells soma, or he that is a professor of palmistry, or he that is in the employ of the king, or he that is seller of oil, or he that is a cheat and false swearer, or he that has a quarrel with his father, or he that tolerates a paramour of his wife in his house, or he that has been cursed, or he that is a thief, or he that lives by some mechanical art, or he that puts on disguises, or he that is deceitful in his behavior, or he that is hostile to those he calls his friends, or he that is an adulterer, or he that is a preceptor of Sudras, or he that has betaken himself to the profession of arms, or he that wanders with dogs for hunting, or he that has been bit by a dog, or he that has wedded before his elder brothers, or he that seems to have undergone circumcision. 405. He that violates the bed of his preceptor, he that is an actor or mime, he that lives by setting up a deity, and he that lives by calculating the conjunctions of stars and planets and asterisms. 406. Are regarded as fit to be excluded from the line. Persons conversant with the Vedas say that the offerings made at Sraddhas, if eaten by such brahmanas, go to fill the stomachs of Rakshasas, instead of filling those of the Pitris. O Yudhishthira! That person who, having eaten at a Sraddha, does not abstain that day from study of the Vedas, or who has sexual congress that day with a Sudra woman, must know that his Pitris, in consequence of such acts of his, have to lie for a month on his dung. The offerings made at Sraddhas, if presented to a Brahmana who sells soma, become converted into human odor. If presented to a Brahmana who is engaged in the practice of medicine, they become converted into pus and blood. If presented to one who lives by setting up a deity, they fail to produce any fruit. If presented to one who lives upon the interest of loans, they lead to infamy. If presented to one who is engaged in trade, they become productive of no fruits either here or hereafter. If presented to a Brahmana who is born of a widowed mother, by a second husband, they become as fruitless as libations poured on ashes. 407. They who present the havya and kavya, offered at Sraddhas, unto such Brahmanas as are divested of the duties ordained for them, and of those rules of good conduct that persons of their order should observe, find such present productive of no merits hereafter. That man of little intelligence who makes gifts of such articles unto such men, knowing their dispositions, obliges, by such conduct, his Pitris to eat human ordure in the next world. Thou shouldst know that these wretches among Brahmanas deserve to be excluded from the line. Those Brahmanas also of little energy who are engaged in instructing Sudras are of the same class. A Brahmana that is blind stains 60 individual of the line, one that is destitute of virile power 100, while one that is afflicted with white leprosy stains as many as he looks upon, O king. Whatever offerings made at Sraddhas are eaten by one with his head wrapped round with a cloth, whatever is eaten by one with face southwards, and whatever is eaten with shoes or sandals on, all goes to gratify the Asuras. Whatever, again, is given with malice, and whatever is given without reverence, have been ordained by Brahmana himself as the portion of the prince of Asuras, viz., valley, dogs, and such Brahmanas as are polluters of lines, should not be allowed to cast their eyes upon the offerings made at Sraddhas. For this reason, Sraddhas should be performed in a spot that is properly hedged around or concealed from the view. That spot should also be strewn with sesame seeds. That Sraddha which is performed without sesame seeds, or that which is done by a person in anger, has its harvey robbed by Rakshasas and Pisachas. Commensurate with the number of Brahmanas seen by one that deserves to be excluded from the line, is the loss of merit he causes of the foolish performer of the Sraddha who invites him to the feast. I shall now, O chief of Bharata's race, tell thee who are sanctifiers of the line. Do thou find them out by examination. All those Brahmanas that are cleansed by knowledge, Vedic study, and vows and observances, and they that are of good and righteous behavior, should be known as sanctifiers of everything. I shall now tell thee who deserve to sit in the line. Thou shouldst know them to be such whom I shall indicate presently. He that is conversant with the 3 Nachiketas, he that has set up the 5 sacrificial fires, he that knows the 5 Supanas, he that is conversant with the 6 branches, called Angas, of the Veda, he that is a descendant of sires who were engaged in teaching the Vedas and is himself engaged in teaching, he that is well conversant with the Khandas, he that is acquainted with the Jeshvathasaman, he that is obedient to the sway of his parents, he that is conversant with the Vedas and whose ancestors have been so for 10 generations, he that has congress with only his wedded wives, and this at their seasons, and he who had been cleansed by knowledge, by the Veda, and by vows and observances, even such a Brahmana, sanctifies their line. He who reads the Atharvasiras, who is devoted to the observance of Brahmacharya practices, and who is steady in observance of righteous vows, who is truthful and of righteous conduct, and who is duly observant of the duties laid down for his order, they also that have undergone fatigue and labour for bathing in the waters of Tirthas, that have undergone the final bath after performing sacrifices with proper mantras, that are freed from the sway of wrath, that are not restless, that are endued with forgiving dispositions, that are self-restrained masters of their senses, and they are devoted to the good of all creatures, these should be invited to Sraddhas. Anything given to these becomes inexhaustible. These indeed are sanctifiers of lines. There are others also, highly blessed, that should be regarded as sanctifiers of the line. They are yatis, and those that are conversant with the religion of moksha, and they that are devoted to yoga, and they that properly observe excellent vows, and they that, with collected mind, recite sacred histories and the foremost of Brahmanas. They that are conversant with Bhashyas, they also that are devoted to grammatical studies, they that study the Puranas, and they that study the Dharmasastras, and having studied them, that is, the Puranas and Dharmasastras, act up to the standard laid down in them, he that has lived, for the stated period, in the abode of his preceptor, he that is truthful in speech, he that is a giver of thousands, they that are foremost in their knowledge of all the Vedas and the scriptural and philosophical aphorisms, these sanctify the line as far they look at it. And because they sanctify all who sit in the line, therefore are they called sanctifiers of lines. Urtras of Brahma say that even a single person that happens to be the descendant of sires who were teachers of the Veda, and that is himself a Vedic teacher, sanctifies full 7 miles around him. If he that is not a Ritwik and that is not a Vedic teacher takes the foremost seat in a Sraddha, with even the permission of the other Ritwiks the present, he is said to take, by that act of his, the sins of all who may be sitting in the line. If, on the other hand, he happens to be conversant with the Vedas and freed from all those faults that are regarded as capable of polluting the line, he shall not, O king, be regarded as fallen by taking the foremost seat in a Sraddha. Such a man would then be really a sanctifier of the line. For these reasons, O king, thou shouldst properly examine the Brahmanas before inviting them to Sraddhas. Thou shouldst invite only such among them as are devoted to the duties laid down for their order, and as are born in good families, and as are possessed of great learning. He who performs Sraddhas for feeding only his friends, and whose harvi does not gratify the deities and the Pitris, fails to ascend to heaven. He who collects his friends and relatives only on the occasion of the Sraddha he performs, without keeping an eye on properly honouring deserving persons by inviting and feeding them, fails to proceed after death by the path of the deities, which is a lighted one and free from all afflictions and impediments. The man who makes the Sraddha he performs an occasion for only gathering his friends, never succeeds in ascending to heaven. Verily, the man who converts the Sraddha into an occasion for treating his friends, becomes dissociated from heaven, even like a bird dissociated from the perch when the chain tying it breaks. 408. Therefore, he that performs a Sraddha should not honour, on such occasions, his friends. He may make gifts of wealth unto them on other occasions by collecting them together. The harvi and the kavi offered at Sraddhas should be served unto them that are neither friends nor foes, but are only indifferent or neutral. As seed sown on a sterile soil does not sprout forth, or as one that has not sown does not get a share of the produce, even so that Sraddha, the offerings in which are eaten by an unworthy person, yields no fruit either here or hereafter. 409. that Brahmana who is destitute of Vedic study is like a fire made by burning grass or straw, and becomes soon extinguished even like such a fire. The offerings made at Shraddhas should not be given to him, even as libations should not be poured on the ashes of the sacrificial fire. When the offerings made at Shraddhas are exchanged by the performers with one another, instead of being given away unto worthy persons, they come to be regarded as Pisacha presents. Such offerings gratify neither the gods nor the Pitris. Instead of reaching the other world, they wander about even here like a cow that has lost her calf wandering about within the fold. As those libations of ghee that are poured upon the extinguished ashes of a sacrificial fire never reach either the gods or the Pitris, after the same manner a gift that is made to a dancer or a singer or a dakshina presented to a lying or deceitful person produces no merit. The dakshina that is presented to the lying or deceitful person destroys both the giver and the receiver without benefiting them in any respect. Such a dakshina is destructive and highly censurable. The Pitris of the person making it have to fall down from the path of the deities. The gods know them to be Brahmanas who always tread, O Yudhishthira, within the bounds set up by the rishis who are conversant with all duties and who have a firm faith in their efficacy. Those Brahmanas that are devoted to Vedic study, to knowledge, to penances, and to acts, O Bharata, should be known as rishis. The offerings made at Shraddhas should be given then to those that are devoted to knowledge. Verily, they are to be regarded as men who never speak ill of the Brahmanas. Those men should never be fed on occasions of Shraddhas who speak ill of Brahmanas in course of conversation in the midst of assemblies. If Brahmanas, O king, be calumniated, they would destroy 3 generations of the calumniator. 410. This is the declaration, O king, of the Kanasa rishis. Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas should be examined from a distance. Whether one likes them or feels a dislike for them, one should give unto such Brahmanas the offerings made at Shraddhas. That man who feeds thousands upon thousands of false Brahmanas acquires merit that is attainable by feeding even one Brahmana if the latter happens to be possessed of a knowledge of the Vedas, O Bharata. Section XCI. Yudhishthira said, by whom was the Shraddha first conceived and at what time? What also is its essence? During the time when the world was peopled by only the descendants of Bhrigu and Angiras, who was the Muni that established the Shraddha. What acts should not be done at Shraddha? What are those Shraddhas in which fruits and roots are to be offered? What species also of paddy should be avoided in Shraddhas? Do thou tell me all this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, listen to me, O ruler of men, as I tell thee how the Shraddha was introduced, the time of such introduction, the essences of the rite, and the Muni who conceived it. From the self-born Brahman sprang a tree, O thou of Kuru's race. In a tree's race was born a Muni of the name of Dittriya. Dittriya got a son of the name of Nimai, possessed of wealth of asceticism. Nimai got a son named Srimat, who was endued with great beauty of person. Upon the expiration of a full 1,000 years, Srimat, having undergone the severest austerities, succumbed to the influence of time and departed from this world. His sire Nimai, having performed the purificatory rites according to the ritual laid down in the ordinance, became filled with great grief, thinking continually of the loss of his son. 411. Thinking of that cause of sorrow, the high-souled Nimai collected together various agreeable objects, of food and drink, on the 14th day of the moon. The next morning he rose from bed. Pained his heart was with grief, as he rose from sleep that day. He succeeded in withdrawing it from the one object upon which it had been working. His understanding succeeded in busying itself with other matters. With concentrated attention he then conceived the idea of a Shraddha. All those articles of his own food, consisting of the fruits and roots, and all those kinds of staple grains that were agreeable to him, were carefully thought of by that sage possessed of wealth of penances. On the day of the new moon he invited a number of adorable Brahmanas to his asylum. Possessed of great wisdom, Nimai caused them to be seated on seats of closer grass, and honoured them by going around their persons. Approaching 7 such Brahmanas whom he had brought to his abode together, the puissant Nimai gave unto them food consisting of simaka rice, unmixed with salt. Towards the feet of those Brahmanas engaged in eating the food that was served unto them, a number of closer blades was spread out on the seats they occupied, with the top ends of the blades directed towards the south. With a pure body and mind and with concentrated attention, Nimai, having placed those blades of sacred grass in the way indicated, offered cakes of rice unto his dead son, uttering his name and family. Having done this, that foremost of Munis became filled with regret at the idea of having achieved an act that had not, to his knowledge, been laid down in any of the scriptures. Indeed, filled with regret, he began to think of what he had done. 412. Never done before by the Munis. Alas, what have I done? How shall I, for having done an act that has not been ordained, avoid being cursed by the Brahmanas as an introducer of strange rites? He then thought of the original progenitor of his race. As soon as he was thought of, Atari, endued with wealth of penances, came there. Beholding him exceedingly afflicted with grief on account of the death of his son, the immortal Atari comforted him with agreeable counsels. He said unto him, O moon, this rite that thou hast conceived is a sacrifice in honour of the Pythrus. Let no fear be thine, O thou that art possessed of the wealth of asceticism. The grand Sai Brahman himself, in days of old, laid it down. This rite that thou hast conceived has been ordained by the self-born himself. Who else than the self-born could ordain this ritual in Sraddhas? I shall presently tell thee, O son, the excellent ordinance laid down in respect of Sraddhas, ordained by the self-born himself. O son, do thou follow it. Listen to me first. Having first performed the karuna on the sacred fire with the aid of mantras, O thou that art possessed of wealth of penances, one should always pour libations next unto the deity of fire, and Soma, and Varuna, and to the Viswadevas also, who are always the companions of the Pythrus, the self-born. Then ordained a portion of the offerings. The earth also, as the goddess that sustains the offerings made at Sraddhas, should then be praised under the names of Shanavi, Kasyapi, and the inexhaustible. 413. When water is being fetched for the Sraddha, the deity Varuna of great puissance should be praised. After this, both Agni and Soma should be invoked with reverence and gratified with libations, O sinless one. Those deities that are called by the name of Pythrus were created by the self-born. Others also, highly blessed, viz., the Ushanapsa, were created by him. For all these shares have been ordained of the offerings made at Sraddhas. By adoring all these deities at Sraddhas, the ancestors of the persons performing them become freed from all sins. The Pythrus referred to above as those created by the self-born number 7. The Viswadevas, having Agni for their mouth, for it is through Agni that they feed, have been mentioned before. I shall now mention the names of those high-soul deities who deserve shares of the offerings made at Sraddhas. Those names are Vala, Driti, Vipapa, Panyakrit, Pavana, Parshan, Ikshmak, Devisnu, Vivaswat, Viryavat, Ramat, Kirtimat, Krita, Jadatman, Munivirya, Dipteraman, Bhayankara, Anukaman, Prasha, Pradatri, Ansumat, Sailaba, Paramikrodi, Dirishani, Bhupati, Sraha, Vajrin, and Varikama. These are the eternal Viswadevas. There are others also whose names are Vidyavakas, Somavakas, and Suryasri. Others also are numbered amongst them, viz., Somapa, Surya Savitra, Datatman, Pandriaka, Ushanin Abba, Nabhoda, Viswayu, Dipti, Chamuhara, Shuresa, Vyamari, Sankarabhava, Isa, Khatri, Kriti, Dakshaw, Bhuvana, Davya, Karmakrit, Ganitapan Shavarya, Aditya, Rasmamat, Saptakrit, Somavishas, Viswakrit, Kavi, Anugoptri, Sagoptri, Naptri, and Iswara. These highly blessed ones are numbered as the Viswadevas. They are eternal and conversant with all that occurs in time. The species of paddy which should not be offered at Saradas are those called Kodrava and Pulka. Asafoetida also, among articles used in cooking, should not be offered, as also onions and garlic, the produce of the Moringatri Gospama, for in the Aviragata, the meat of animals slain with envenomed shafts, all varieties of Sukura beta papo, Sukura beta lagine area, and black salt. The other articles that should not be offered at Saradas are the flesh of the domesticated hog, the meat of all animals not slaughtered at sacrifices, Nigella sativa, salt of the variety called vid, the pothab that is called sitapaki, all sprouts, like those of the bamboo, and also the Tropabispinosa. All kinds of salt should be excluded from the offerings made at Sraddhas, and also the fruits of the Eugenia jamblana. All articles, again, upon which anyone has spat or upon which tears have fallen should not be offered at Sraddhas. Among offerings made to the Baitrus or with the Havya and Kavya offered to the deities, the pothab called Sudasana, Manispamum dementosum, rocks, should not be included. Harvey mixed with this is not acceptable to Paitrus. From the place where the Sraddha is being performed, the Chandala and the Swapaka should be excluded, as also all who wear clothes steeped in yellow, and persons affected with leprosy, or one who has been excasted for transgressions, or one who is guilty of Brahmanicide, or a Brahmana of mixed descent, or one who is the relative of an excasted man. These all should be excluded by persons possessed of wisdom from the place where a Sraddha is being performed, having said these words in days of old unto the Rishi Nimai of his own race. The illustrious Atari, possessed of wealth of penances, then went back to the Grandissire's assembly in heaven. Section Xi. Bhishma said, after Nimai had acted in the way described above, all the great rishis began to perform the sacrifice in honor of the Paitrus, called the Sraddha, according to rites laid down in the ordinance. Firmly devoted to the discharge of all duties, the rishis, having performed Sraddhas, began to also offer oblations, and to the Paitrus, of sacred waters, with attention. In consequence, however, of the offerings made by persons of all classes, and to the Paitrus, the Paitrus began to digest that food. Soon they, and the deities also with them, became afflicted with indigestion. Indeed, afflicted with heaps of food that all persons began to give them, they repaired to the presence of Soma. Approaching Soma, they said, Alas, great is our affliction in consequence of the food that is offered to us at Sraddhas. Do thou ordain what is necessary for our ease. And to them Soma answered, saying, If, ye gods, ye are desirous of obtaining ease, do ye repair then unto the abode of the self-born. Even he will do what is for your good. At these words of Soma, the deities and the Paitrus then proceeded, O Bharata, to the grandsire where he was seated on the summit of the mountains of Meru. The deities said, O illustrious one, with the food that is offered us in sacrifices and sraddhas, we are being exceedingly afflicted. O Lord, show us grace and do what would be for our good. Hearing these words of theirs, the self-born said unto them in reply, Here, the god of fire is sitting beside me, even he will do what is for your benefit. Agni said, Ye sires, when a Sraddha comes, we shall together eat the offerings made to us. If ye eat those offerings with me, ye shall then, without doubt, succeed in digesting them easily. Hearing these words of the deity of fire, the Paitrus became easy of heart. It is for this reason also that in making offerings at Sraddhas a share is first offered to the deity of fire, O king. If a portion of the offerings be first made to the deity of fire at a Sraddha, O prince of men, Rakshasas of regenerate origin cannot then do any injury to such a Sraddha. 414. Beholding the deity of fire at a Sraddha, Rakshasas fly away from it. The ritual of the Sraddha is that the cake should first be offered to their deceased sire. Next, one should be offered to the grandsire. Next should one be offered to the great-grandsire. Even this is the ordinance in respect of the Sraddha. Over every cake that is offered, the offerer should, with concentrated attention, utter the Savitri mantras. This other mantra also should be uttered, viz. And to Soma, who is fond of the Pitris. A woman that has become impure in consequence of the advent of her season, or one whose ears have been cut off, should not be allowed to remain where a Sraddha is being performed. Nor should a woman, for cooking the rice to be offered in the Sraddha, be brought from a gotra other than that of the person who is performing the Sraddha. 414. While crossing river, one should offer oblations of water unto one's Pitris, naming them all. Indeed, when one comes upon a river, one should gratify one's Pitris with oblations of water. Having offered oblations of water first unto the ancestors of one's own race, one should next offer such oblations to one's deceased friends and relatives. When one crosses a stream on a car unto which is yoked a couple of oxen of variegated hue, or from them that cross a stream on boats, the Pitris expect oblations of water. Those that know this always offer oblations of water with concentrated attention unto the Pitris. Every fortnight on the day of the new moon, one should make offerings unto one's deceased ancestors. Growth, longevity, energy, and prosperity become all attainable through devotion to the Pitris. The grandsire Brahman, Pulastya, Vasishtha, Pulaha, Angiras, Kratu and the great Rishi Kasyapa, these, O prince of Kuru's race, are regarded as great masters of yoga. They are numbered among the Pitris. Even this is the high ritual in respect of the Sraddha, O monarch. Through Sraddhas performed on earth, the deceased members of one race become freed from a position of misery. I have thus, O prince of Kuru's race, expounded to thee agreeably with the scriptures, the ordinances in respect of Sraddhas. I shall once more discourse to thee on gifts. Section XI. Yudhishthira said, if Brahmanas that are in the observance of a vow, viz., fast, eat, at the invitation of a Brahmana, the Havi, offered at a Sraddha, can they be charged with a transgression or a violation of their vow, or should they refuse the invitation of a Brahmana when such invitation is received by them? Tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, let those Brahmanas eat, impelled by desire, who are observant of such vows as are not indicated in the Vedas. As regards those Brahmanas, however, that are observant of such vows are indicated in the Vedas, they are regarded as guilty of a breach of their vow, O Yudhishthira, by eating the Havi of a Sraddha at the request of him who performs the Sraddha. Yudhishthira said, some people say that fast is a penance. Is penance really identifiable with fast, or is it not so? Tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, people do regard a regular fast for a month or a half-month as a penance. The truth, however, is that one who mortifies one's own body is not to be regarded either as an ascetic or as one conversant with duty. 415. Renunciation, however, is regarded as the best of penances. A Brahmana should always be an abstainer from food, and observe the vow called Brahmacharya. 416. A Brahmana should always practice self-denial, restraining even speech, and recite the Vedas. The Brahmana should marry and surround himself with children and relatives, from desire of achieving righteousness. He should never sleep. He should abstain from meat. He should always read the Vedas and the scriptures. He should always speak the truth and practice self-denial. He should eat vyasa, viz., what remains after serving the deities and guests. Indeed, he should be hospitable towards all that come to his abode. He should always eat amrita, viz., the food that remains in the house after all the family, including guests and servants, have eaten. He should duly observe all rites and perform sacrifices. Yudhishthira said, "How may one come to be regarded as always observant of fasts? How may one become observant of vows? How, O king, may one come to be an eater of vyasa? By doing what may one be said to be found of guest?" Bhishma said, "He who takes food only morning and evening at the prescribed hours and abstains from all food during the interval between, is said to be an abstainer from food. He who has congress with only his wedded wife and that only at her season, is said to be observant of the vow of Brahmacharya. By always making gifts, one comes to be regarded as truthful in speech. By abstaining from all meat obtained from animals slaughtered for nothing, one becomes an abstainer from meat." 417. By making gifts one becomes cleansed of all sins, and by abstaining from sleep during daytime one comes to be regarded as always awake. He who always eats what remains after serving the needs of guests and servants is said to always eat amrita. He who abstains from eating till brahmanas have eaten of that food is regarded as conquering heaven by such abstention. He who eats what remains after serving the deities, the Pitras, and relatives and dependents, is said to eat vyasa. Such men acquire many regions of felicity in the abode of Brahman himself. There, O king, they dwell in the company of Apsaras and Gandharvas. Indeed, they sport and enjoy all sports of delight in those regions, with the deities and guests and the Pitras in their company, and surrounded by their own children and grandchildren. Even such becomes their high end. Yudhishthira said, "People are seen to make diverse kinds of gifts unto the Brahmanas. What, however, is the difference, O grandsire, between the giver and the receiver?" Bhishma said, "The Brahmana accepts gifts from him that is righteous, and from him that is unrighteous. If the giver happens to be righteous, the receiver incurs little fault. If, on the other hand, the giver happens to be unrighteous, the receiver sinks in hell." In this connection is cited an old history of the conversation between Vrishadabi and the 7 rishis, O Bharata, Kasyapa and Attari and Vasishtha and Bharadwaj and Gautama and Viswamitra and Jamadani, and the chaste Arundhati, the wife of Vasishtha. All had a common maid-servant whose name was Ganda. A Sudra of the name of Pasusaka married Ganda and became her husband. Kasyapa and others, in days of old, observed the austerest penances and roved over the world, desirous of attaining to the eternal region of Brahman by the aid of yoga meditation. About that time, O delighter of the chorus, there occurred a severe drought. Afflicted by hunger, the whole world of living creatures became exceedingly weak. At a sacrifice which had been performed in former times by Sivi's son, he had given away unto the Ritwik's a son of his as the sacrificial present. About this time, unendued with longevity as the prince was, he died of starvation. The rishis named, afflicted with hunger, approached the dead prince and sat surrounding him. Indeed, those foremost of rishis, beholding the son of him at whose sacrifice they had officiated, O Bharata, thus dead of starvation, began to cook the body in a vessel, impelled by the pangs of hunger. All food having disappeared from the world of men, those ascetics, desirous of saving their lives, had recourse, for purposes of sustenance, to such a miserable shift. While they were thus employed, Vrishadaba's son, viz., King Saviour, in course of his roving, came upon those rishis. Indeed, he met them on his way, engaged in cooking the dead body, impelled by the pangs of hunger. The son of Rishadaba said, "The acceptance of a gift from me will immediately relieve you all. Do you, therefore, accept a gift for the support of your bodies? Ye ascetics endued with wealth of penances, listen to me as I declare what wealth I have. That Brahmana who solicits me for gifts is ever dear to me. Verily, I shall give unto you 1,000 mules. And to each of you I shall give 1,000 kine of white hair, foremost in speed, each accompanied by a bull, and each having a well-born calf, and, therefore, yielding milk. I shall also give unto you 1,000 bulls of white complexion and of the best breed and capable of bearing heavy burdens. I shall also give you a large number of kine, of good disposition, the foremost of their kind, all fat, and each of which, having brought forth her first calf, is quick with her second. 418. Tell me what else I shall give of foremost villages, of grain, of barley, and of even the rarer and costly jewels. Do not seek to eat this food that is inedible. Tell me what I should give unto you for the support of your bodies. The rishis said, O king, an acceptance of gifts from a monarch is very sweet at first, but it is poison in the end. Knowing this well, why do you, O king, tempt us then with these offers? The body of the Brahmana is the field of the deities. By penance, it is purified. Then again, by gratifying the Brahmana, one gratifies the deities. If a Brahmana accepts the gifts made to him by the king, he loses, by such acceptance, the merit that he would otherwise acquire by his penances that day. Indeed, such acceptance consumes that merit even as a blazing conflagration consumes a forest. Let happiness be thine, O king, as the result of the gifts thou makest to those that solicit thee. Saying these words unto them, they left the spot, proceeding by another way. The flesh those high-souled ones had intended to cook remained uncooked. Indeed, abandoning that flesh, they went away, and entered the woods in search of food. After this, the ministers of the king, urged by their master, entered those woods, and plucking certain figs endeavoured to give them away unto those rishis. The officers of the king filled some of those figs with gold, and mixing them with others sought to induce those ascetics to accept them. A tree took up some of those figs, and finding them heavy refused to take them. He said, We are not destitute of knowledge. We are not fools. We know that there is gold within these figs. We have our senses about us. Indeed, we are awake instead of being asleep. If accepted in this world, those will produce bitter consequence hereafter. He who seeks happiness both here and hereafter should never accept these. Vasishta said, If we accept even 1 gold coin, it will be counted as 100 or even 1,000, in assigning the demerit that attaches to acceptance. If, therefore, we accept many coins, we shall surely attain to an unhappy end hereafter. Kasyapa said, All the paddy and barley on earth, all the gold and animals and women that occur in the world, are incapable of gratifying the desire of a single person. Hence, one possessed of wisdom should dispel cupidity, adopt tranquility. The Radwa said, The horns of the Uru, after their first appearance, begin to grow with the growth of the animal. The cupidity of man is even like this. It is no measure. Gautama said, All the objects that exist in the world are incapable of gratifying even a single person. Man is even like the ocean, for he can never be filled, even as the ocean can never be filled by all the waters that are discharged into it by the rivers. Viswamitra said, When one desire cherished by a person becomes gratified, there springs up immediately another whose gratification is sought and which pierces him like a shaft. Jimadani said, Abstention from accepting gifts supports penances as their foundation. Acceptance, however, destroys that wealth, viz., the merit of penances. Arundhati said, Some people are of opinion that things of the world may be stored with a view to spend them upon the acquisition of righteousness, by gifts and sacrifices. I think, however, that the acquisition of righteousness is better than that of worldly wealth. Gander said, when these my lords, who are endued with great energy, are so very much afraid of this which seems to be a great terror, a weak man as I am fear it the more. Pasuzuka said, the wealth there is in righteousness is very superior. There is nothing superior to it. That wealth is known to the Brahmins. I wait upon them as their servant, only for learning to value that wealth. The rishis, all together, said, let happiness be his, as the result of the gifts he makes, who is the king of the people of this land. Let his gift be successful who has sent these fruits to us, enclosing gold within them. Bhishma continued, having said these words, those rishis of steadfast vows, abandoning the figs having gold within them, left that spot and proceeded to whatever destination they liked. The ministers said, O king, coming to know of the existence of gold within the figs, the rishis have gone away. Let this be known to thee. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by his ministers, King Vrishadabi became filled with wrath against all those rishis. Indeed, to take vengeance upon them, the monarch entered his own chamber. Observing the austerest of penances, he poured on his sacred fire libations of ghee, accompanying each with mantras uttered by him. From that fire there then arose, as the result of the incantation, a form capable of striking every one with fear. Vrishadabi named her as Yatudani. That form which had been, from the incantations of the king, looking as terrible as the last night, appeared with joined hands before the monarch. Addressing King Vrishadabi, she said, what shall I accomplish? Vrishadabi said, go and follow the 7 rishis, as also Arundhati, and the husband of their maidservant, and the maidservant herself, and comprehend what the meanings are of their names. Having ascertained their names, do thou slay all of them. After slaying them thou mayst go whatever destination thou likest. 419. Bhishma continued, saying, so be it. The Rakshasi who had been named Yatudani, in her proper form, proceeded to that forest in which the great rishis wandered in search of food. Indeed, O king, those great rishis, with a tree among them, roved within the forest, subsisting upon fruits and roots. In course of their wanderings they saw a mendicant of broad shoulders, and plump arms and legs and well-nourished face and abdomen, of limbs that were all adipose. He was wandering with a dog in his company. Beholding that mendicant whose limbs were all well-developed and handsome, Arundhati exclaimed, addressing the rishis, none of you will ever be able to show such well-developed features. Vasishtha said, the sacred fire of this person is not like ours, for while he is able to pour libations on it, morning and evening, none of us are able to do the same. It is for this reason that we see both him and his dog so well developed. Atri said, this man does not, like us, feel the pangs of hunger. His energy has not sustained, like ours, any diminution. Acquired with the greatest difficulty, his Vedas have not, like ours, disappeared. Hence, it is that we see both him and his dog so well developed. 420. Viswamitra said, this man is not, like us, unable to observe the eternal duties inculcated in the scriptures. I have become idle. I feel the pangs of hunger. I have lost the knowledge I had acquired. This man is not like us in this respect. Hence I see both him and his dog so well developed. Jamadani said, this man has not to think of storing his annual grain and fuel as we are compelled to do. Hence I see both him and his dog so well developed. Kasyapa said, this man has not, like us, 4 brothers of the whole blood who are begging from house to house, uttering the words, give, give. Hence it is that I see him and his dog so well developed. The Radwa said, This man hath no regret like ours for having condemned and cursed his spouse. He hath not acted so wickedly and senselessly. Hence I see both him and his dog so well developed. Gautama said, This man hath not like us only 3 pieces of covering made of kusa grass, and a single ranku skin, each of which again is 3 years old. Hence it is that I see both him and his dog so well developed. Bhishma continued. The wandering mendicant, beholding those great rishis, approached them, and accosted them all by touching their hand according to the custom. Conversing then with each other about the difficulty of obtaining sustenance in that forest and the consequent necessity of bearing the pangs of hunger, all of them left that spot. Indeed, they wandered through that wilderness, all bent upon a common purpose, viz., the plucking of the fruits and the extraction of roots for sustenance. One day, as they were wandering, they beheld a beautiful lake overgrown with lotuses. Its banks were covered with trees that stood thickly near one another. The waters of the lake were pure and transparent. Indeed, the lotuses that adorned the lake were all of the hue of the morning sun. The leaves that floated on the water were of the colour of lapis lazuli. Diverse kinds of aquatic fowls were sporting on its bosom. There was but one path leading to it. The banks were not miry and the access to the water was easy. Urged by Vrishadabi, the Rakshasi of frightful mien who had sprung from his incantations and who had been named Yatudani, guarded the lake. Those foremost of rishis, with Pasusaka in their company, proceeded toward the lake, which was thus guarded by Yatudani for the object of gathering some lotus stalks. 421. Beholding Yatudani of frightful aspect standing on the banks of the lake, those great rishis addressed her, saying, Who art thou that thus standest alone in these solitary woods? For whom dost thou wait here? What, indeed, is thy purpose? What dost thou do here on the banks of this lake adorned with lotuses? Yatudani said, It matters not who I am. I deserve not to be questioned, respecting my name and race and purposes. Ye that are possessed of ascetic wealth, know that I am the god set to watch this lake. The rishis said, All of us are hungry. We have nothing else to eat. With thy permission we would gather some lotus stalks. Yatudani said, Agreeably with the compact, do ye take the lotus stalks as ye please. Ye must, one by one, give me your names. Ye may then, without delay, take the stalks. Bhishma continued, ascertaining that her name was Yatudani and that she stood there for slaying them, after knowing, from the meanings their names, what the extent was of their power. Atri, who was famishing with hunger, addressed her, and said these words. Atri said, I am called Atri because I cleanse the world from sin. 4. Again, thrice studying the Vedas every day, I have made days of my nights. That, again, is no night in which I have not studied the Vedas. For these reasons also I am called Atri, O beautiful lady. Yatudani said, O thou of great effulgence, the explanation thou hast given me of thy name is incapable of being comprehended by me. Do thou, therefore, go and plunge into this tank filled with lotuses. Vasishta said, I am endued with a wealth that consists of the yoga attributes of puissance, etc. I lead, again, a domestic mode of life, and am regarded as the foremost of all persons that lead such a mode of life. In consequence of being endued with such wealth, of my living as a householder, and of my being regarded as the foremost of all householders, I am called Vasishta. Yatudani said, The etymological explanation of thy name is perfectly incomprehensible to me, inasmuch as the inflections which the original roots have undergone are unintelligible. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses. Kasyapa said, I always protect my body, and in consequence of my penances I have become endued with effulgence. For thus protecting the body and for this effulgence that is due to my penances, I have come to be called by the name of Kasyapa. Yatudani said, O thou of great effulgence, the etymological explanation thou hast given of thy name is incapable of being comprehended by me. Go and plunge into this lake filled with lotuses. Bharadwaja said, I always support my sons, my disciples, the deities, the brahmanas, and my wife. In consequence of thus supporting all with these, I am called Bharadwaja. Yatudani said, the etymological explanation thou hast given me of thy name is perfectly incomprehensible to me, in consequence of the many inflections the root has undergone. Go and plunge into this lake filled with lotuses. Gautama said, I have conquered heaven and earth by the aid of self-restraint. In consequence of my looking upon all creatures and objects with an equal eye, I am like a smokeless fire. Hence I am incapable of being subjugated by thee. When, again, I was born, the effulgence of my body dispelled the surrounding darkness. For these reasons I am called Gautama. Yatudani said, the explanation thou hast given me of thy name, O great ascetic, is incapable of being understood by me. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses. Viswamitra said, the deities of the universe are my friends. I am also the friend of the universe. Hence, O Yatudani, know that I am called Viswamitra. Yatudani said, the explanation thou hast given of thy name is incomprehensible to me in consequence of the inflections the root has undergone. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses. Jamadani said, I have sprung from the sacrificial fire of the deities. Hence am I called Jamadani, O thou of beautiful features. Yatudani said, the etymological explanation thou hast given me, O great ascetic, of thy name, is incomprehensible to me, in consequence of the diverse inflections the root has undergone. Do thou go and plunge into this lake of lotuses. Arundhati said, I always stay by the side of my husband, and hold the earth jointly with him. I always incline my husband's heart towards me. I am, for these reasons, called Arundhati. Yatudani said, the explanation thou hast given me of thy name is perfectly incomprehensible to me in consequence of the inflections the roots have undergone. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses. Ganda said, the Ganda means a portion of the cheek. As I have that portion a little elevated above the others, I am, O thou that hast sprung from the sacrificial fire of Saviour, called by the name of Ganda. Yatudani said, the explanation which thou hast given me of thy name is perfectly incomprehensible to me in consequence of the inflections which the root has undergone. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses. Pasusaka said, I protect and tend all animals that I see, and I am always a friend to all animals. Hence am I called Pasusaka, O thou that hast sprung from their sacrificial fire of King Vrishadabi. Yatudani said, the explanation thou hast given me of thy name is perfectly incomprehensible to me in consequence of the inflections which the roots have undergone. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses. Sunasaka said, 422, I am incapable of explaining the etymology of my name after the manner of these ascetics. But know, O Yatudani, that I am called by the name of Sunasaka. Yatudani said, thou hast mentioned thy name only once. The explanation thou hast offered I have not able to catch. Do thou, therefore, mention it again, O regenerate one. Sunasaka said, since thou hast been unable to catch my name in consequence of my having mentioned it only once, I shall strike thee with my triple stick. Struck with it, be thou consumed into ashes without delay. Bhishma continued, struck then, on the head, by this Anasin, with his triple stick, which resembled the chastisement inflicted by a Brahmana. The Rakshasi, who had sprung from the incantations of King Vrishadabi, fell down on the earth and became reduced to ashes. 423. Having thus destroyed the mighty Rakshasi, Sunasaka thrust his stick into the earth and sat himself down on a grassy plot of land. The rishis then, having, as they liked, plucked a number of lotuses and taken up a number of lotus stalks, came up from the lake, filled with joy. Throwing on the ground the heap of lotuses which they had gathered with much toil, they plunged once more into it for offering oblations of water to the Pitris. Coming up, they proceeded to that part of the bank where they had deposited the lotus stalks. Reaching that spot, those foremost of men found that the stalks were nowhere to be seen. The rishis said, "What sinful and hard-hearted man has stolen away the lotus stalks gathered by our hungry selves from desire of eating?" Bhishma continued, "Those foremost of regenerate persons, suspecting one another, O crusher of foes, said, 'We shall each have to swear to our innocence.' All those ascetics then, famishing with hunger and worn out with exertion, agreeing to the proposal, took these oaths. Atari said, 'Let him who has stolen the lotus stalk touch kine with his foot, make water facing the sun, and study the Vedas on excluded days.' Vasishta said, 'Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks abstain from studying the Vedas, or leash hounds, or be a wandering mendicant unrestrained by the ordinances laid down for that mode of life, or be a slayer of persons that seek his protection, or live upon the proceeds of the sale of his daughter, or solicit wealth from those that are low and vile.' Kasyapa said, 'Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks utter all kinds of words in all places, give false evidence in a court of law, eat the flesh of animals not slain in sacrifices, make gifts to undeserving persons or to deserving persons at unseasonable times, and have sexual congress with women during daytime.' The Radwa said, 'Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks be cruel and unrighteous in his conduct towards women and kinsmen and kine. Let him humiliate Brahmanas in disputations by displaying his superior knowledge and skill. Let him study the riks and the yajurses, disregarding his preceptor. Let him pour libations upon fires made with dry grass or straw.' 424. Jamadani said, 'Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks be guilty of throwing filth and dirt on water. Let him be inspired with animosity towards kine. Let him be guilty of having sexual congress with women at times other than their season. Let him incur the aversion of all persons. Let him derive his maintenance from the earnings of his wife. Let him have no friends and let him have many foes. Let him be another's guest for receiving in return those acts of hospitality which he has done to that other.' 425. Gautama said, 'Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks be guilty of throwing away the Vedas after having studied them. Let him cast off the 3 sacred fires. Let him be a seller of the soma, plant or juice. Let him live with a Brahmana who resides in a village which has only one well from which water is drawn by all classes and who has married a Sudra woman.' Viswamitra said, 'Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks be fated to see his preceptors and seniors and his servants maintained by others during his own lifetime. Let him not have a good end. Let him be the father of many children. Let him be always impure and a wretch among Brahmanas. Let him be proud of his possessions. Let him be a tiller of the soil and let him be filled with malice. Let him wander in the season of rains. Let him be a paid servant. Let him be the priest of the king. Let him assist at the sacrifices of such impure persons as do not deserve to be assisted at their sacrifices.' Arundhati said, 'Let her who has stolen the lotus stalks always humiliate her mother-in-law. Let her be always vexed with her husband. Let her eat whatever good things come to her house without sharing them with others. Disregarding the kinsman of her lord, let her lie in her husband's house and eat, at the day's close, the flour of fried barley. Let her come to be regarded as unenjoyable, in consequence of the stains that would tarnish her. Let her be the mother of a heroic son. 426. Ganda said, let her who has stolen the lotus stalks be always a speaker of falsehoods. Let her always quarrel with her kinsman. Let her bestow her daughter in marriage for a pecuniary consideration. Let her eat the food which she has cooked, alone and without sharing it with anybody. Let her pass her whole life in slavery. Indeed, let her who has stolen the lotus stalks be quick with child in consequence of sexual congress under circumstances of guilt. Pasuzak said, let him who has stolen the lotus stalks be born of a slave mother. Let him have many children, all of whom are worthless, and let him never bow to the deities. Sunasaka said, let him who has removed the lotus stalks obtain the merit of bestowing his daughter in marriage upon the Brahmana, who has studied all the Samans and the Yajus and who has carefully observed the vow of Brahmacharya. Let him perform the final ablutions after having studied all the Atharvans. All the Rishis said, the oath thou hast taken is no oath at all. For all the acts which thou hast mentioned are very desirable for the Brahmanas. It is evident, O Sunasaka, that thou hast appropriated our lotus stalks. Sunasaka said, the lotus stalks deposited by you not being seen, what you say is perfectly true, for it is I who have actually stolen them. In the very sight of all of you, I have caused the disappearance of those stalks. Ye sinless ones, the act was done by me from desire of testing you. I came hither for protecting you. That woman who lies slain there was called Yatudani. She was of a fierce disposition. Sprung from the incantations of King Vrishadabi, she had come here from the desire of slaying all of you. You ascetics endued with wealth of penances, egged on by that king, she had come, but I have slain her. That wicked and sinful creature, sprung from the sacrificial fire, would otherwise have taken your lives. It was for killing her and saving you that I came here, ye learned Brahmanas. Know that I am Vasava. Ye have completely freed yourselves from the influence of cupidity. In consequence of this, ye have won many eternal regions fraught with the fruition of every wish as soon as it rises in the heart. Ye rise, without delay, from this place and repair to those regions of beatitude, ye regenerate ones that are reserved for you. Bhishma continued, the great Rishis, highly gratified at this, replied unto Purandara, saying, so be it. They then ascended to heaven in company of Indra himself. Even thus, those high-souled persons, though famishing with hunger and though tempted at such a time with the offer of diverse kinds of enjoyable articles, refrained from yielding to temptation. As the result of such self-denial, they attained to heaven. It seems, therefore, that one should, under all circumstances, cast off cupidity from oneself. Even this, O king, is the highest duty. Cupidity should be cast off. The man who recites this account of the deeds of the righteous rishis in assemblies of men succeeds in acquiring wealth. Such a man has never to attain to a distressful end. The Pitras, the rishis, and the deities become all pleased with him. Hereafter, again, he becomes endued with fame and religious merit and wealth. Section Ksif. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old history of the oaths, taken by many rishis one after another, on the occasion of a sojourn to the sacred waters. O best of the Bharatas, the act of theft had been done by Indra, and the oaths were taken by many royal and regenerate rishis. Once on a time, the rishis, having assembled together, proceeded to the western Prabhasa. They held a consultation there which resulted in a resolve on their part to visit all the sacred waters on earth. There were Sakra and Angiras and Kavi of great learning, and Agastya and Narada and Pravata, and Brug and Vasishta and Kasyapa and Gautama and Viswamitra and Jamadani, O king. There were also the Rishi Galava, and Ashtaka and Bharadwaj and Arundhati and the Valakilyas, and Sivi and Dilipa and Nuashaw and Amvarisha and the royal Yayati and Dindhumara and Peru. These foremost of men, placing the high Sulsatakratu, the slayer of Vritra, at the head, went to all the sacred waters one after another, and at last reached the highly sacred Kausiki on the day of the full moon in the month of Magha. Having cleansed themselves of all sins by ablutions performed in all the sacred waters, they at last proceeded to the very sacred Brahmasara. Bathing in that lake, those rishis endued with energy like that of fire began to gather and eat the stalks of the lotus. Amongst those brahmanas, some had extracted the stalks of the lotus and some the stalks of the Nymphea stellata. Soon they found that the stalks extracted by Agastya and deposited on the bank had been taken away by somebody. The foremost of rishis, Agastya, addressing them all, said, "Who has taken away the good stalks which I had extracted and deposited here? I suspect someone amongst you must have done the act. Let him who has taken them away give them back to me. It behoves you not thus to misappropriate my stalks. It is heard that time assails the energy of righteousness. That time has come upon us. Hence, righteousness is afflicted. It is meet that I should go to heaven for good, before unrighteousness assails the world and establishes itself here. 427. Before the time comes when Brahmanas, loudly uttering the holy Vedas, within the precincts of villages and inhabited places, caused the Sudras to hear them, before the time comes when kings often against the rules of righteousness from motives of policy, I shall go to heaven for good. Before men cease to regard the distinctions between the lower, the middle, and the higher classes, I shall go to heaven for good. Before ignorance assails the world and envelops all things in darkness, I shall go to heaven for good. 428. Before the time comes when the strong begin to lord it over the weak and treat them as slaves, I shall go to heaven for good. Indeed, I dare not remain on earth for witnessing these things. The rishis, much concerned at what he said, addressed that great ascetic and said, "We have not stolen thy stalks. Thou shouldst not harbour these suspicions against us. O great Rishi, we shall take the most frightful oaths." Having said these words, conscious of their own innocence, and desirous of upholding the cause of righteousness, those rishis and sages of royal descent then began to swear, one after another, the following oaths. Brug said, "Let him who has stolen thy stalks censure when censured, assail when assailed, and eat the flesh that is attached to the backbone of animals, slaughtered in sacrifice." 429. Vasishta said, "Let him who has stolen thy stalks neglect his Vedic studies, leash hounds, and having taken himself to the mendicant order live in a city or town." 430. Kasyapa said, "Let him who has stolen thy stalks sell all things in all places, misappropriate deposits, and give false evidence." Gautama said, "Let him who has stolen thy stalks live, displaying pride in all things, with an understanding that does not see all creatures with an equal eye, and always yielding himself to the influence of desire and wrath. Let him be a cultivator of the soil, and let him be inspired by malice." 431. Angiras said, "Let him who has stolen thy stalks be always impure. Let him be a censurable Brahmana for his misdeeds. Let him leash hounds. Let him be guilty of Brahmanacide. Let him be averse to expiations after having committed transgressions." Dundhumara said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks be ungrateful to his friends. Let him take birth in a Sudra woman. Let him eat alone any good food, coming to the house, without sharing it with others. 432. Dilipa said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks descend to those regions of misery and infamy which are reserved for that Brahmana who resides in a village having but one well and who has sexual congress with a Sudra woman. 433. Puru said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks adopt the occupation of a physician. Let him be supported by the earnings of his wife. Let him draw his sustenance from his father-in-law. Sukra said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks eat the flesh of animals not slain in sacrifices. Let him have sexual congress at daytime. Let him be a servant of the king. Jamadani said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks study the Vedas on forbidden days or occasions. Let him feed friends at saradas performed by him. Let him eat at the sarada of a Sudra. Savi said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks die without having established a fire for daily worship. Let him be guilty of obstructing the performance of sacrifices by others. Let him quarrel with those that are observant of penances. Yayati said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks be guilty of having sexual congress with his wife when she is not in her season and when he is himself in the observance of a vow and bears matted locks on his head. Let him also disregard the Vedas. Nuasha said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks live in domesticity after having betaken himself to the vow of mendicancy. Let him act in whatever way he pleases, and without restraint of any kind, after having undergone the initiatory rites in view of a sacrifice or some solemn observance. Let him take pecuniary gratification for prelections to disciples, on any branch of knowledge that the latter come to learn. Amvarisha said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks be cruel and unrighteous in his behavior towards women and kinsmen and kine. Let him be guilty also of Brahmanacide. Narada said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks be one that identifies the body with the soul. Let him study the scriptures with a preceptor that is censurable. Let him chant the Vedas, offending at each step against the rules of orthoepy. Let him disregard all his seniors. Nabhaga said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks always speak falsehoods and quarrel with those that are righteous. Let him bestow his daughter in marriage after accepting a pecuniary gratification offered by his son-in-law. Kavi said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks be guilty of striking a cow with his foot. Let him make water, facing the sun. Let him cast off the person that seeks shelter at his hands. Viswamitra said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks become a servant that behaves with deceit towards his master. Let him be the priest of a king. Let him be the Ritwik of one that should not be assisted at his sacrifices. Parvati said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks be the chief of a village. Let him make journeys on asses. Let him leash hounds for a living. The Radwa said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks be guilty of all the demerits that become his who is cruel in his behavior and untruthful in speech. Ashtaka said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks be a king destitute of wisdom, capricious and sinful in his behavior, and disposed to rule the earth unrighteously. Galava said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks be more infamous than a sinful man. Let him be sinful in his acts towards his kinsmen and relatives. Let him proclaim the gifts he makes to others. Arundhati said, Let her who has stolen thy stalks speak ill of her mother-in-law. Let her feel disgust for her lord. Let her eat alone any good food that comes to her house. The Valakilyas said, Let him who has stolen thy stalks stand on one foot at the entrance of a village, for earning his subsistence. Let him, while knowing all duties, be guilty of every breach. 434. Sunasika said, "Let him who has stolen thy stalks be a Brahmana that sleeps in happiness, having disregarded his daily homer. Let him, after becoming a religious mendicant, behave in whatever way he pleases, without observing any restraint." Zorabi said, "Let her who has stolen thy stalks be milked, with her hind legs bound with a rope of human hair, and with the aid of a calf not her own, and, while milked, let her milk be held in a vessel of white brass." 435. Bhishma continued, after the rishis and the royal sages had sworn these diverse oaths, "O Kuru king, the thousand-eyed chief of the deities, filled with joy, cast his looks on the angered rishi Agastya. Addressing the rishi who was very angry at the disappearance of his lotus stalks, Madhava thus declared what was passing in his mind. "Hear, O king, what the words were that Indra spoke in the midst of those regenerate and celestial rishis and royal sages." Sakra said, "Let him who has stolen thy stalks be possessed of the merit of him who bestows his daughter in marriage upon a Brahmana that has duly observed the vow of Brahmacharya, or that has duly studied the Samans and the Yajurses. Let him also have the merit of one that undergoes the final bath after completing one study of the Atharva Veda. Let him who has stolen thy stalks have the merit of having studied all the Vedas. Let him be observant of all duties and righteous in his behavior. Indeed, let him go to the region of Brahman." Agastya said, "Thou hast, O slayer of valor, uttered a benediction instead of a curse. It is evident, thou hast taken my stalks. Give them to me, for that is the eternal duty." Indra said, "O Holy One, I did not remove thy stalks, led by cupidity. Indeed, I removed them from desire of hearing this conclave recite what the duties are that we should observe. It behoveth thee not to give way to anger. Duties are the foremost of Srutis. Duties constitute the eternal path for crossing the sea of the world. I have listened to this discourse of the rishis on duties that is eternal and immutable, and that transcends all change." 436. "Do thou then, O foremost of learned Brahmanas, take back these stalks of thine. O Holy One, it behoves thee to forgive my transgression, O thou that art free from every fault." Bhishma continued, thus addressed by the chief of the deities, the ascetic, viz., Agastya, who had been very angry, took back his stalks. Endued with great intelligence, the rishi became cheerful. After this, those denizens of the woods proceeded to diverse other sacred waters. Indeed, repairing to those sacred waters, they performed their ablutions everywhere. The man who reads this narrative with close attention on every Parva day will not have to become the progenitor of an ignorant and wicked son. He will never be destitute of learning. No calamity will ever touch him. He will, besides, be free from every kind of sorrow. Decrepitude and decay will never be his. Freed from stains and evil of every kind, and endued with merit, he is sure to attain to heaven. He who studies this sastra observed by the rishis is sure, O Prince of Men, to attain to the eternal region of Brahman that is full of felicity. 437. Section XCV. Yudhishthira said, "O chief of Bharata's race, by whom was the custom of giving umbrellas and sandals at obsequial ceremonies introduced? Why was it introduced, and for what purpose are those gifts made? They are given not only at obsequial ceremonies, but also at other religious rites. They are given on many occasions with a view to acquiring religious merit. I wish to know, in detail, O regenerate one, the true meaning of this custom." Bhishma said, "Do thou, O Prince, attentively listen to the details I shall recite in respect of the custom of giving away umbrellas and shoes at religious rites, and as to how and by whom it was introduced. I shall also tell thee in full, O Prince, how it acquired the force of a permanent observance, and how it came to be viewed as a meritorious act. I shall, in this connection, recite the narrative of the discourse between Jamadani and the high Surya. In ancient times, the illustrious Jamadani, O puissant king, of Bhrigu's race, was engaged in practicing with his bow. Taking his aim, he shot arrow after arrow. His wife Renuka used to pick up the shafts when shot and repeatedly bring them back to that descendant, endued with blazing energy, of Bhrigu's race. Pleased with the whizzing noise of his arrows and the twang of his bow, he amused himself thus by repeatedly discharging his arrows, which Renuka brought back into him. One day, at noontide, O monarch, in that month when the sun was in Jaishamila, the Brahmana, having discharged all his arrows, said to Renuka, O large-eyed lady, go and fetch me the shafts I have shot from my bow, O thou of beautiful eyebrows. I shall again shoot them with my bow. The lady proceeded on her errand, but was compelled to sit under the shade of a tree, in consequence of her head and feet being scorched by the heat of the sun. The black-eyed and graceful Renuka, having rested for only a moment, feared the curse of her husband and, therefore, addressed herself again to the task of collecting and bringing back the arrows. Taking them with her, the celebrated lady of graceful features came back, distressed in mind and her feet smarting with pain. Trembling with fear, she approached her husband. The rishi, filled with wrath, repeatedly addressed his fair-faced spouse, saying, O Renuka, why hast thou been so late in returning? Renuka said, O thou that art endued with wealth of penances, my head and feet were scorched by the rays of the sun. Oppressed by the heat, I had betaken myself to the shade of a tree. Just this has been the cause of the delay. Informed of the cause, do thou, O Lord, cease to be angry with me. Jamadani said, O Renuka, this very day shall I destroy, with the fiery energy of my weapons, the star of day with his blazing rays, that has afflicted thee in this way. Bhishma continued, drawing his celestial bow, and taking up many arrows. Jamadani stood, turning his face towards the sun and watching him as he moved, in his diurnal course. Then, O son of Kunti, beholding him addressed for fight, Surya approached him in the guise of a Brahmana, and said unto him, What has Surya done to displease thee? Coursing through the firmament, he draws up the moisture from the earth, and in the form of rains he pours it down once more on her. It is through this, O regenerate one, that the food of human beings springs up, food that is so agreeable to them. The Vedas say that it is food that constitutes the life breaths. O Brahmana, hidden in the clouds and encompassed by his rays, the sun drenches the 7 islands with showers of rain. O puissant one, the moisture, thus poured, diffusing itself into the leaves and fruits of vegetables and herbs, is transformed into food. O son of Bhrigu, the rites of nativity, religious observances of every kind, investiture with the sacred thread, gifts of kind, weddings, all articles in a view of sacrifices, the rules for the governance of men, gifts, all sorts of union between man, and the acquisition of wealth, have their origin in food. Thou knowest this well. All the good and agreeable things in the universe, and all the efforts made by living creatures, flow from food. I duly recite what is well known to thee. Indeed, thou fully knowest all that I have said. Do thou, therefore, O regenerate Rishi, appease thy anger. What wilt thou gain by annihilating the sun? Section XCVI. Yudhishthira said, What did that foremost of ascetics, viz., Jamadani, endued with great energy, do when thus besought by the Maker of day? Bhishma said, O descendant of Kuru, despite all the supplications of Surya, the sage Jamadani, endued with the effulgence of fire, continued to cherish his anger. Then, O king, Surya, in the guise of a Brahmana, bowed his head unto him and addressed him, with folded hands, in these soft words, O regenerate Rishi, the sun is always in motion. How shalt thou pierce the Lord of Day who is continually moving forward? Jamadani said, with the eye of knowledge I know thee to be both moving and motionless. I shall surely read thee a lesson this day. At midday thou seemest to stay in the heavens for a moment. It is then, O Surya, that I shall pierce thee with my arrows. There is no swerving from this my resolution. Surya said, O regenerate Rishi, without doubt, thou knowest me, O best of archers. But, O Holy One, though I have offended, behold, I am a suppliant for thy protection. Bhishma continued. At this, the adorable Jamadani smilingly addressed the Maker of Day, saying, O Surya, when thou hast sought my protection, thou hast nothing to fear. He would transcend the simplicity that exists in Brahmanas, the stability that exists in the earth, the mildness existing in the moon, the gravity existing in Varuna, the effulgence existing in Agni, the brightness of Mru, and the heat of the sun, who would slay a suppliant for protection. The man that can slay a suppliant is capable of violating the bed of his preceptor, of slaying a Brahmana, and of drinking alcohol. Do thou, therefore, think of some remedy for this evil, by which people may be relieved when heated by thy rays. Bhishma continued, so saying, that excellent descendant of Bhrig remained silent for a while, and Surya forthwith made over to him an umbrella and a pair of sandals. Surya said, Do thou, O great Rishi, take this umbrella wherewith the head may be protected and my rays warded off. This pair of sandals is made of leather for the protection of the feet. From this day forth the gift of these articles in all religious rites shall be established as an inflexible usage. Bhishma continued, this custom of giving umbrellas and shoes was introduced by Surya. O descendant of Bharata, these gifts are considered meritorious in the three worlds. Do thou, therefore, give away umbrellas and shoes to Brahmanas. I have no doubt that thou shalt then acquire great religious merit by the act. O foremost one of Bharata's race, he who gives away a white umbrella with 100 ribs to a Brahmana, attains to eternal felicity after death and resides in the region of Indra, respected by Brahmanas, Apsaras, and Devas. O puissant one, he who gives shoes to Snataka Brahmanas as also to Brahmanas practicing the rites of religion whose feet have become sore with the heat of the sun, attains to regions coveted by the very deities. Such a man, O Bharata, dwells in happiness in the highest heaven after his death. O foremost one of Bharata's race, I have thus recited to thee in full the merits of giving away shoes and umbrellas at religious ceremonies. Section Xkvi. Yudhishthira said, O foremost one of Bharata's race, do thou relate to me all the duties of the household mode and tell me all that a man should do in order to attain to prosperity in this world. Bhishma said, O Bharata, I shall, in this connection, recite to thee the old story of Vasudeva and the goddess Earth. The puissant Vasudeva, O excellent prince of Bharata's race, after hymning the praises of the goddess Earth, questioned her about this very topic that thou hast inquired about. Vasudeva said, having adopted the state of a householder, what acts should I, or one like me, perform and how are such acts to fructify in good? The goddess Earth said, O Madhava, the rishis, the deities, the Pitras, and men should be worshipped, and sacrifices should be performed by a householder. Do thou also learn this from me, that the deities are always pleased with sacrifices, and men are gratified with hospitality. Therefore, the householder should gratify them with such objects as they desire. By such acts, O slayer of Manu, the rishis also are gratified. The householder, abstaining from food, should daily attend to his sacred fire and to his sacrificial offerings. The deities, O slayer of Manu, are gratified with such acts. The householder should daily offer oblations of food and water, or of fruits, roots and water, for the gratification of the Pytris, and the Vaiswadiva offering should be performed with rice boiled, and oblations of clarified butter unto Agni, Soma, and Dhanvantari. He should offer separate and distinct oblations unto Prajapati. He should make sacrificial offerings in due order, to Yama in the southern region, to Varuna in western region, to Soma in the northern region, to Prajapati within the homestead, to Dhanvantari in the northeastern region, and to Indra in the eastern region. He should offer food to men at the entrance of his house. These, O Madhava, are known as the valley offerings. The valley should be offered to the Maruts and the deities in the interior of one's house. To the Vaiswadevas it should be offered in open air, and to the Rakshasas and spirits the offerings should be made at night. After making these offerings, the householder should make offerings unto Brahmanas, and if no Brahmana be present, the first portion of the food should be thrown into the fire. When a man desires to offer Sraddha to his ancestors, he should, when the Sraddha ceremony is concluded, gratify his ancestors and then make the valley offerings in due order. He should then make offerings unto the Vaiswadevas. He should next invite Brahmanas and then properly regale guests arrived at his house with food. By this act, O Prince, are guests gratified. He who does not stay in the house long, or, having